Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the day's so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the day's so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Been here before. We've all been here before.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the Super 16, as well as the final online day of the season. I'm Shogun, joined by Johnny, Stumpy, and Cole. And Cole, I gotta go to you first on this one because yourself and Stumpy, you were in the crowd last time for London. What are you expecting right now? How excited is it that we've just one more event away from getting over to London?
I've still never casted in front of an RLCS crowd. I think I'm the only RLCS caster that hasn't done it. So when I go out there in London of all places, I'm going to be like, hello, everyone. So I'm going to need lots of hand
very nicely
that
the 104 section has at least the first chant be very nice towards you. Everything after that, you free game, as far as I'm concerned.
That's fair.
I was actually in the crowd at London as well in Season 5 Shogun, but I guess I just didn't make enough of an impact for you to notice.
You Season 8, all right? You can't go talking about all of this.
Players for 1v1s or something. I don't know.
That's all the interviews were, is you're available next Thursday to play a match. All right, cool. Get you for that one. But we've had 2 fantastic days of Rocket League so far. We have narrowed it down to the top 4, but yesterday was all about qualification, Cole, getting yourself over to London.
Yeah, and the first series that we're going to talk about right now is Carmine Corp versus Evil Geniuses, where we all predicted Carmine Corp would win this one. When I say we all, I mean 80% of chat and also all of us on the desk on the pre-show, and that's not really how it happened. Evil Geniuses have been so solid throughout this entire event, and they frustrated Carmine. It did take 3 overtimes in the first 3 games, of which Evil Geniuses won 2 of those. But in the 4th game, it just seemed that Evil Geniuses were pulling away from Carmine Corp, frustrating them, forcing them to overcommit, and then punishing them at this moment right here. Afterwards, Nolly said he'd never experienced nerves like that before.
It was a great showing from EG. We all forgot about them after such a terrible start, but good job to come back and actually make some damage in the last event. Also doing damage with Moist, getting some revenge on Team Liquid, who beat them last regional with a perfect sweep. Moist rebounding exceptionally well to take them down in the match that's being dubbed all kinds of different things: the Championship, El Splashico, amongst others, some of my favorites. So shout out to those who came up with those names.
But sometimes a team is just taller. Sometimes they're just better. And it just decided that Endpoint were going to get Archie to continue his streak of being the BDS killer. It took 6 games. It nearly came down to a very, very scary looking reverse sweep potential when BDS brought back 2 offs, going down by 3. But in the end, Endpoint could shut it down on Neo Tokyo. And man, oh man, it was so exciting to watch. I'm just so in love with what Endpoint are putting forward with their on-loan player.
And in a very short amount of time, Team Liquid are answering all the questions that we've got about them. We know that they can pop off. Now it was all about answering the question of, can they do it coming off a loss? Can they bounce back against the Evil Geniuses team that were in very fine form? They did exactly that, beat them 4-3, all the pressure over at Champions Field, and they came up with some monstrous plays to carry themselves into today's top 4. Let's take a look at how today is looking. If your team is over in the upper bracket, they still need to be beat twice in order to be eliminated. Down in the lower bracket, once and you are gone, including the grand finals, where if you win that upper finals, you've got 2 lives and you must be beaten in 2 separate best of 7s. We'll continue to keep you up to date with how that looks throughout today's broadcast. But for once, BDS down in that lower bracket. We've got some questions coming up later on today about what we necessarily expect from them, because entirely good potential there where they might improve from 8-0 in grand final games to maybe even 16-0, which
that's big brain play.
You wouldn't put beyond them, would you?
Massive. I'd love if they could do that, because we're all saying, can they go 12-0? Is it possible?
You want Endpoint to go in and smash that immediately.
Endpoint are going to. Why do you think I'm rocking this? It's
my
Endpoint.
Goodness.
It's all the way. Don't worry, mate. No problem.
Well, let's take a look at how Endpoint have done throughout this split. They've managed to guarantee themselves that top 5 spot, taking them through over to London. Today's pretty much all about seeding and getting yourself somewhat easier matches, theoretically easier matches in the opening rounds of London, where it's going to be so key in that double elimination to get a good start, skip a couple of lower bracket rounds by staying in that upper bracket for as long as possible. BDS scampering away at the very, very top, but teams like Moist and Team Liquid really setting themselves up as maybe being 2A and 2B when it comes over to Europe. But here's how it looks for the entirety of the season. These are the teams that are looking to go over to Worlds. Some teams as well, Johnny, hoping for the best European performance ever at London to open up some more spots.
Yeah, mainly Evil Geniuses, who are going to lose that 6th spot, most likely to Karmine Corp, who have qualified for London. So EG hoping the EU get 4 teams as deep into the tournament as possible, and also that North America, South America, and MENA don't do very well, which, you know, can be in their own control. But EG, you know, they're the team now sitting at home hoping for results to go in their favor, just like Dignitas were yesterday.
Yeah, and looking at all of those, again, is something that we will keep you as up to date with as we possibly can as we go through. Very complicated at times, but in short of it now, there's a lot of Europeans out there hoping that Europe does incredibly well and sort of answers back, because LA was a little bit of a rough time for us. But what is never a rough time is watching some of the best players, because yes, they required the top of what the region has to offer in order to secure your space over at London. And some of those players definitely managed to provide that, Johnny.
Yeah, Vatira flip cancel reset to kick things off. Just truly unreal what this guy can do mechanically. But just to come up with this play is next level. He flips off the wall and then manages to air roll in such a way after flipping to turn that pre-flip into a landing on the ball. And of course, as soon as we saw that, we knew that he's got the goal. He doesn't miss after he gets the reset. Vatira with 3rd best goal of the day.
It is so beautiful. And our second top play is not a goal, it's a save. Look at this. The pre-flip right there, a thing of beauty, which I'm going to hold my hands up and say at the time I was casting this one with Stumpy. I think Stumpy was banging on about RGB or something. We didn't really notice it. So that's our bad, everybody, because this was a thing of beauty that deserves to be celebrated. And now finally we can do so.
The fact he got tripped up on the way and still recovered is wild. But it comes down at the end of an overtime to start their run back against against Evil Geniuses. Acronic dropping that Acronic bomb. One of many that we are going to be seeing come from him, I'm sure, when they are over in London as well. It's just so well timed. It was so perfectly skimmed, and despite the fact that Ivan does get a touch on that, which nobody wants to see it just shows how close it came down to after a near 5-minute OT.
Better than First Killer's Wasteland redirect in this similar kind of position? I would say so, because he did it with a double instead of just a read. But you guys can decide.
Yeah, and it was an EU, so harder.
And they will make you come back 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
Right, well, we've had a chance to really talk about the teams that Europe is sending over to London, but we're going to give you all a quick preview of what every region is sending over to London. Obviously, we're sort of the last region deciding all this stuff. This helps us out a little bit. We get a chance to scout out maybe our potential opponents. No regional bias here whatsoever. But let's start off looking towards NA. Why not?
Okay.
We'll stick with the good old-fashioned over on this one. So NA is sending G2, FaZe, V1, SSG, and NV. I suppose we'll start this off on the topic that everyone maybe is sick of by now, but no NRG in that list. Is that a surprise to you?
Yes. If you'd have asked me that, at the start of the split, I think we'd have all been shocked. The way the split panned out, I think after a regional or two, we weren't thinking, surely NRG are going to make it. It seems that it's been a bad split from them from pretty much beginning to end. They're fortunate that they've banked enough points for Worlds already, so they don't have to worry about that one too much. But it is going to be a shame not to have NRG there.
I think everybody wanted it, even if you're not necessarily an NRG fan. You were looking at Land and you were thinking, same Dignitas argument, right? Bring them back. Hopefully we can see them play. It's a shame we can't, but ultimately better teams have made it. And there were better teams further than them that still didn't make it as well. I'm very impressed seeing Envy there. Really, really impressed seeing Envy there. They looked so much better. Dropping out Turbo, bringing Illusion in instead. That's just a better team in the end.
Them again.
Yeah, and then swapping it around. All of it, whatever was going on. And then the top 4 in NA being G2, FaZe, SSG, and then V1, somebody that a lot of teams didn't back at the start of the season, but bringing in Beast Mode has made them one of the best teams in North America.
I'm so happy V1 are going for one big reason. Com interacting with the London crowd.
Oh, he's gonna be the villain, and that's great.
What I am liking about NA, and I'm gonna keep the compliments only for now because they haven't woken up just yet. Nobody tell them I said any of this. A lot of the teams we're seeing here are somewhat LAN proven at this moment. They are confident, they're solid, and there's not many teams and players that I've seen that are like oh, you're going to struggle with the crowd there, maybe potentially up against you, sort of riling you up a little bit. So I think NA will be reasonably happy with the fight that they're spending.
Yeah.
All I'd say to counter with that, though, is that a lot of them did have the crowd in North America where they were fully supported. It is always different where you are in the world, and the London crowd, relatively neutral, but obviously will still be favoring the EU teams.
All right, let's take a look over towards OCE, who are sending Pioneers and Power for those. So a relatively big name missing out from all of that one. Johnny, how are you seeing this?
It's crazy. So Renegades are at home, but not only have they missed London, the hands of Power, formerly known as Ground Zero, and Pioneers, who made it to the Winter Major as well. But they're relying on those two teams to do badly. Otherwise, Renegades are going to miss Worlds as well. So they need Power to lose both their matches, or they need Pioneers to lose 1 or 2 matches before they win 2. They basically need Pioneers to not make top 8 if Renegades want to go to Worlds directly.
Okay, over for South America, Furia and Secret heading on over. Since the Complexity squad ended up leaving, Furia seemed to have sort of taken that mantle of being the South American team to beat. But it has been, as always in South America, quite the feisty fight to try and land that into the top 2. Highly recommend. If you get a chance, just watch South American Sundays. They are always highly entertaining. For MENA, they are sending over the Falcons. For those of you unaware, that is the same roster that you're used to seeing, or is it? Because I'm going to do this real quick. Hopefully, this is the first time we're getting the entire roster here.
Hope harder, everybody.
There will be a celebration across the entirety of London the moment we hear that the entire roster has landed. And for APAC, first time that APAC South is going to be sending a team, as it is going to be Gaming Gladiators representing them for the tournament. So those are the players and the teams that we are expecting to see. We've got all of our compliments out of the way. Now it is time to make some enemies between ourselves and the rest of the regions. And again, we're doing this nice and early, so that way the North Americans can't try and sway the vote. If you're already awake, North America, then fair play to you.
Fair enough.
We are going to rate each of the regions on a scale of 1 to 10. And you at home can help us out with this as well. My crew, you have all got yourselves a whiteboard to help us out with this.
Yeah, I got a whiteboard.
Nice and simple.
Oh,
such a contrarian.
I left it in my bedroom. I realized about 2 minutes.
Man.
I realized it about 2 minutes into
Why have you got a whiteboard in your bedroom?
Well, just, it was just, you know what my house is like.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
You know what my house is like. Things appear in different places, all right?
Let's get ourselves into the most basic of the regions that we have got here. The region that I think we will all be favoring, Europe. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good is Europe looking for London? This should not take much time at all. Pardon?
Are we doing whole numbers?
Whole numbers all the time.
All the time. Whole numbers? Are you kidding me?
Come on, 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Rubbish little one.
It's amazing how smart my analysts are.
There's no glasses, Johnny. Get laser eye surgery like me and Joby.
Stumpy, why is the endpoint thing?
Hey, what do you mean? Why is endpoint?
What do you mean? Rate them without it?
They're the best team that are here in Europe right now. They're beating BDS when we thought they weren't going to be able to. Look, maybe I'm leaning into it a bit too much. I'm wearing the jersey. Okay, I'll bring it down. I'll bring it down a notch. You carry on. You keep going. I'm sorry. You carry on.
Chat gave them a 7.6, by the way. But since I'm really good at math, I know that 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 7.6 is 37.6. Johnny, if you can make a note of that for us, I'd really appreciate. You're definitely in charge of the rest. We're going to go to South America for our second one here. So South America, we're going to say a 10 is now Europe. How about we put that out there? Because clearly that's the scale that we're working with. So 3, 2, 1. Let's have a look. What are you rating this? South America at an 8. Cole is continuously a problem. But 8, 8, 7.
23.1.
What part of this whole numbers thing is so difficult?
Yeah, this is why I asked, right, Stumpy? Everyone laughed.
Because I know that Johnny's doing the addition, and he was bragging earlier, saying,
I mean, you don't need to make it hard.
I can just count some numbers up. It's not a problem.
All right.
Don't need to make
problem, children. Let's move on, shall we?
Wait, what was Twitch? I forgot.
6.2 from Twitch.
Got it.
OCE.
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 Okay, I'll keep it whole numbers from now. That's my bad. I apologize.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Since it's whole numbers, it shouldn't take too long for you to get sorted out then. Twitch chat really not rating OCE for this one. I was curious.
we don't know yet.
4.6. What is my panel going to give them though? 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look. 5, 7, 5. Okay, so
What?
Colin Stumpy more in line with the people.
5. Yeah.
The
8 and
people
5.
know.
I can't
It's
put
nice.
them that close to Sam, even though CJ is somehow a Furia killer. It just
True.
doesn't work for me because also he's not attending the next LAN, but Furia are. So they're a bit higher for me.
Okay, we are now going to move over to APAC, sending their third different team to one of these events. Gaming Gladiators looking to try and cement APAC's position and maybe even equal the best that we've seen APAC do in one of these events. Oh, all right, chat is decided pretty quick. I think that's actually been quite fair on this one. Surprisingly fair, I might even argue. But let's see what you guys are thinking for this as well. Let's take a look at your current ratings.
I've done 2, but with 3 love hearts after because I love
All
them.
right, okay.
I was somewhere between 2 and 3 personally because they've got
Johnny,
so
what did you
much
give
more
OCE
room to
again?
go
You gave
into.
them a 7?
I gave OCE a 7, so
Okay.
that's 5, yeah.
Johnny's
remember
in a
all 5.
generous mood. Everybody else Johnny for compliments today. Johnny, what's your favorite thing about Stumpy?
I really like how he's so humble and
I am really humble.
Yeah.
I'm the most humble person on this desk.
I like his humility, yeah. That's no problem. Think about something.
And you're so welcome to know me.
Okay. I think we're going to go over now to the one everyone is most interested in. Mina. Sorry. There was the 2 more in front of that one.
Stumpy. I've thought
Mina.
that for you.
You said it's
Single
slower.
team representing Mina for this one, as they have for the previous majors as
what
well.
I
So this
put
is
for
kind
the
of just a rating as to how we think Falcons stack up with the entire world. And chat has gone huge.
Ooh.
Wow.
8.2. Chat has pretty much argued that Mina is winning the event based on their previous stuff. But let's see here. 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look.
Oh, Johnny. 10.
That's right.
10.
That's right.
Go
All
on,
right, now get that
why,
whiteboard
mate?
down and explain this. So
Just
what is a
a
10 to you? Is this
really-
a grand finals?
It's just a
from
really good,
Falcons?
it's just a great region, isn't it? It's just a phenomenal region if you look at it from top to bottom, just a great region. 10 out of 10.
Johnny's made a living off that region. Of course, I gave him a 10.
All right,
I think Chad
final
gave it
one.
an 8 there. Didn't get the last. Yeah, okay.
7.8, yeah.
Yeah.
10.8, got it.
We'll put this into order once we get to the end of this. All right, a minor region, some might even call it. I know we're not supposed to say that about certain regions, but hey, NA, they're getting there.
Can we do decimals
NA.
here?
Nope.
Yes, for this one, I will allow decimals.
Sorry,
So good, mate. I'm starting to take this personally, pal. Every single pre-show.
Okay.
Decimal places are allowed, but only if it's under
Decibel.
1. Let's take a look. 3, 2,
Oh,
1.
guys, my pen ran out. I'm really sorry.
Oh, no!
Imagine not
Alright.
having the right stuff, Johnny.
Wait,
Brutal.
Sorry, my pen ran out. I couldn't finish, so we're stuck with a 1. Unlucky.
Oh, that's harsh. That's mean.
That's really
So
brought down the
unfortunate.
average.
Oh,
That's
wait,
really
I
going to affect the average.
put a load of nonsense accidentally before mine as well. Sorry, my bad. I
Oh,
slipped.
yeah. Hey, guys, let me get involved with the comedy. the rubbing thing out. Comedy. This is... Why is that? It's not working.
Oh,
Something-
We
no.
ruined the
Bastard.
average, Johnny. No.
I really
Alright.
tried, but my pen ran out. I was using
So-
such big numbers for the other regions.
So
There's nothing
in
left.
order, the regions are going to pretty much pan out this. This is a spoiler for everyone else in the world, but in first place,
Yeah.
Europe. Second place, MENA. Third place, South America. Fourth place, OCE. APAC in fifth place, and North America in last.
Yeah. That's
So,
harsh.
It was
everyone
close,
out in the
though.
first round.
Yeah.
Close
They did
though.
their best. They did their best.
And
They
Product
really tried.
Redirect was better than First Killers as well on Wasteland. So there you go. It's been a big
Yeah,
loss for
obviously.
North America
True,
today.
true.
All right, let's move over to yay or nay. We're going to get through some of these pretty quickly. and we're going to make sure that we try and keep these takes at least somewhat unspicy. We're going to start off here talking continuously about Europe and their chances for Worlds. So right now, they have 6 spots secured for Worlds. So our question to you out there is, will Europe do well enough at London to secure 7 spots at Worlds? They need a very good performance from themselves in order to send those extra teams through to the wildcards, as well as the main event. So us over here, just thumbs up, thumbs down. 3, 2, 1, yay or nay? Oh.
Wow, am I the only EU believer? I just think that...
What's the point of the entire last segment, lad?
Exactly, yeah. I think that this is the EU.
Let me explain. It's because NA got lucky that SRG, Sandrock, weren't there to beat Space Station in Group D. That's what got NA that extra team in the top 6. So that's not going to happen this time. I think Falcons are going to be there, and they're going to get top 6. Thus, EU can't get 4 because, it's going to be too tough. I think it's good. 2 stacks with Falcons there. Sandrock not being in winter really helped out Group D, which ended up being an NA group.
Now, that's a really well-reasoned, thoughtful point that you've made there, Johnny. But what I'd say is EU. There you go. So,
all right, well, Twitch chat, they do not believe that Europe is going to secure that top or that 7th spot. So here's something, though, that we're going to talk about. We're going to maybe move away from our own regional bias and talk about Furia. They managed a top 6 spot in the last major tournament that we had. Can they do it again? Furia top 6. Hashtag yay, hashtag nay. Not giving you guys too much thinking time for this one. I just want to see thumbs up or thumbs down in 3, 2, 1.
They
hate
have
this.
such a hard theoretical run. If we're just going by seedings and stuff that we're kind of putting in at the moment. I know, Johnny, we spoke about this earlier, so you know a bit more. But they'd need to face off against G2. They need to potentially face off against Falcons.
Most likely,
Sorry, no, look. Actually looking at who's going to play whom is cheating, all right? You got to go on instinct. You can't look ahead. You can't do revision before the big test, all right? Losers.
Wait, okay, so cool. Why are they getting top 6 then?
Just good at Rocket League, aren't they? They do lots of 50 sets. I like it when they hit the ball.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
We need whole coaching sessions out there in the world. All right, last yay or nay that we're going to do. We already saw a very high rating for Mina. So let's get the prediction fully out there then. Will Falcons get top 6? Majority of us not believing that South America might be able to grab it with their current leading team, but can Falcons secure that? And what might that do to the overall standings for world spots? I get the idea that Johnny already knows where he's going with this one. So 3, 2, 1, let's take a look.
Yeah.
Can I just say that my top 6 is looking very interesting. I've got 4 EU teams, then Furia, then Falcons. So let's go with it.
That is a massive bracket for Cole. I can't wait to see if that's even mathematically possible.
It might not be.
Right. Serious face is on. It's game time. It's time to preview what today is bringing for us. For those of you just joining us a little bit late, here is today's bracket and what we are expecting to see. We have got 4, maybe potentially even 5 matches to play through. 2 teams currently in the upper bracket, Moist and Endpoint, will be taking each other on first. But in that lower bracket, Liquid taking on BDS. Liquid also trying to bounce back from that 4-0 defeat that they got in last regionals grand finals. So looking forward to seeing what they've got for them this time around. But looking at this, I got a simple question. 3-peat? BDS 3-peat. Is this happening? Yes or no?
I think it's going to happen. I think that it's the perfect story as well. G2 couldn't quite manage it. BDS, they take their attempt. They do it. How good would it be for them to have not 3 4-0s in a row in grand finals, but 4 4-0s in a row in grand finals of the bracket reset? That is my dream. So apologies to Moist and Endpoint.
I really want BDS to do it, but then they'd need to go through Endpoint, and I genuinely don't know what my heart wants more. It's horrible.
Right, well, we're going to get ourselves ready for our first game of the day. It is Moist Esports taking on Endpoint. A lot of fan favorite players taking to the field. I'm also very curious to see which team has managed to secure the blue side because, well, colors seem very accurate on that one. And confirmation it is Endpoint that will be taking the orange side of the field, whilst Moist taking over the blue. Best of 7 over here. Both teams having reasonably good use of the timeout function that we've got inside of this as well. But I think it is now time for us to get our predictions out there. Stumpy, go first. Let's just get this out of the way, shall we?
I just want to just put it out there. Is this the most UK or even English matchup we could have? Because I just saw so many like England flags. And also, the Finnish flag is basically just a decolored England flag. So it's basically 5 and then Vatira.
You've just lost us all our Finnish viewers, Stumpy. Well done, mate. Well done.
This keeps happening.
Yeah. I know.
I think we've had one. When Dignitas played, then Queso, now Moist, it would have been 4 as well. So I think it's happened before.
I was just excited. Okay, I think I really like Moist as well. But I'm wearing Endpoint because Endpoint yesterday did what I did not think was possible. They went so well through the upper bracket. They started off with their day 1 having 2-0. They haven't done that yet, and they just continue going from strength to strength. They didn't even go to 7 versus BDS. Archie is the perfect replacement for Seiko. Give me Endpoint. I can't not go with them.
Stumpy's not played this right here. Okay, he wants more merch. He should have gone for Moist. Maybe they would have sent him something. You've already got Endpoint's merch, mate. You're sorted on that side. Cole, heading over to you.
Well, everybody knows that no matter how much Endpoint have hurt us, Stumpy and I have an affinity for Endpoint. So I was figuring it'd be really cliche for me to back Endpoint here in this upper finals. I'm going to do it anyway. Come on, Endpoint. You're going to take this one versus Moist. I am as well a huge fan of Moist Esports. I love the way they play, but truly, I've been so impressed by Endpoint stepping up, getting better throughout the split. Always what we want to see from them, and they're going to take it here.
Johnny.
I don't think so. I think I got to go Moist here. You know, I took Team Liquid over Moist yesterday, and obviously that was a bad idea. So I'm not going to doubt Moist again. Endpoint, they beat BDS, so it might be crazy to pick against them, but I'm going to go Moist. The more I think about it, the more I think, well, you know, the way that Endpoint beat BDS, I don't see them doing that to Moist. Moist are just a more unconventional team. BDS beat teams by just being better at simple Rocket League, but Moist are anything but simple. And they reverse swept this same Endpoint team last time they played, and that was when Moist were kind of slumping. So if they're not slumping, good enough to beat the Liquid this time around, surely I think this, head to head has to go Moist.
For my prediction, yesterday I predicted against Moist because I didn't know what sort of form they were in. But they're very good at carrying form over day to day. And I already now know, after what I saw yesterday, this is the version of Moist that everyone is typically very afraid of. So I'm going to split the desk over here. It is going to be us, me and Johnny, up against Cole and Stumpy with the Endpoint pick.
Why am I stuck with him?
Well, look, you did it to yourself, mate. All right, but I think Moist have just got that little bit extra, but this is unbelievably scary. I'm also just kind of going by if there's a team that's just going to see maybe that BDS doesn't make it to grand finals, you got to send Endpoint down there at the moment. They're the team that maybe can prevent BDS, because I think once BDS get into that grand finals, it's done. All right, we need to prevent that from happening if Europe's to stand a chance of maybe holding them off today. But let's find out what you at home think. We're very split over here. Twitch chat, not quite as much, heading over towards mine and Johnny's side.
I think that's fair. I mean, Johnny mentioned that, Moist, they carry over their form from day to day. Endpoint infamously don't do that. They have very hot days and then very cold days, or vice versa. And it's really hard to see how they actually will follow through, and if their play previously is going to be the play for the next day. It's a fun time to be an Endpoint fan, as ever. It's also a very fun time to be a Moist fan, considering the gigantic fan base that they are building up and the amazing merch that they have got that I will quickly put over this Endpoint hoodie if they send me anything.
So Cole, actually, since you guys are very familiar with Endpoint overall, how impressed have you been with Relating Wave and with Metza to lose what was their star player and still slot back in and play so well?
For me, the biggest success story is Relating Wave. He seems so much better now. He's stepping up with Archie with them. And Endpoint, this is the new version of them.
Yep. So let's get ourselves into this, shall we? The final European Regional Day is about to get underway. Best of 7 between Moist Esports and Endpoint. Bringing you all of the action is Stax and Subi.
Thank you very much, lads. It is upper bracket final time. Two squads that faced resilient competition in their upper semifinals yesterday. Both going to 6 games, nearly to Champions Field before clutching up when it mattered most. And particularly for Moist Esports, getting a Herculean effort out of Rise. 9 goals, including a natural hat trick to erase a 3-0 deficit 30 seconds in to that 6th game when it felt like Liquid might have had all the momentum going towards Champions Field.
Yeah, and Rise just sitting 1 spot below Sekou for goals per game. This regional is Relating Wave already putting a shot on target. But for Rise, he is definitely, again, rising to the occasion. We hate to say it, Stacks, but for me, I want to see more out of Joyo in this series. He's been very, very quiet in the Super 16, and I think his team needs him most right here, and the creativity needs to come out.
After all the clutch plays from yesterday, Vatira making the quick read and reaction to stop a ball that was careening towards his net. And Vatira and Rise will break out in formation. Rise running ahead. Vatira takes the shot, and it's just a little bit high. Joyo, little hesitation. Relating Wave got the shot, and Joyo will guide this out to the corner. You talk about goals per game, and while it's impressive, of course, for Rise, who makes the save there, bringing this all the way across. We'll get to him in a moment. Relating Wave, great pass down, and Metanoris couldn't react in time. All the pressure right now from Endpoint, just blazing out of the gates. As Archie up there looking to set up Relating Wave. That's hard out of the corner for Metanoris, but Rise had the read. That's Vatira. Double tap lined up, and he missed it high.
Great pre-flip read there from Rise to get that ball all the way downfield, and Vatira had the double tap lined up, just couldn't quite tuck it underneath the crossbar. But here comes Rise looking for another opportunity. Beat out by Archie, and Archie gonna pay for his efforts there as Vatira gonna slow things down, allow Rise to rotate back to defense, and here comes Moist Esports marching downfield, looking to open this series up. It's been so closely packed as shots coming all over the place. Offense definitely not coming out of premium here in this series.
Popped up here, but to, well, almost no avail. Archie able to line up a shot. Vatira got a piece. And Relating Wave goes around one. Joyo with a big booming clear that sends Archie all the way back. And this is awkward. What? I don't know what in the world happened with Archie, but Rise will take advantage.
I have no clue what happened. Just a big whiff on the field. He had plenty of boost, and you could see the look on his face. He realized he let that ball get away from him, but got to shake that one out, kid. Don't let it disrupt your play as Endpoint down 1 early. They looked hot to start. 6 shots in the first 2 minutes, but Moist Esports capitalizing on that mistake.
Archie right at Vatira with Relating Wave coming in as well. And Metanoris to keep the play alive. Sends Relating Wave to the corner. Here's Archie running on. And Joyo Kami with the stop right in front. And Archie got this one away from Rise, who was just very pedestrian with that ball. And Endpoint allowed to stay on the attack. Metza going after Vatira and just bullied him away, allowing Relating Wave to tie the game.
Well, all he had to do was just show that he was going for bump, and Vatira couldn't do anything other than try and avoid it. And the further he got away from the ball, the bigger the gap opened on the net. And just like that, we're all tied up.
If you are not a fan of the long, grindy overtimes, 0-0, 2-1, stuff like that, really defensive games, I think you're going to love both of these teams the way they've been playing this weekend. As Rise couldn't clear the zone, Vatira can, but Joyo had to get in there as well. Metza dumps one right back in, and Rise will launch one out for Joyo. This will waterfall down, and Relating Wave with the clear. Not out of the zone just yet, as Rise will keep it in, deep in the corner. And Joyo into the play as well. Vatira circles around, waiting for the pass from Joyo. Waiting to see if Rise will get involved in the play. He's going to have to now with Joyo demolished. And Archie will set up Relating Wave. It is breakneck pace, back and forth. It has turned into a track meet very early on, as Rise would have been denied there by Archie. And Archie will at least get this out to center, but he's got to get boosted, and he has plenty to work with at the back. Vatira to play one away right at Metsanoris. Both of these teams opened the floodgates offensively yesterday, especially talking about Moist. They won a shootout with Team Liquid. We mentioned it in 6 games. They outscored them 16-14 in the series. And then Endpoint with an impressive win as ever over Team BDS, getting 3 goals in 3 out of their 4 wins, including the clincher, as Rise will circle around on one and Metsanoris forced to retreat along with Archie.
Yeah, and one thing that I liked that we saw from Moist yesterday was the resiliency, going down 2-1 against Team Liquid and then fighting their way back. And obviously, super impressive from Endpoint going up 3 games, but it looked a little hairy there as BDS started to climb their way back. But as you were talking about, Stacks, offense definitely prevalent between both of these teams. Just shot after shot. So far, we're up to 16 total in this series, still all tied up, ball hanging in the orange half, and Endpoint gladly going to let that one hit the ground, wipe the hands off, and send us right into overtime.
What's the most appropriate way to end game 1 after talking about 2 explosive offenses? A quick overtime. Vatira, 8 seconds in, has another strong start to a series.
Look at this ground pinch. Ow, nasty, goes off of an Endpoint player into the net. And Moist Esports not going to go long into overtime with that one. And Vatira, great read there. But I'm more impressed with Moist Esports' ability to get out of their defensive half and immediately transition, right into offense. Everyone getting involved there for Moist Esports, and Joyo holding down that back line well.
Moist now 5-0 in overtime in the Super 16. They had a win in overtime yesterday against Liquid as well. They continue to perform in the clutch. And listen, a lot of people expected that after a 3-0 lead in Game 6, Liquid was obviously going to force Game 7 yesterday, and they battled back then. There's just something about this squad. You cannot teach clutch, no matter how often you try. There's just no textbook for that. Somehow, this team has it. It makes them one of the scariest teams, not just in Europe, but the world.
Well, and I talked about it last split. I talked about it all winter long about this Moist Esports squad just being able to utilize every tool available to themselves. I mean, they go for fakes, they go for bumps, they go for demos, they go for passing plays, they go for individual mechanical plays. I mean, this is such a complete roster. But what's most impressive about that Game 1 victory, not a single assist. It was all 1v1, mano-y-mano, and your Endpoint, if you allow Moist to start hammering home those infield passes, it is going to be a long, well, actually a short series if you allow them to start doing that.
The big relief for Endpoint here, knowing they have at least punched their ticket to the Spring Major in London. This result doesn't matter as much to them as, say, needing to beat BDS yesterday to erase all the drama.
But
and then, of course, needing a couple results to go their way as well. Yes, seeding very important. You don't want to be in that 5 spot if you can avoid it. You usually end up against, say, a G2 or a FaZe at some point. Vatira had that one deflected away by Relating Waves, so Joyo's got to play that from his own backboard. And Vatira around Metsanoris.
Oh, nice.
Vatira, solo effort. No assist needed. Vatira's on fire.
Just slice and dice by 1, by 2, the third. See ya later, Vatira. Putting Endpoint in a clip, putting them in a blender, and on the dry cycle.
You talk about playing for seeding, playing for everything that you possibly can. We talked about it a little bit with Evil Geniuses on the desk yesterday. It doesn't matter how long the odds are. If you've got a shot to improve your standing in any way, or get a little extra money out of an event, yes, you have to play with that sense of urgency. If you don't, well, your teammates will find somebody who will. Here goes Rise. You can tell Moist does not have that problem. And now we'll see what Endpoint is made of. Can they come back now from behind against Moist. The loose ball in front. Metanoris got to it in time. Relenting Wave with Joyo chasing him, got the clear. And he can get a shot off here, but Vatira beat him to the punch. And he also got a piece of that effort from Archie.
And Stacks, I've just been corrected by our wonderful statistician, B-Rect. He actually said Moist is second to last, 19th out of 20 for assist percentage this season. So I don't know what I'm watching out there, but it just seems like their passing is always on point like that. They're always finding each other in mid, and while it might not lead to an immediate goal, it keeps the pressure, causes panic on the defense, and the creativity just always opens things up for them.
They're so patient, too, as Joyo tries to set up Rise, then ran forward, trying to serve as a battering ram.
Great
Now
demo.
Vatira, after the demo on Metanoris, Archie got payback on Rise, so that cut out that option, and Metanoris back into the play will at least slow things down long enough for everybody to get back onto the field, get boosted up. Positioning's not great. Chaos still kind of ensuing here as Vatira stayed with that play. Set up Rise. This kicks out for Joyo Kami, but he's got to run back with Metanoris trying to take him out. Get a cheeky demo to maybe disrupt the Moist defense. It did not work out that time. The demo on Archie erases an option for Endpoint, and Vatira dances right around Metanoris. The focus on the defensive end is inhuman from Moist Esports.
Well, and it's all kind of resting on the shoulders of those defensive demos as well. It's much easier to defend when you're only looking at two offenders and the third one's waiting to respawn. And Moist Esports always looking for someone when they're rushing back on defense in transition, and it slows down Endpoint entirely as Moist Esports looking to go on offense. Great dunk there from Joyo, and Vatira gets demoed at midfield. Joyo takes out the back line, but Rise can't push that 50 through, and Relating Wave just buying time for his teammates, and Endpoint breaking out, looking to tie up game number 2.
Joyo baiting in Metanoris, got around him. Numbers advantage, but Archie with the save. And Metanoris freshly spawned back in, downfield, got one touch, needed more to bring that ball more central. And Joyo quickly around Relating Wave, holding a 1-0 lead. Can't imagine this will be enough to hold the line. A second would certainly help, but Rise is denied by Metanoris, his third save. 3rd out of 5. There have been no saves on the Moist side of the field, and Vatira adds to his tally another unassisted goal.
Stacks, look at this angle. Oh my goodness. Relating Wave had to respect the fact that Rise was streaking down the center of the field, and you'd think Vatira's got to pass there. Surely I have this angle covered up, but no, the smallest window was left open. Just a slight breeze could find its way through, and somehow the ball squeezes in. Moist Esports up by 2, and 30 seconds remain. It's going to be a long climb to get this game all tied up for Endpoint.
How different game 2 often is from game number 1. The teams combined for nearly 20 shots in game 1. One team's got none. Nothing even near the target. Actually, no. Relating Wave has one on target-ish. Not saved. There have been no saves from Moist. You talk about their defense. Hey, the best defense is to not let them shoot at all. Vatira streaking down the field, trying to add one more. He doesn't need to. Moist has a 2-0 lead, and I wonder if an Endpoint timeout might be in the cards.
It's got to be, especially after game number 1 where they shot 10, 11 times, and then in game number 2 almost get goose-egged with Relating Wave, only 1 on target. And Stacks, you've got your crystal ball out today. Endpoint is going to take that time out, as you see him just kind of standing up, stretching, talking it over as Moist Esports. Shogun talked about it. They are so good at transitioning from day 1 to day 2 to day 3, looking like the exact same team and keeping that consistency. And the consistency continues to show.
Moist Esports out here running a bakery. A lot of donuts on that scorecard that you just saw. Even on their side, particularly, as we mentioned at the end of that game, the saves. You do not see that often at this level, that level of dominance, where Moist just did not let Endpoint get near the net. A couple of decent looks. Relating Wave had the only official shot, and a very confident Moist Esports squad now 10 minutes of gameplay away from getting to the grand finals of the Super 16.
So exciting. Moist Esports, I mean, Vatira, 3 out of their 4 goals in 2 games. And so far, every single one has been unassisted. Just every player on Moist Esports has that mechanical ability, the ability to just take over a game at a moment's notice. And right now, Endpoint has to figure out how to counter that, has to figure out how to stay on offense. And honestly, Stacks, they've got to really focus on those defensive demos that Moist Esports are pulling out, because that's what's slowing them up. They have that great push downfield, and then it turns into a 2v3 disadvantage, and Moist Esports just bombs that ball right back downfield, and they're right back at square one on defense.
This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that watched Moist Esports on Friday. They got through Friday's chaos with a 1.14 goals against average. That, of course, changed when they went up against Liquid. That shootout, that raised that a little bit, but they also raised their own goals per game as a team by almost a third of a point. And when you think about that, okay, you think, okay, 0.3, that's not no, that's a huge number when you're talking about averages, especially with the number of games that they ultimately had to play. That 6-game series, they managed to up their goals per game by such a massive extent. And now they're right around that 2 goals a game again, but more importantly, not letting Endpoint get towards their net. Relating Wave finally forces a save out of Vatira as we kick off Game 3 on the iconic DFH Stadium. And Vatira looking for that corner boost. It's not going to be there, so half a tank will have to be good enough. And it is, as Joyo makes the initial save. Relating Wave to follow, and he hit the crossbar. You do not get many great opportunities like that against this team. You have to cash in.
And one thing you can take away from this is 30 seconds into game number 3, and already Endpoint have 3 shots on target. They've had all of the pressure, so coming right out of that timeout, you have to applaud their efforts. Great use of it as Archie coming downfield, but Vatira beats him out. Joyo goes up looking for a bump midair. Relating Wave saw that one coming, and Vatira, we talked about those defensive demos to stifle the pressure as we've got a 2v1 situation, but Metza cuts it out.
Joyo just getting a piece of that ball as well, forcing it wide. Endpoint have looked much better offensively coming out of the timeout. They looked much better at the end of Game 6 after their timeout yesterday. We talked about on the desk teams using their timeouts to great effect in the Super 16, where it looked like maybe they were starting to maybe go out of favor. Archie with the demo. It's an open net. They can't miss this. Relating Wave gives Endpoint the lead.
My goodness, Relating Wave just goes coast to coast, and Archie clears the way for him. He just rolled that ball in. And just like that, Endpoint up by 1. It's been a long time coming, almost 10 full minutes since their last goal. They finally get it there as Moist Esports put on their heels.
Joyo double, not there. Rise the follow. It's going to be wide, and Archie will collect this out of the corner. This is a much better start for Endpoint, already with 5 shots on target, threatening a 6th here as Rise has to catch this. Relating Wave past him at Sonoris. The shot's wide. Archie to follow, and it goes wayward out to the corner. These 5 shots coming off the heels of not just their lowest of the split with Archie in a single game, the lowest of the whole season.
My goodness.
1 shot.
That is impressive. I mean, you've got to commend Moist Esports for just really keeping Endpoint in the orange half there as Rise gets by 1, not by 2. And oh, big mistake by Joyo on the back half. The ball just floats over his head, and Endpoint up by 2.
Relating Wave was brilliant at times against Team BDS, and then at others maybe disappeared a little bit, but he has shown up in a big, big way here. He's got all 3 goals for Endpoint in this series.
And for Endpoint, you want to see Archie start to show up here. Big moment. You brought him in for a reason. He had some massive shoes to fill after Seiko left for BDS. And so far, nothing to show for it in this series, not even an assist. As Metanaris is going to poke that ball forward, but no one there for the follow-up for Endpoint is, oh my goodness, Relating Wave just hammering that ball in and going to keep Endpoint on offense.
Archie had that one fall to him. That's a great pass. What field vision to find Relating Wave back there, but he could not follow it up. Now Metanoris, they have kind of frozen the Moist defense, but Vatira up to the challenge inside 2 minutes. All the pressure coming now from Endpoint. Joyo just trying to do everything he can to get quickly down the side wall. Rise waiting.
Archie.
It fell to him. Archie couldn't clear, and Moister on the board.
That's the second time now where this ball's gone off the backboard for free. You gotta get the touch, especially at this level, especially on Sunday, especially that far into this tournament. And Endpoint, give one away. Moist Esports cut the lead in half.
That's the 8th goal between these two teams. Only the second assist as Archie made the save. Another follow-up save. And finally, Joyo Kami will come through. Joyo ties the game after a relentless barrage off the kickoff.
And just chaos on the back line for Endpoint. And Joyo saw Metza creeping forward, knew that right upper 90 was going to be wide open, and the accuracy on display for the young Joyo Kami as Moist Esports evaporate the lead from Endpoint.
Europe has been fun to watch in this one. The Super 16 heating up as Archie adds another off the kickoff. It is Super Saturday all over again.
Oh my goodness, 131 kilometers per hour. Some heat put behind that ball as Archie takes a pass off a Relating Wave, and Relating Wave has just been trying to will Endpoint into the grand finals. 100% goal participation so far in this series.
After only 1 assist through the first 7 goals of this series, 3 in a row, as the teams combine in a shootout. Archie trying to get quickly back to this one and extend their lead. Relating Wave around the corner, denied by Vatira. And Rise, he didn't really have a good play, and that's a very mature decision, not forcing anything, realizing there's plenty of time. Again, the ice on this team is incredible. Archie downfield, it's just off target, and Vatira has to play it off his own back wall. Never a comfortable play, but it's the right one. Joyo trying to get around Metanoris, at least cleaned him out. Rise to Vatira, tough angle, and Relating Wave has it with just about 30 to go. Joyo now denied by Metanoris, and Archie's got to clean up the effort there.
Yeah, Rise kind of showed his hand a little too early on that one. Endpoint knew a pass was coming out as Joyo has to come from almost midfield to get that clear into his own corner, and 15 seconds remain. Here comes Moist Esports. Vatira off the ceiling, can't get his fingertips on that one, but less than 10 to go. Rise getting bumps on the back half, but Endpoint get a much needed clear.
Joyo to Vatira. Again, great field vision, but Relating Wave with the rejection. Metanoris to sky one away from Vatira. Joyo's got to keep it in the air. It's angling downward. Rise couldn't get it to Vatira, and Endpoint are alive in the series.
My goodness, great use of that timeout from Team Endpoint, and you've got to commend Eclipse there for whatever he told his team. He saw something that Moist Esports was doing, some fault, some crack, and they were able to capitalize.
In the discussion of best coaches in the RLCS, I know we had that discussion on the pre-show yesterday. I think Eclipse has to be in that conversation.
For
right
sure.
there alongside someone like Chrome with Space Station Gaming. He's got Endpoint on the board here. 3-2 in game 3. They explode after, again, being held to their lowest shot count of the whole season in game 2. Well-utilized timeout. Now we go on to Utopia Coliseum, Subi, with a renewed Endpoint squad and a chance to maybe compound this momentum.
Massive game here, Stacks. Game number 4 for Moist Esports. You don't want to allow this series to get tied right back up after all that hard work, after all of that offensive production in games 1 and 2. Got to do whatever you can. Treat this game as a must-win, because Endpoint, a team that can just ride the wave of a momentum all the way to the grand finals.
Trying to get to that grand finals where they may have to get through Team BDS again. You never know what you're going to get out of that squad, other than you can be certain they are not going to go quietly, no matter who's in front of them in the lower bracket. Vatira trying to get one to Joyo. He ultimately will, but Joyo had to go a long way. Couldn't get the demo, could Vatira, as Archie and the entire Endpoint defense evade the efforts of Moist to get bumps and demos inside the net.
Wow.
Joyo knocked away. And so too is the ball by Archie. Relating wave is up. He got a good shot off, and Rise saved it off the crossbar.
Moist Esports just really getting that one close to the net as Relating Wave coming in. Advantage for Endpoint here. Relating Wave can't get it away from Rise, and great job avoiding a demo, but here comes infield pass. Archie can't tuck it in. Trying to go close side and in as Archie gets back pass. Here comes Metza, and great little stint in the offensive half here for Endpoint as the clear going to slow things down slightly, and the demo certainly going to slow things up. Here comes Vatira over one. Ball going down, and Rise looking for Joyo, but Metzanaris can't quite get the touch. And a minute and a half has gone by, and so far only one shot from Moist Esports.
This matchup has not been a thinking man's game. It is all read and react. Joyo trying to avoid Relating Wave, and then Wave doing all he can to play keep away, hoping Archie can come up from the back. And Moist had at least a brief look at the net. Trying to get another now, but Metanoris got around Joyo. And Archie had that go over his head. Wasn't expecting it. Chance for Vatira and Rise. And Archie's got to be careful. He gave it right to Rise, but just enough that Rise had to adjust, and he could not get around on a shot. It works out all right for Endpoint. Another strong defensive effort out of Archie comes through, but now he's demolished. So it's all Relating Wave. Metzanoris trying to come in and help as well. And, well, that's as good a defensive play as you can make. Took Rise right out of the air.
Oh, great speed from Vatira to get that 50-50. And he's going to get the boost steal. Keep that one away from Relating Wave as Vatira going to slow things down. Try and go solo off the back wall. Gets the touch. Oh, but can't find the angle. And Moist Esports still searching to open up game number 4. It's been so close-knit. And it really feels like Moist Esports starting to find that momentum as Archie puts it over to Relating Wave. Big clear downfield.
You see so many double tap efforts from players of this caliber, and it's almost a surprise when they don't convert or put the shot on. That shot very much on target. A line drive that Rise has dealt with. And Vatira's got to race up the corner. He won't get there. Couldn't get the corner boost either. Archie took it from behind him. He's going to try and catch up to Vatira, and does so, using that boost he stole out of the zone on his way back.
And Endpoint taking away Moist Esports, probably one of their greatest attributes. Their speed. Oh my goodness, what a touch from Relating Wave to keep that ball out. Moist Esports almost had the pinch of a century right there. Almost going from their own half and in.
I've seen the question posed more than a few times. When is that going to be the next evolution? Teams going for plays like that. Those cross-field pinches that would be almost impossible to react to. Relating Wave did literally just enough to snuff that one out. He's got Metzanoris as an option, but Rise is in the way, and no wasted time at all. 2-on-1 advantage. Rise to Vatira, and the shot nowhere near the mark, and a missed opportunity there for Moist. As great a buildup as that play was, it certainly deserved a far better finish. This is very dangerous. Drop down in front, and Archie coming out of the goal.
Open.
Initial save, and then Joyo pushed it wide right. I don't know if he was trying to maybe break down the defense a little bit more. It did not work out. That shot has to be far left.
Exactly. The left side was wide open, and I think he just thought a little too much. Metzanaris goes up, gets 2 to go from Moist, and goal line wide open. Nobody there for Endpoint, and Joyo keeps it out. My goodness. Moist Esports. Talk about putting the blood pressure up on that play.
Relating Wave down to Archie. Last second effort is sent away, and Rise for Vatira in behind the defense. And that's it! Far down and through after so many near misses. This one ends in regulation.
Why not? Why not? Just no second on the clock, no time remaining. Just put it in. No overtime needed. And Moist Esports take the game 4. It was a must-win situation, in my opinion, Stacks. They are sitting pretty now. They just need one game, and Endpoint forced to win 3 in a row. And Moist Esports avoiding all of the shots that Endpoint were putting on target, but you gotta wonder about the accuracy there from Endpoint. They had a few opportunities that just narrowly didn't go in.
Hey, I'm worried about the accuracy. Look at that pinch. That is unreal. And then the 0-second effort. Again, after so many near misses, that's the shot that goes through at the end, and it puts Moist Esports on match point, trying to reach the grand finals of the Super 16. They'll try and clinch it on Wasteland with Endpoint out of timeouts. They used one when they went down 0-2, and it worked out great. They got the win in game 3, back and forth affair as it was. The offense came through in a big, big way. Not so much in that last game. 0-0 for 5 minutes and a little bit of change. Ended by Rise and Vatira. And now, how do you bounce back? Vatira almost on the opening kickoff. Would have been a loud statement. And Archie and Metanoris not on the same page here. Rise has Joyo forward, and Relating Wave didn't give him any time to develop the play.
It's tough for Endpoint because you want to try and match Moist Esports, you know, speed for speed. You want to try and take away that advantage of them rushing the ball, and they were doing a great job for 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Big miss there from Relating Wave, but all it takes is one misstep, one miscue, and Moist Esports can take that ball all the way downfield and score on you. So for Endpoint, you've got to play perfect Rocket League. And yes, I love the aggression that we were seeing. I love the fact that they were staying in that blue half, but 0 seconds remaining on the clock. You can't go all in, especially when it's all tied up. You've got to remember, your third man has to be far enough away just in case that big clear comes out. Oh, Vatira. Oh, Vatira getting physical on the back line.
Yeah, put an asterisk next to this one. Sure. Not assisted? Yes, it was. Vatira putting Archie in the net. Rise followed it up with the ball in the net. Just over a minute gone by. And Moist Esports have all the momentum. They hold all the cards. They got an empty net. And Vatira slots it home.
Endpoint starting to fall apart. 6 seconds later, Rise gets a big clear downfield, which turns into a perfect pass. And all Vatira has to do is slot it in. Big time cushion for Moist Esports in this series.
Rise has this all the way through, and Relating Wave had to make a difficult play along the back wall. Now Metza up for Wave, and he whipped on it. He stayed with it? No, Metza has to follow. Archie, got to have this somewhere near the target at least, and Rise is not interested in the least. As Vatira, but he got nudged there by Archie on his way back. Relating Wave has Metza to his left and could never get the ball anywhere near him. Here comes Moist Esports again. Maybe, as we just saw displayed a moment ago, I know we're all prone to hyperbole and somebody always has to be the best X in the world. I think this might be the most clutch team in the world. I'll tell you why in a moment with Relating Wave getting a clear here. And Joyo just catching this along the side.
Come on, Stacks. I don't want to wait. Tell me.
Well, let's see if Vatira can put one in here. No, he can't. And Joyo has Rise. And Archie with a clear. That assist by Rise to set up the game winner. Last game, again, has to wait. Metanoris will score with 2:40 to go. And it's a stat that actually might be relevant if Endpoint can mount a comeback.
I like the idea there from Rise to go off your own back wall, treat it as an extra player on your team, extra teammate to pass to, but you gotta follow through with that double tap or you leave your teammate on the goal line just stranded on an island. And Metanoris capitalizes beautifully as Endpoint, 1/2 to go here, still chasing one goal. That's a great opportunity, and Archie gonna tie it up.
Yeah, I was kind of cheering for this to happen. BDS couldn't do this against Endpoint. Endpoint coming through clutch at the end. Second half of Game 5, battling back from the brink. And Endpoint refuses to go away. And maybe another heroic finish coming here for Moist Esports. Joyo up the wall. Rise let that one go by. He couldn't catch up to it, and Metza Norris trying to get the ground pinch against Joyo.
50.
And just killed it right there. That's a great defensive effort by Joyo. He made the stop there, too, to send this off his own backboard. Good set from Archie. And again, a third great defensive play in the same sequence out of Joyo.
Oh, if he gets that touch and it goes closer to midfield, it's so dangerous as Archie. Oh, saw his spot and picked it, but Rise took it away and gets the flip reset to push this ball downfield. But looks like Moist Esports having some boost issues. 2 players very low. They finally boost up there as Vatira forced to go back as Joyo gets a much needed demo. Relating Wave pushes the ball back into the blue half, and a minute and a half remains here. Stacks is Relating Wave keeping the pressure, and Endpoint just realizing how important this is. They want to try and lock in that 4th seed for London.
Listen, I'm no coach, but this one's for free as Relating Wave will try and get this out of the corner. Just keep the ball away from Rise when it gets to 0 seconds.
Yeah.
You remember how we said you cannot teach clutch? It's harder even to quantify it. He has an 88.89 goal participation percentage with zeros on the clock for Moist to tie or take the lead. Think about that.
No, I don't want to. It's disgusting.
It is absurd.
It makes me
He is
so
not
jealous.
a human. He is an alien from a distant planet that has been brought here to dominate this game.
Ridiculous.
As Joyo is being chased by Archie, and Relating Wave is right there to bring it back in. Got the demo on Joyo, but there is Rise. 30 seconds. This is winning time. It is Rise's time as Metza playing a real dangerous game. Joyo coming up from the back. There is Rise, but Archie got the clear. Metza trying to go in behind Vatira with the save. And now with 10 seconds, all eyes on Rise. He's got it here. And Vatira and Joyo trying to get this out of harm's way. One more touch needed to slow down Metza Norris. We're on that 0 second mark. It's Archie this time, and Vatira was at least in the way. Relating Wave top. We're going to game 6. Relating Wave is unreal.
No way. Relating Wave saying, Rise, anything you can do, I can do better, and puts it right over his head. Endpoint keeping themselves alive.
And what a statement right at him. Captain Clutch couldn't react in time, and Endpoint stay alive with another 3-2 dub.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe that not only did they win that, but how did they keep that ball alive for so long? Absolutely impressive performance there from Endpoint. And obviously, after the first minute of gameplay, I thought, okay, Moist Esports, congrats for making the grand finals. You guys are heating up just in time for London. But then Relating Wave does that over Rise? You've got to be kidding me. This is absolutely incredible. The amount of ice that is in this lobby right now. Stacks, you're melting it all. It's insane.
You can play hockey in the Sahara Desert with this amount of ice. This is unbelievable. One of the most fun series. Look,
wow.
This whole split for Europe, ignoring the BDS dominance, as great a storyline as that has been to follow, everything else has been supremely fun and entertaining. This one, no exception, and Relating Wave will do it again.
Just 8 seconds later, but it's a new game. Endpoint continue to keep that pressure, and it was just chaos on the back line. The ball could only stay there for long enough, and it's all smiles on the side of Endpoint, and a stark contrast on the side of Moist Esports.
All the motivation to try and qualify for this LAN that will be played effectively in Relating Wave's backyard. And boy, has he risen to the occasion. They clinched the World's Championship spot. They clinched the Major spot yesterday. And now, trying to clinch a spot in the Grand Finals of the last day of online play of this RLCS season. Joyo with the save on the shot that was maybe a little bit high from Archie. And now Metza Norris couldn't get that one away from Joyo, but there's Relating Wave. Worst case scenario for Moist. but Rise up to the task, and Archie got to stop there. That slows things down and does not let Moist move with the usual pace they've been accustomed to.
And it's just the speed. You got to be able to match Moist with it. You can't give him space. You can't give him any free time. And Endpoint recognizing that and really doing a great job of battering and bruising Moist Esports every opportunity that they get.
Rise towards Relating Wave. Eventually, they might learn their lesson, but it might take them a trip to Champions Field to do so. Archie trying to weave through traffic, and Rise will have this. Just from behind the dotted lines, there's Relating Wave again. There's nothing he can't do. Metzenora stuffed by Vatira at point blank, and he's got Rise coming through the mid, and Rise just got there ahead of Archie, and Metzenora away from Rise, but Joyo's there,
Oh, wow.
and Relating Wave makes the stop. Eclipse is going to get fired. Relating Wave's just going to coach the team before this series is over.
Well, I mean, not only coach him, but he's going to teach him the mechanics, as he had to avoid the demo and get the save. He had to pre-jump that to do both at the same time. Great display of concentration from the young man as he comes through, gets the pass down to Archie. Archie on target, but Vatira sends it into the corner. And the first half has almost come and gone, as Moist Esports still searching for their first goal here in game number 6. And Endpoint looking to send us to Champions Field.
Oh, good idea there from Joyo, trying to set up Rise. And even better defensive effort, even away from the ball, by Endpoint. Archie let that one go. Couldn't control it on the side. Metzenora just play one away. Let his teammates get back in position. They needed a reset. Things were getting a little shaky. Now Joyo downfield. Archie avoided Rise, and then Metza stopped Vatira's follow-up effort. Coming up on the 2-minute mark. And this lead that was starting to look a little insurmountable in games from Moist Esports, all of a sudden looking like we may get to Champions Field, but there's still a long way to go here, and maybe an insurance goal or 2 required. This will drop down to Metza, and there's 1.
Metza extending the lead by 1 here is Archie. Great pass, but Rise falters on the goal line there. Needed to get the touch as that ball goes freely off the backboard, and you can't be having that like we've been talking about, Stacks, at this level, as Archie gets his 2nd assist of the game, his 3rd of the series, and Endpoint running away here in game number 6.
That's just casually Relating Wave with his 6th goal of the series. The easiest one he's had by far. A couple of assists to go as well. Relating Wave refuses to lay down for Moist Esports. And he got a big win here. Can he get the shot off? He sure can. He does it again. It's a hat trick.
Hey, just drive forward. That's the new meta. Just drive forward. Continue to go through that ball. And you saw him get a nice little wave dash to catch up to it, beat out Rise, and push that ball towards the goal line. 4-0 in favor of Endpoint. And everyone getting involved. Moist Esports got to start thinking about game number 7.
Joyo off the crossbar. Rise, no. Vatira, yes, with 1:27 to go. And normally I would roll my eyes at the idea that this would be possible, but it is Moist Esports, a team that has done this before.
All right, maybe I won't roll them. I'll just blink a few times, because 3 goals in 1.5 minutes against a team like Endpoint, gonna be a tough ask, especially when they're keeping pressure on like that. Woo. And Archie puts the lead back up to 4. Another big miss off that backboard.
And that might have stopped any hopes of such a comeback. But again, we've seen them score in bunches on this very arena. 1:20, 4-goal lead again for Endpoint. Metzenora. Are they going to get another off the kickoff? No, and that's a quick answer from Rise, and Joyo shot got by Archie.
I love this pinch off the back wall from Rise. Bang! Relating Wave not expecting that. Joyo, you see him position himself upside down, gets below the ball, so when he flicks up, puts some elevation underneath it, and carries it all the way to the goal line, as Moist Esports Back down by 3, pull out a fake kickoff. Relating Wave, recognize it at the last second, so pushes it into the corner to slow down Moist Esports.
4 of these games have been decided by just 1 goal, and then all of a sudden you have this aberration that's getting a little bit closer. Joyo adds 1 here with just over a minute to go, and this is very much within Moist reach.
My eyebrows are starting to raise a little bit, Stacks. What is going on right now with Endpoint? You gotta focus up. Still up by 2, but oh my goodness, they are just getting slashed apart on the kickoffs.
Metza try to line one up. Vatira's got the clear out to the left. And Joyo now. Relating Wave. Try to play that back towards Metza Norris. Expertly done. Needs one out of the corner. Second touch will disrupt the timing of Moist. Now Archie trying to kill more time. Metza Norris for the knockout blow. Not there. And they had Relating Wave coming up there. He needed that touch to be sure. Now Vatira bouncer is denied by Archie. Excellent defensive effort, but still not out of danger just yet.
Yes, they are.
Over Joyo. That will not do it, as Rise kept it out, and just a glimmer of hope still there for Moist Esports, but they've got to get out of this zone quickly, and Rise didn't have a lot to work with. 7 seconds. Time is going to expire on Moist, and we will indeed head to Champions Field as this Cinderella comeback story continues.
The glimmer of hope turned into a mirage for Moist Esports. Champions Field is on the horizon, and what a way to open up Championship Sunday.
Wouldn't have it any other way. All those zeros that Moist was putting up on either side of the scoreboard early on in this series, they are long, long gone. A lot of crooked numbers, especially being put up by Endpoint as we look back at the replay and see just how Endpoint got us to Champions Field, but it was not smooth sailing coming down the stretch. Moist Esports nearly did it again, but keyword there, nearly. And now we go on to Champions Field, Subi. And I'll tell you, with Endpoint performing like this, I know you worry about those 2 goals at the end. I think they might be the favorite to take this one in 7.
I don't know about that. I mean, good news for Charlie and the Moist Esports boys. I know they're having a big watch party. Rizzo's sitting on the couch. They're amped up for this. Game 7, Moist Esports are 10-2. So they have definitely paid their rent on Champions Field.
They have made a living here. Archie waiting for Joyo to come in. Vatira not as patient. Relating Wave off the corner. Great ball. Even better stop by Joyo as Metza hanging around, and Archie had one lined up. But Vatira there to repel the assault. Now Rise trying to slow play this against Metza Norris. Nobody coming in on time as Relating Wave will have one away. I tell you what, with Rise's effort yesterday being as epic as it was, I think Relating Wave, despite not having actually scored 9 goals here, I think he's surpassed that. I mean, we're seeing kind of a backpack effort. Just hop in and get out of the way as Metza's going to sky one out to midfield. Archie there to meet Joyo, but that's a good win by Joyo, but Relating Wave will have this.
Yeah, and speaking of Relating Wave, Stacks, you bring up a Herculean effort. 7 goals in this series, 2 assists, doing everything he can for Endpoint. But right now, they are going to need him most as everybody needs to focus up on the field. Vatira wins that 50 on the back wall. Joyo fakes out. Rise goes down low, and Archie comes in from nowhere, pinches that ball off of Metza, and Rise there, cheating in the zone, puts it in for Moist Esports.
Vatira did this to put the series away yesterday, just kind of hanging around in the zone. And this time it's Rise who's the recipient of a great fortuitous ball. And now it's Moist on top, 90 seconds into Game 7. Relating Wave. Quick answer, could be in the cards, but Rise is there for the stop.
He is so clutch, Stacks. I mean, when you need someone to show up, Rise is always there. He's always been there. He's never left. As Endpoint gets a demo on Vatira, Archie using a lot of boost to keep that ball up. And that ball off the backboard, no follow-up as Relating Wave had rotated back, and Joyo going to meet that ball mid-air. Good neutral 50-50, but in favor of it. Endpoint as Archie has to try and tuck it in, can't find the close post, and they're still keeping it alive. Moist Esports starting to have some boost woes, need to get this ball out.
A lot of heavy traffic in front of that net. It can get chaotic. Who's got the better comms? Archie couldn't get anything behind the shot. And Metsanoris not letting Joyo dribble or catch or anything. Archie for Relating Wave, but Tira cuts that one out. And now it's Archie sprinting back, opting for the corner boost. Avoids Rise by just kind of going up halfway on the wall.
Rise.
It worked out initially. Metsanoris got a piece of that as well, and that disrupted Moist's effort. And Metza has a rare reprieve where he had enough time to at least think about what to do with that ball, made the right choice. And now Rise out of the corner. Archie's got the clear there. Call it off Metza. He's got Relating Wave to his right. That's a good option to have. But Vatira doing a good job of making sure Relating Wave does not get a touch.
And 2 minutes to go here, Stacks. Endpoint still trying to get past that impenetrable backline defense of Moist Esports is Relating Wave going up into the corner. Archie fakes that ball, and that one just goes right around him. Still plenty of time for Endpoint, but an advantage here for Moist Esports. Bump on the back line. Archie comes in at the last second to save that line.
Trying to deliver a knockout punch of his own, but it was sent away. That pass got out cleanly to Metza, and Joyo with the clear quickly from the backboard. Archie going back as far as he could. Got the boost. Boost over ball could be costly, but Metsanoris will bail them out for now. Relating Wave, that's a real tough play to make, and Joyo couldn't punish him for it. And now with just over a minute to go, Rise try to pick one, and it's off the corner of the frame.
Gosh.
Oh, Endpoint got lucky there. They're not going to get many good looks. Got to cash in eventually as Rise will catch this. No rebound, and he goes right over Relating Wave. I don't think Relating Wave has had a good touch on the ball in a while because Moist have made it a point, I think, to keep him away from scoring opportunities. That's in front, and Relating Wave had to settle for stealing boost, but he could not get ahead of Joyo.
Oh, it's just chaotic on that back line for Moist Esports, but there is a rhythm, a method to the madness right now as Vatira poking that ball forward, and they are 20 seconds away from grand finals. They just got to keep this ball in the orange half as Joyo keeping things alive, and Endpoint gonna have to march the full length of the field.
Archie called off Metza. 10 seconds to go. Relating Wave, here's his opportunity. He's been incredible all series. Vatira shut him down.
There
2
it
seconds
is.
left. There is not an orange car in sight, and Moist Esports have done it again on Champions Field.
My goodness, looking unstoppable. They faltered a little, went all the way to Champions Field, but held strong. And, I mean, they just had offense of production just out of control today. Shot after shot, goal after goal. And even the assists from time to time, just everyone getting involved for Moist Esports.
In games where there were 3 or fewer goals scored in this series, Moist was 4-0. Anything above that, 0-3. It was that simple. Endpoint, 1-3. Back and forth affairs, a couple of 3-2 dubs, and a 5-3 performance where they had that 4-goal lead a couple of times on Neo Tokyo. And now we look back at another masterful defensive performance from Moist Esports in Game 7 on Champions Field. It is unequivocally their house. Their third shutout in the series.
And with that, Stacks, the top 3 for London are officially locked. It's going to be BDS with the 1 seed, Moist with number 2, and Team Liquid with number 3. So again, we were talking about seeding implications from that series. So important for Moist to get number 2. You're going to be going up against number 4 from North America or someone else from another region, but you really wanted to give yourself a little bit of a buffer in that series, and well done to Moist Esports.
You mentioned a couple teams there. Team BDS, Team Liquid. I wonder if they're still alive in this tournament. Oh, They are, and they're up next as the Super 16 rolls on right after this.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on Championship Sunday of the Super 16. I'm Leaf alongside me, Greg and Asubi and Stacks coming hot off the cast and booth. We're going to break down that last match, and we got a couple more here before we get to crown a champion later on. Let's get into that. Subi, Moist versus Endpoint. It seemed like, okay, maybe Moist might squeak away with a slightly quick one, but that turned around on them.
It really did. It felt like, oh, this is going to be a shootout, and that favors Moist Esports heavily. But then Endpoint somehow matched them speed for speed and obviously brought us into a game number 7. But I was just impressed with Endpoint's ability to just stay calm, not get too high, not get too low, and just really stay focused on the series. But ultimately, when you're going up against a player like Rise, you got to figure out a way to slow them down. They just didn't have it.
This felt like a series that just had two distinct halves. I mean, there were games where they gave up 3 goals twice. They gave up a 5 spot, but the games they won, you got 2-1 and 3 shutouts. It just feels like that's the Moist Esports way, is just suffocate the other team defensively and don't even let them sniff the net.
And any Endpoint fans out there will be watching and glad to see Endpoint back on that form where they have the ability to beat any of the top teams. They started showing that in the middle of that series, but Moist are too tough a team to keep winning against over and over again. And in the end, Moist did take it.
Endpoint will have their second life down in lower bracket. We'll talk about that in a moment here, because right now we got Joyo on the line to talk about their victory and their spot into the grand finals. Joyo, congratulations on the grand finals. And
thank you.
Also, congratulations on clinching second seed for the London Major.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Now, just looking at this tournament, obviously, you want to get the dub here. You want to shut down BDS's potential tear through that lower bracket. But how are you guys feeling just in general with this tournament and then now looking towards that London Major?
I mean, we're always confident. Confidence is a big thing in our team, trust in each other, My teammates are playing so good right now, and if it stays until the Major and Worlds, I don't think anything can stop us.
It'd be ideal, right?
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to ask Joyo about your weight loss, because you spoke about it on Twitter, and I want to congratulate you and say amazing stuff. But I want to ask you, this is just purely from my point of view, how has that affected you in terms of your energy levels, your performance, your focus, or is it purely just for your own self-confidence and everything?
I mean, a lot of it's for my self-confidence, but, when you're happy with yourself, you're going to play better anyway. So, it makes me more confident in and out of game. It's just a win-win in every way.
Full win mindset support there.
Mm-hmm. Full win mindset.
I don't understand how a team can be as clutch as you guys are. It's something that I constantly say, you can't teach it. Is there a secret? Is Rise from a different planet? Is he just inhuman? What is the deal with Rise's penchant for always coming up in those clutch moments at 0 seconds?
I don't have much to say, to be honest. He's just ice cold, He's the best at it. We put ourselves in the position sometimes, but no matter what happens, no matter how we're in a tough position, Rise is just the coldest in the game.
I mean, he definitely is. And good to see you again, Joyo. I look forward to seeing you in London. And speaking of London, I think I know the answer to this, but are there any teams that you're just like licking your chops like, ooh, I cannot wait to play them for the first time, or I can't wait to play them again? Who's like number 1 on that list for you guys?
I want my revenge on G2, to be honest.
Okay,
that's why I want the most. I want my revenge on G2.
Fair enough.
So I got one last question as well for you. So we've seen your parents very supportive on social media. You got banter with them on Twitter and everything. And I was remembering back, you went to Insomnia Gaming Festival when you were 13, right?
Yeah.
And I assume that was with your parents' support, helping you go along to the events. How important has your parents' support been in your successful journey?
My parents have all been supportive of me. Since day one, they've always, it might not be the best parenting to let your kid play on games all day, but I mean, it paid off, and they've always supported me. They always wanted me to do good in these games and stuff. They took me to LANs when I was young, and I mean, I wouldn't be here without them. I mean, my dad showed me the game as well. I just wouldn't be here without my parents. I mean, it's just something I can't describe. It's so nice to have such supporting people around you, especially when they're your parents. It's helped me so much. It gives me a better mentality. Just they're always happy when I win. It's just perfect. They're watching me downstairs right now, and they're probably hearing this.
Aw. Support is key, but moderation also important. That's very true. Very true. But hey, Joyo, congratulations again. You guys still have the grand finals to look forward to here today. But second seed at the London Major, so a lot of bright ahead of you guys. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There's Joyo. Good questions, Greg, and I like it. You always like to hear, what goes on outside, not just the pitch. What's going on in the rest of their lives that can contribute, because a lot of those factors can be contributing factors, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big believer in the full human and understanding them to be the best performer possible. And so much of it is about the mental state and good parenting, good support in your team, and the org is such a massive factor. But then equally, there's the physical side, which we're only getting started with in esports. Other bigger titles will put a lot of effort into the nutrition, the physical state of the players. We're just getting started with that in Rocket League, and maybe Joyo is going to be at the forefront of that. And some of the G2 players I've noticed have done very well as well. A lot of these top players starting to get in shape, look after themselves, and have that better physical state.
Whenever you talk, all I can think about is K-Dop's muscles, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
For real, right?
That's all I think about. Let's take a look at the bracket here now alongside, of course, the second seed there for Moist with that win. We also have BDS, with that first clinch seed for London Major, and then Liquid in that third spot there. And now we only have 3 teams down in that lower bracket. All of them have lost their second life. Subi, Team Liquid, BDS, and Endpoint.
Well, and for
BDS and Endpoint.
Well, and for all 3, I mean, they're playing in peak form right now. Obviously, BDS did fall to Endpoint, but they looked strong in the 2 games that they did win. But for Team Liquid, I mean, you've got to make sure you are playing as good as you can. One of the youngest rosters in all of Europe, and my goodness, they've got to make sure they keep those emotions in check, because going up against BDS, it is so easy to give up 1 goal, then it turns into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like we saw yesterday. So you just got to be able to make sure you don't get too tilted. Understand, hey, you're probably going to lose one. You're not going to sweep BDS, but just focus up and make sure you take every opportunity that you get.
Well, Stacks, let's start breaking this one down. Team Liquid versus Team BDS is our next matchup here down in the lower bracket. BDS looking to make that run through for the 3-peat. Team Liquid looking to shut that one down, Stacks.
Yeah, and I understand the story of BDS potentially sweeping the regionals here in the spring split is an incredible story, but as neutral as we are supposed to be here on the desk.
We're on the desk. We're allowed to do whatever we want.
I know, right? That never stopped me anyways. Go Peeps. But this Team Liquid squad might be the best story of the season if they can somehow complete this incredible run, get through this lower bracket, get a boatload of points out of the Super 16, and sure, they probably have to win the London Major to give themselves a realistic shot at Worlds, but you look at how this team has exploded into this scene, they might actually be capable of doing exactly that. And yes, I am absolutely cheering for that to happen. A player like Oski, who just goes off randomly on a Saturday with everything on the line. Yes, I want to see more of that. This team is so competitive. You can tell that fire is there every time they're on the pitch, and they just are fun to watch.
Can we get a Liquid for him when he gets his
that's what I was
prediction
gonna
in,
say. Let's get chat first. We got to. They get a little anxious if they don't get to throw their hashtags in chat. So start doing it now. Hashtag TL, hashtag BDS. Get them in there. We'll start tallying those up. And then now we'll get Stacks under a Liquid, correct? We're not assuming.
Correct.
What?
I was worried because yesterday I really wanted EG to pull it off, but I picked Liquid, and then they started coming back. I'm like, oh no, they're actually going to do this to EG.
All right, you've said your bit. We know you like Liquid.
Okay, well, Subi, get it on the board. You said what? I'm assuming you're BDS then?
Don't assume things. How would you do that? Yeah,
that means I'm
with
right.
Team BDS, absolutely.
Subi has never gone out on a branch in his life.
All right. That is false.
Look,
BDS, what you got?
BDS are good. There we go. That's all you need to know. BDS are really good at Rocket League.
Here's the
probably
thing.
going to win. Who knows?
I love the idea of a 3-peat. And I can't go against his Stacks. I'm sorry. Is it fun to see Liquid win? Sure, absolutely. But BDS have to take this for me, for the story. The story I want.
Police here. Unbelievable.
BDS. Maybe chat. Fail. Maybe chat's on your side?
Nah, not a chance.
Yeah, right.
Not a chance.
Whoa!
There was a chance.
There was a chance. I've been proven wrong.
There was a chance. Well, let's see if it comes true here. We're going to head over to the Skybox. James Bot Corelli waiting to cast your match. BDS is running for a three-peat, and I think a lot of people think it's possible. Liquid, however, is hoping to shut down that possibility. With elimination on the line, they'll have one best of 7 to accomplish that goal.
Corelli, we've got 2 teams, both major bound, only one at the moment bound for Worlds. There is a slight chance for Team Liquid, but they are going to have to win out pretty much and then cross their fingers for some things to work out their way. But what we have seen out of Liquid is that they've got the talent to hang with this monstrous BDS team.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at the way Liquid's played throughout the split, they've lost 5 series. 3 of the losses have come from Moist and BDS. They're really only losing to the top right now. And BDS was a humongous monster that they had to get over in the previous regional. This is a chance for them to redeem themselves.
See if they can finally beat Team BDS, who has had their number. Team Liquid already getting a shot on net, but Seiko there to block it. A Chronic. 50. Will leave the cleanup job. Tatao. Seiko, 50. Oski couldn't get that mid boost, but does find the corner. Speed for Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon has Seiko, tries to just get the 50. Pinch from Atao, and now Monkey Moon forcing the issue. See Team Liquid locked down in their corner at the moment. Trying to get some space. Extra's going to tap this ball back down. That gives space to Oski for the solo play. Does get a pass off the backboard, but it was so light, Seiko easily controls it.
And I think that's a spot where Liquid really thrive. It's something that I think Moist actually showed off on their rise to the top as well. It's just finding those solo plays, and when you have the space, just to take it, take the chance, take on the big boys. And you see Oski there wanting to take on the defense of BDS with the solo play. It's paid off so much for Liquid, and it can here again against a team like BDS.
And it really does seem, Corelli, like Team Liquid following that same path, that same playbook that Moist took. You know, that Moist wasn't really in the conversation. Then all of a sudden, boom, they're at the top of EU. Yeah. And Team Liquid seems like they're very similar in that regard.
It's a bit uncanny, isn't it, that how close the story is between Moist and Liquid. And I think Liquid, though, is still, riding this very, very strong first chapter. And a regional win, that as Stax was hinting to, and major bound type of team here is one that could finish chapter 1 in a very strong start to this story. But still, Liquid, they've got to go through BDS, who have just been a nuisance for them. As we were mentioning, the previous regional, BDS just kind of mopped the floor with them. 8-1 over Liquid between the 2 series.
Let's see if it gets any better for Team Liquid. So far, game 1 has been very even as we approach the halfway point. Extra, that's going to skip hard off Atao's hood. The read from Monkey Moon is there. And that is not the first the first goal. I was expecting to be something different, but sometimes things
my God, how did he read that? That is insane. I mean, that ball is moving so fast. I mean, that read when the ball's moving a little bit slower is fine, but with the speed behind that ball to go off the ceiling and then hit the top of the net, and Monkey Moon read that before it even hit the ceiling.
He met it right as it came under the crossbar. You can't get there with better timing than that. No. Monkey Moon, instantaneous read on that unusual play there. Skipping hard off the hood. Oski, can he get the bump? You saw him going for extra. Perhaps he was going for a redirect, but I think that call out was go for bump, and Extra saw it coming, was able to get away from it.
And still Liquid doing a great job of beating that first man and not letting BDS clamp down. It's a mistake that a lot of teams make against BDS is if they can't beat that first defender and BDS, it just spells so much trouble of trying to get out from your end because BDS are so positionally aware of where the other guy is. It's very tough to break out from their grip.
You're 100% right, Crowley. They are so smart with their challenge game that, if they lose the 50, they're landing in a spot where they can be an outlet pass. And I mean, you see it here with Seiko. Seiko is going to do this solo play right afterwards. I mean, it's BDS. What can you say?
You just described it before it happened, James. Seiko goes into the challenge, stops the ball, and then receives the pass downfield, takes it himself. Of course, Seiko's going to do that all by himself with a solo play in the end. But BDS, that's what we're talking about. They still made one challenge, and they're so close together, so on the same page, they turn it into a fantastic attack.
Yeah, it's when you pair that massive Rocket League IQ with insane mechanical ability. That pretty much describes everybody on BDS, and I especially with Seiko now, who brings that extra element of solo play. And they have had Team Liquid's number rebound out to Extra. Low shot, and Extra didn't put a lot of heat on it, but what he did have was placement.
And you could see BDS moving downfield with numbers up, and Oski was the last man back there, and he was just stretching out to try and get in front of the ball. And you can see how quick the play could turn on its head there for Liquid. They really got caught out by the ball coming out in the midfield, and BDS quickly countering.
As we approach the final minute of gameplay, and no success found for Team Liquid. BDS, ever since that challenge that skipped off the backboard, Monkey Moon with an amazingly quick read, it's been all Team BDS. Chronic goes for that 2-go for BDS, but doesn't matter. Seiko able to get it out. Now Monkey Moon on the dribbles, got Extra to his right, Seiko to the left. The pinch off the defender. Sometimes you don't even need your teammates, you just use the opposing team to get what you need.
I think Liquid were lucky to see that one go wide of the net. I don't think anyone was tracking that play with the pinch. And a 3-goal lead here for BDS. A lot of space for them to work with. Flip reset here for Extra, and couldn't get over Oski. As time ticking down, Liquid back to the drawing board here as game one, all in favor of BDS.
And this wasn't really close, Corelli. I mean, for the first half of this game, it was a tug of war. It was back and forth. And then as soon as that first goal went in, things just fell apart for Team Liquid. Team BDS, they started playing how they play, and they were in complete control. There was nothing really Liquid could do.
It's very reminiscent of the grand final in the last regional, right, where BDS, they 4-0'd. The games weren't even close. They were winning 5-2, 4-2, 4-2. It was just all BDS. And of course, Liquid was, I think, poking through in that grand final. But, when you look at these two squads and you look at how they played here, I think no one can deny that Liquid has the skill to keep up with BDS, but I just think it's that synergy, that cohesion that BDS have that's the big edge over Liquid right now. We saw it a couple times with the challenge game that we were pointing out, but just also catching Liquid out as well. It just felt like BDS, despite maybe, obviously being the best team in Europe at the moment, and certainly I would say more skillful than Liquid, I also think that team cohesion is the big missing factor that Liquid doesn't have that puts BDS even further ahead.
It is remarkable how often it seems BDS is on the same page, Corelli. It's like a hive mind on that team. Yeah. It just seems so calculated, coordinated, and effective. Team BDS, solid game one, 3-0 shutout over Team Liquid. And this is a Team Liquid team we've seen play amazingly well defensively. They had that perfect sweep over Moist in the last event. And they've got the mechanics, but like you said, Curly, they're going to need that team play, that cohesion to find a way to break down this BDS team.
And let's be fair, too. Liquid had a couple of opportunities. Oh, my, Zoski blocks his teammates clear there. But, Liquid had quite a few shots. I think they had about 8 that last game, if I remember correctly. So there was plenty of opportunity there for Liquid, but you can see BDS grinding them down, and some inaccuracy there from Monkey Moon as it was shot at the last man of Liquid, but Liquid right now being tested defensively as they are able to break out.
And they did stand tall, at least for now, but Seiko roaring in with a flip reset. Wasn't able to do much with it. Extra beat to the ball. It's a high pop to the midfield. Monkey Moon misses. Seiko will lob it towards net. Extra tries to get a tip, but Atau will clear it downfield. Now a 50. Oski will send this to the BDS corner. Low boost challenge, or should I say no boost by Atau. Will have to retreat. Oski comes in to support. Oski looks like he got a flip off the defender. Still keeping this ball in play.
And those are the types of plays that Liquid are going to need. Scrappy on the sideline and in the corner of BDS. Chronic has opportunities to Oski. Atau patiently waiting to see where that one was going to go, but Monkey Moon very sneaky to push that one by. Now it's scary for Liquid here as Seiko puts it on target. Big save by Oski.
And I was thinking Oski might go for the squishy save, decided to stay grounded, had to dodge the bump, and did so. That was a challenging defensive position for Oski, but he came out and was able to get that save. Well done by Team Liquid and Oski. We'll see if they can make something of it. Still scoreless. Very reminiscent to game 1, which went the first half with no goals. And we're in the same spot in game 2 here on Aquadome.
I think this is better, though, for Liquid. Although I think, they're definitely spending a lot of time on their defensive side, but they're getting a decent look here as a big clear comes out from Monkey Moon, and trouble here for Chronic if he doesn't deal with it properly. Extra with no boost, trying to push through, and for Liquid, they do not want to spend that much time on defense as BDS have been inching closer and closer to the goal line.
They have been. Oh, flip reset. Oh, Chronic! Flip reset off the backboard. A thing of beauty.
And this is what we were talking about, James. There's no denying that Liquid have the skill, and a Chronic shows it off there, takes on all of BDS. They just watch him go. Extra had a bit of a backflip that opened up that space at the top of the net. And a Chronic, in style, scores the first goal.
Oh, that was so good. Use the flip reset to actually fling it off the backboard. A lot of times you see pros use the flip reset to use to get a power shot, Corelli, but he just was able to launch it right at the backboard. Great read. That was a shot.
Still scary. And that's the type of shot, those are the type of big-time plays that Liquid need to break through. And they might have another one here as it goes a bit high. Seiko with a good touch. And it feels like Liquid turning up the heat. That's a great cut there by a Chronic. Still dangerous. Atao, he goes through Seiko. It's not going to happen. BDS take over.
And Atao had Oski as an option in the middle. But Team Liquid just wants to keep the pressure on. They keep firing in shots, forcing the boost out of Team BDS. Oski off the arc of the ceiling gets a bump. Light back pass. A Chronic will turn to keep it in. Oski with a demo. It's a good bounce to the middle. The shot is weak. Extra doesn't get a piece of it. Seiko does. But BDS running on fumes, trying to hold Team Liquid at bay.
It feels like Liquid kicked it up a notch. The speed of play accelerating here, and BDS kind of following behind there for just a second. And Liquid again with a monster clear. An unwelcomed one here as Oski tries to pinch it across.
He dunks it through in front of Extra. It's a 2-goal lead for Liquid.
And Monkey Moon's trying to read the defender, but Oski gets the better of him in the corner and then goes in for the dunk. Oski, who had that fantastic stop, now on the offensive end, making a huge play. That's an insurance goal for Team Liquid. We'll see if it's enough space and if they can hold Team BDS off.
That's the thing. You don't want to let BDS back into this one. And they might not. A Chronic wants to take another shot. BDS feeling quite a bit of pressure here. It just feels like Liquid's all over him. Oski almost gets another one there in front of the net. Extra and Seiko scrambling to get this one out. Everything going right for Liquid at the moment.
Chronic trying to get a redirect. Nothing came of it. And it seems, Corelli, like Team Liquid has adjusted to that possession play, the slowing down of Team BDS. You saw Monkey Moon wanted to try to slow things down, take that touch to the corner past the defender.
Oh, no.
Now Monkey Moon getting in the way of that challenge. But Team Liquid has really taken advantage of that fact. But we do see a late goal. 3 seconds left. Team BDS get one. We're going to have to see something off the kickoff.
I didn't think he could get this one. Look at the finesse here from Monkey Moon. Not only to get it inside of the post, but to put it under the defender there. That was a ball that I don't think a lot of people would have gone for. And he makes it work and gives his team a shot off the kickoff.
It's a back left kickoff. It goes airborne. Monkey Moon will have full boost. Infield to Extra. Extra goes high off the backboard. Follow-up no good. But Monkey Moon puts it upper 90. 3 seconds left to work with. And it's enough for Team BDS.
What a perfect kickoff. It went back left. It was a pass over to Monkey Moon, who picks up the mid boost. The pass down to Extra was phenomenal. And then everyone from BDS crashes the net. What a fantastic 0-second goal.
Team BDS, they are down but never out. We'll see how Team Liquid respond to this adversity. Monkey Moon, he's been a nightmare to deal with. Goes for the 50, didn't have much boost. Atao to the corner. Seiko stays in the play, launches it back towards net.
Uh-oh.
Rebound shot.
Wow.
And it's good. Seiko staying in the play. And this forced the defense in an awkward position.
And a Chronic, I think, wants that one back as well. That was not a good clear, but I think he was a little shocked that he was the one who had to hit it in the end. BDS, you let them hang around too long, and they make the comeback.
Somebody just went to get something out of the refrigerator, and they came back to this screen, and they're like, what the heck happened? Is that a mistake?
To you, my friend, if that's you sitting at your desk right now, I am so sorry.
If you're a Liquid fan, if you're a BDS fan, you know, then you're thinking maybe I should go get something more often. But thinking back on this game, it seemed like it was all Team Liquid. Team Liquid had all the pressure. They had that unbelievable goal from a Chronic, the flip reset double tap. That was a filthy goal. We saw even goal line defense from Oski, who then made the play in the corner where he dunks out Monkey Moon and then also dunks extra on the goal line. It seemed like the game was over. I thought the game was over. But then Monkey Moon started to peak, and you said it, Corelli. He went for a shot you didn't think he could even get to.
Yeah.
And that gave BDS hope.
I think you got to put a goal away with time left on the clock, and that's exactly what BDS did. They did a great job to execute on the kickoff too. But I want to go back to Liquid because, I mean, this was probably one of the better games that Liquid actually has had against BDS. They looked faster in this game. They looked better, more composed. The challenge game was definitely in their favor. So the fact that they couldn't come out with the win here is a little worrisome. And again, I think BDS, it's just going back to, you know, having that trust in each other, especially on a kickoff like that, where I don't think the kickoff went exactly the way they wanted to, but they made it work. Monkey Moon still did his job of getting that boost to the midfield. And when that pass came over, I mean, you know, as a caster, James, we've seen plays like this so much. And that one I felt so good about when I saw him put that one on. I was like, that pass is going directly at extra, and this is going to be a goal.
Yeah, it's just wild the way these games can happen, the way the cookie can crumble. And right now we have a slight player technical issue. That is why there's a delay here. So it is not a timeout, just a technical issue that we will be working through. So Team BDS, they did the unthinkable. They did the unthinkable. They pulled off that win with seconds left on the clock. And let that be a lesson to all the people who vote to forfeit when there's still time left on the clock. Okay, there's always hope.
How dare you? Just play like BDS and you'll win that game. No, but I do think that for BDS there, the execution was just so crucial. And guess who was a big part of it? Monkey Moon. Both times, not only on the first goal, but the second goal as well. He is just so pivotal for BDS's success. And you could see there on the biggest moments he shined. If you give him the ball, good things happen.
Good things happen indeed. BDS stealing that win over Team Liquid. We'll see how Team Liquid respond. They have had a miserable time playing Team BDS. In that game, that was more of what they were used to. What is it now? 10-1, their record in these past two events versus Team BDS. Or 1-10, rather. No. And that already a chance gone by the wayside for Team Liquid.
That was an open shot there for Oski. Wasn't the easiest one. Now this one surely is bouncing in. Atao gets credit for it, but players launching themselves left and right in front of the net.
Atao blasted it off the wall. You saw Seiko and Monkey Moon both expecting a shot, but it never came. And fortunately for Team Liquid, it just bounces right in 31 kilometers per hour. Not necessarily a scorcher.
Oh my. The kickoffs have been shaky so far in this game. Liquid, though, have not, or Liquid did come out on top earlier, but shots going a bit wide. Now Oski looking for a dunk here on Extra. Extra goes under him. And Liquid, this is a fantastic start for them, especially after that last game. You feel like, you know, you're not in the highest mood at the moment, giving away that game. But they did outplay BDS, and that's what's important. They can find that form here in game 3. Liquid will be in a good spot.
And you're right, Corelli. Team Liquid played really well last game. Have a great start this game. Atao punching in the second goal. And you see the communication there. A Chronic up against Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon with the challenge. A Chronic just leaves it for Atao. But it just depends on what the team chooses to focus on, Corelli. Because Team Liquid, like you said, very solid game except for those final seconds. They were taking it to BDS. They're still very much in this series if they don't get in their own heads.
And here they are, up 2 goals. It's going to be a long 4 minutes, but up 2 goals and capitalizing, and I would say on BDS's mistakes. I mean, the first goal, I think BDS got faked out, but this last one, Monkey Moon just whipping the ball there or getting a misread on where the attacker was going to go with it. Either way, not connecting. And for BDS, a disaster start. For Liquid, exactly where they want to be.
And it's where they've been, Corelli. We'll see if they can hold on to the lead this time. Oski will streak back to high ball. Seiko going for net, and
wow.
Don't really know what happened there. I don't know. The same for this director cam blinding me. I had no idea what was going on.
I did the same thing. I just saw it pinch off the ground.
Now off the backboard, Seiko testing the Liquid defense. It's a high pop. Extra goes for the 50, and Monkey Moon overpowers the defense on the goal line yet again.
Yeah, this is a very kind of rinse and repeat type play. Extra just keeps the ball dangerous in the box, and Monkey Moon comes barreling in to dunk it home. And I think Liquid are getting a little too comfy on their goal line where they're really inviting these shots in. I mean, Monkey Moon should never get to a ball that quickly in front of the goal line without Liquid having a player jumping and attacking it with the same type of momentum. It just shouldn't be happening because you know BDS is just going to dunk those home.
They certainly are. And both of those 50s, BDS getting the height advantage, which so often results in that overpowering scenario. And now Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon, he is living rent-free in Team Liquid's head. He has got their number.
And he's the goal scorer in a lot of these plays, but let's give some credit over to his teammates as well, because they've just been dishing it up to him, and a lot of them have been Seiko, whether he's been throwing it across the box or there, that pass down towards Monkey Moon. A lot of great setups from BDS, and of course, credit to Monkey Moon where it's due. He's done a great job of positioning himself to receive those passes.
And we're also, that's a good point, Corelli. Seiko's setting these up, and we've seen him stay in the play. He's kind of been creeping over into the corner and going up the wall in the corner instead of rotating out right away.
Yeah.
And he intercepts those touches where, so often the corner is the safe zone where you want to touch it as a defender, but when Seiko's over there, maybe you should just hit it right in front of net.
And it's frustrating for anyone, but here for Liquid as they play them, because he's so annoying. He's just in their face and constantly a nuisance on their side, whether it's taking away the boost, whether it's, skip cutting in the rotation and coming back in. That's frustrating for a team to feel like you're being swarmed by a single player.
Well, that shot going to skip wide. Oski stealing pass. Seiko takes time and booms it upfield. The Chronic will have a ton of boost and will pop it over Extra. Now going for the 50. Seiko pinches out. Time now for Team Liquid. Oski went for the self pass off the sidewall, but Monkey Moon shut that play down. Oski a tip up, but a Chronic also went for it. This could be a numbers advantage. Still on the breakout, dangerous, but that pass intercepted by Atau really slows things down.
That was a great touch there from a Chronic to take it away from Seiko. Seiko is trying to set up the play off the wall with a full boost. Extra does get over one, and this is good from Liquid, trying to keep possession. They got Oski downfield. Unfortunately, didn't have enough boost to chase after it. Dangerous ball here. Monkey Moon went. As we're seeing, I've seen a couple times, James, BDS sending 2 at the net from Liquid. It's paid off quite a bit, but very, very willing to jump after this Liquid defense.
Well, they've kept this ball so deep that sometimes you can afford to do that, especially if the other team's low on boost, not much of a counterattack threat. BDS, the miss on the backboard, perhaps the leave, and now the double tap for Seiko. BDS come roaring back and take the lead.
Listen, you don't have to be an expert, an analyst. You could be the most casual fan. Analysis that Seiko is going to put a shot like that away 10 out of 10 times. I mean, that is just bread and butter for Seiko. You have to watch him once and you'll know. And that one is unacceptable for Liquid to leave him that much space to come off the back wall and get a second touch.
And this is almost the same story. It was a little bit more dramatic last game, Corelli. But Team BDS, they lose the lead early. Team Liquid has a hot start. You think it's all Team Liquid, and then BDS gets rolling.
And this is, I don't want to take away from BDS doing so well, but it's disappointing from Liquid here because they had a comfortable 2-goal lead, but they've been scoreless now for 4 minutes? I think it was at the 4-minute mark where they're up by 2. And
or 2 quick ones. That's for sure. That's for sure. It's been slim pickings since. And Corral, I was just going to say, you know, how this mentally has got to be very difficult for Team Liquid to overcome at this point.
No, that was kind of what I was alluding to, is BDS just kind of chipped away at him. And I think, again, it's very frustrating in this game because I don't think they necessarily played a bad game here. Just BDS, they were able to convert. I think the options did kind of dry up, or I should say chances dried up for Liquid, but still a frustrating game if you're a Liquid fan, and of course the Liquid player is BDS. And this series looking more and more like the grand finals that we saw in the previous regional.
And you probably could have guessed it. Team Liquid calling a timeout. We'll see if they can figure things out. It seemed like they did in game 2. You know, if Team Liquid closes out game 2, this is such a different story. But the momentum, the confidence, just everything coming together for Team BDS. And one thing that has been so fun to watch this series has been that front combo of Monkey Moon and Seiko. Seiko with the passes from the corner, and then Monkey Moon with the clutchness. Monkey Moon was the one who put in that goal with 3 seconds left. You saw the kickoff, the play from Monkey Moon to put it upper 90 at 0 seconds. And then Seiko, the play where Monkey Moon goes, you know, threatens the double tap, gets the slight touch with his wheels, which leaves a perfect ball for Seiko to go for that double tap. Team BDS, they are such a well-rounded team. And the adjustments that they can make mid-series and even in the game, and even the ability to add 0 seconds, make plays like that. It is a frightening thing to witness, Corelli. I mean, this BDS squad, I mean, can they be stopped? Obviously, they're in the lower bracket, so they can be beat. But right now, it's tough to imagine who could do it.
Can they be stopped? Maybe. Right now, this series, definitely, obviously, in their favor, they're up 3-0, but I think more importantly is they've overcome, you know, the deficits that they've had against Liquid. And I do kind of look to Liquid to say, you guys have to be the difference maker, because BDS are going to score. I mean, they're up 2.57 goals per game in this tournament. Like, they are putting away shots. So it's on Liquid to either prevent those shots or to outscore BDS. And again, I think that last game was a perfect example of where they got the first 2 goals, but they just couldn't keep the momentum going, and BDS slowly getting back into it. You can see the first 2 highlights here was all Team Liquid, right? They capitalized on some mistakes. They were able to take advantage of BDS being faked out as well, but you could see the game very quickly got out of hand. BDS, they started to rev up. Monkey Moon, perfectly positioned throughout the series and that previous game. And when BDS are so consistently playing at this high of a level, it's just tough for any team to compete.
It really is. They've got so many weapons, and they play such a clean game of Rocket League. It's tough to find a way to beat them. But we saw Team Liquid find ways early. It's just about continuing that through the full 5 minutes. We'll see if Team Liquid can do it here, and if that timeout helped. We know Team Liquid has the tools. We know they've got the ability. But will they be able to actually pull in a win? And there's a demo, and we didn't see much of that from Team BDS. But now we're seeing the aggression come out. A demo by Extra opens up the goal line.
Yeah, and he caught him in midair too, and that's what opens up the net. And when we haven't really seen a lot of the physical play come out, but when BDS whips it out, it's tough to get out of the way. And for Liquid, it's something that they're going to have to adjust to as they get bumped out again. A Chronic now getting bumped by Monkey Moon. He's got 0 boost here, and he fakes it. That's how tried to get the read, and Liquid are able to get out.
Oh, and Monkey Moon was one small pad away from being able to score that goal. Monkey Moon, flip reset, shut down by Atao. See a bump, Extra dodges it, wave dashes back, and there's a 50. A Chronic too close to the ball, off the ceiling. Oski will go to a Chronic. A Chronic can't get there. It's a pinch down. Monkey Moon up, misread it a bit. Gave up the ball to a Chronic. Space now for a Chronic, but he's shut down by Extra. Back-to-back demos for Team Liquid, but they had to bring the ball all the way back to their goal. There's a double commit from TBDS on the back wall, but still they make it work. Seiko just beating defender after defender. And now in the corner. Monkey Moon controls. Back pass to Extra. Extra hard shot. It's high. Rebound out. But a Chronic hits it safely to the corner, and Atto will clear it downfield.
And good work there from Liquid just to relieve the pressure. They haven't really generated too many chances. Quality challenge from a Chronic again. And maybe a chance here for Liquid to gain some possession, but Seiko is just stuck on the ball. That was a tough bounce for Chronic and not the touch he wanted to pass to
Seiko, not on target. There's BDS, and they're up by 2.
They are always aware of where each other are, making the most optimal play. Seiko waiting for the pass. He shoots it right in the center of the net, but it had enough power to still get past Oski. And you see Monkey Moon going for the bump. It's clinical. Corelli, they are that good.
And they make it look easy. They really do. I mean, Liquid, they're a really good team. They really are. They've proven that. And for BDS to chop them up the way they have.
Oh my, Oski. Atao can't get there either. Now this is trouble for Liquid. Luckily, Extra pinches that one laterally, but hitting every single post and crossbar you possibly could. And now Seiko. Oh my goodness, Atao has to make the save again, and somehow Liquid come out on top, flick it towards the net, off the post again, and now Oski puts it home.
Oski's like, okay, I know where this is going this time. And look at that flick. The power. That's how you do it. Team Liquid back within 1, but Corelli, you said it. Hit both posts and the crossbar. Hit the post again. Unbelievable. This time, though, Liquid.
Oh no.
Oh, and right off kickoff, almost on cue. Monkey Moon gets one right back.
And this is a tough one. If you're Oski, if you don't get that touch, the middle of your field and your net is just wide open. And Monkey Moon knows that. He just barreled down the middle of the field. And for Liquid, a very disappointing one again to give up with how hard they had to work for their last goal.
And we've seen kickoffs haunt Team Liquid. And now low roller, Oski going low, beats the defender who jumped high. There wasn't much of a gap to shoot through. A nice shot from Oski, and that brings Team Liquid back within 1.
That's a great pass from Chronic as well. Passes that would look like BDS's passes in this series. And in that tight space, it's important to pass it around like that. And Chronic did a great job of finding Oski. And again, within 1 here for Liquid. So long as they don't give one up here off the kickoff, they've done well to get away. Plenty of time. Again, this has been a close series for Liquid, much closer than their previous one with BDS. And like we've been alluding to, multiple games that were winnable for... Oh my goodness! Monkey Moon is just insane this series.
No, they give the look like Monkey Moon's going for the demo, and he just skip shots it right over Oski.
What do you do?
What is that? Team BDS, they've got such a deep bag of tricks that you never know what to expect.
They're laughing about it too. I was watching with their face cams. They're laughing about that one. And how do you read that? I mean, how many times have you seen something like that?
I don't think I've seen anything like that. Especially that bang bang. I mean, you saw the play. It looked like it was going to be a standard demo chase 2v1. And no, the shot comes behind Monkey Moon. I mean, like, how do you even see that?
There's not much you can do. I'm not gonna lie. There really isn't an outplay in that
You're
situation.
at the mercy. Yeah, you're at their mercy, and they when they pull up and play like that, you just can't defend it.
Yeah, and for BDS, I think they're just on a different level here right now. And again, we were kind of saying some of these games have been close. But it just seems like Monkey Moon and Seiko have just been that deadly tandem that BDS wanted, and they can just find a different level here. Offensively as well, and I think Seiko has done I think Extra has done a great job as well, not only on the physical part of the game, but also just being that third man. And a lot of times, James, they haven't even needed a third man. I mean, I think Extra's job has been very easy in this series because of how good Seiko and Monkey Moon have been playing off each other.
Yeah, the ball is magnetized to these two in Team Liquid's half. It's so hard for Team Liquid to get anything going. We do see a breakout chance, but Monkey Moon able to slow the ball down and gets the touch downfield. Oski dodged the bump. We'll have Atao goes for the air dribble, and the bump comes through. This game is not over yet. Team Liquid back within 1 yet again.
Great demo by Atao, and he wanted a piece of Seiko as well, which I think kept it down, and Seiko got bumped again. Everyone from Liquid chasing after Seiko there with the demo on top of it, and it'll pay off.
We'll see if Team Liquid can now do to BDS what BDS has been doing to them. Will there be a late comeback by Team Liquid? We'll find out. Under 30 seconds left to go with the series on the line. The Super 16 life on the line for Team Liquid. Extra off the sidewall. The Chronic. Low pass down. Seiko cuts it out. Can Seiko score it? Threatened and slowed the ball down. Last chance here for Team Liquid. A Chronic off the sidewall. He can't get the touch. And Team BDS, sweet Team Liquid.
And it's, I think, a result that isn't shocking, but when you look at the context of the series, Liquid, they threw a couple of these games. BDS are throwing up the 4-0. They've done it again. This is the second time they've done it to Liquid. But gosh, you look back at this game, James, and you feel like Liquid absolutely could have at least had two, if not, and who knows what happened after that, but at least two here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, sometimes it's so clear the turning point in a series or the point that sets the tone and foreshadows what will be happening the rest of it. And that 0-second goal for Monkey Moon, you know, as soon as that went in, Krill, you're thinking in the back of your mind, you know, is that it? Like, is it already chalked? Is this series done? When you have a play like that, when Team Liquid has struggled so much with Team BDS in the past, and the writing was on the wall at that point. And then the plays, that demo chase play, where Monkey Moon just skip shots it right over Oski. What do you do if you're Team Liquid?
And not only with that play, but the way that Monkey Moon had been playing this series. And again, a lot of credit over to his teammates for dishing it out to him. But he scored 9 of 14 goals that BDS put away. That's 64% here in this series. I mean, he was just all over Liquid, and for good reason. We see the big pop-off plays, but also the great setups for his teammates as well. I mean, I don't have to say it. BDS is the full package, man. They're a good team.
Can anyone beat Team BDS? Well, we know there's one team that has beat Team BDS, and that was Team Endpoint, and we've got the rematch coming up after the break.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm
Super 16 continues on here at the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on Championship Sunday as we slowly eliminate teams. Only 3 left. I'm Leaf. Bregan is here. We have Corelli joining us on the desk, and Subi joining us back as well. Let's talk about that because during the break there, Corelli, you praised Gregan's analysis of BDS good.
Well, I was teasing him, but he was right, and that's what I was pointing out. They were good. Simply put, it is like inexplicable sometimes how good BDS was. I know we just seen a Chronic highlight there, but for BDS and especially Monkey Moon, I think his teammates make him look so good, and that's not to take away from how good Monkey Moon played this series, but they're just on the same page so often that it just seems like they're just one simple mind just taking over European Rocket League sometimes.
You know, and I've got to disagree with both you and Coach there that BDS good. No. BDS great. The fact that they can be down by 2 goals with, negative time on the clock and just, we got this. We can get it back and completely dismantle the defense of Team Liquid. Johnny Boy was pointing out, like, the kickoff didn't even go in their favor and they still were able to tie that game up. It's absolutely ridiculous how well Team BDS are playing today.
Yeah, for those of you watching at home, I want you to watch out for the 3 different modes of BDS. There's the game is equal, so we're just going to play it super safe and never let you get away with anything. And then there's we're behind now, so we're going to try and force goals so they can come back. And then when they get ahead, they play a way that is near impossible to score on. That's why they always manage to win games that they don't look like they can win, is because they've got this ability to come back no matter what's on the table. So watching them, they change that play style based off of the game state so well and in such a unique way that no other team seems to be able to pull off consistently. And that's why they're such a winning team.
Adaptability. Let's glance at the bracket now. We do see Moist sitting in those grand finals, Corelli, and Endpoint and Team BDS looking for the privilege to fight them. BDS looking for that 3-peat, and Endpoint they're looking for better seeding for the major.
And as we said before, Endpoint, they've come out on top against BDS in previous series, but I don't know. I'm scared for Endpoint, and if they beat Endpoint, I'm scared for Moist. With the way BDS just took down Liquid, they're tough to pick against at the moment.
Well, let's start talking about it. Let's get the match underway. Endpoint, Team BDS about to go down for our best 7 here for the privilege to face Moist Esports in the grand finals, where they'll have to bracket reset 2 more best of 7s afterwards. But right now, it's all about this one, Gregan. And again, BDS looking like a monster coming into this matchup.
Yeah, they are. And I think Endpoint played incredibly well in that upper final, and one that we're excited to see going forward for Endpoint, as this is the best they performed as of late with the new roster with Archie on board. But BDS, ever since that loss, have started to look again like one of those teams that is unbeatable. And that is something we were expecting to see this weekend. We're expecting to see them do that the whole way through. But I think they need to sustain that loss to finally get reawoken again to the level that they can reach.
Mm-hmm. Let's ask chat what's going to happen here. Is BDS going to tear it through, or is Endpoint going to be able to shut down this run? Hashtag BDS, hashtag END in the chat right now. Analysts, this match is about ready, so let's get our predictions on the board. Let's see. Gregan, what's the analysis on this one?
Well, actually, I saw someone in chat sum up what I said earlier about BDS in 3 words, and I love it. They've got boring, which is when it's equal, dangerous, which is when they're behind, and safe, which is when they're ahead. So the 3 modes of BDS, boring, dangerous, safe, and they're going to come out on top here. Even though Endpoint are playing really well, boring, dangerous, safe is too strong.
All right, BDS on the board. I think I can't get off this momentum right now either. So I'm going to throw BDS on the board for myself too, and I'm wondering if we're going to see that across the board. Corelli.
Yeah, you're going to see it from me. After watching that last game, there's no doubt in my mind that BDS looks the best in Europe at the moment. I think your Endpoint look really, really good, but if BDS even comes close to the level they were playing here against Liquid, I don't think anyone can beat them.
All right, Subi, that leaves you.
It's tough to really have any argument against Team BDS when they're leading in goals for in a game, shots per game, assists per game, and least amount of goals per game. How are you going to go against the number 1 offense and number 1 defense? Put me up for Team BDS.
Oh my God, I've just realized BDS stands for boring, dangerous, safe. Oh God.
Oh, got him.
That's the most genius message, and I didn't even realize. Okay.
It was smarter than we thought. Get them on the desk.
That one went right over all of our heads.
Get them on the desk. 61% for chat. Not as high as I thought it would be. I guess they still believe in Endpoint here. Well, We do have Shogun and Johnny Boy waiting by in the skybox for our next matchup here. Endpoint has been waiting idly by when suddenly a monstrous BDS comes knocking at their door asking if anyone has seen a 3-peat laying around. With only one more line of defense beyond them, Endpoint squares up for a fight, attempting to claim 4th seed for Major.
Johnny, you can only really start to ask how good have BDS been since their loss that the team that beat them is still getting no votes to try and do it a second time.
Yeah, I agree. I would predict the same way, though. I think BDS are going to win this. I thought you were going to say you can only just begin to ask how Snuzen is our desk today, that they didn't get the boring, dangerous, safe BDS. I thought that was pretty straightforward.
I will let the North Americans off it. It's early for them still.
We need the ones in chat. If that was obvious, the spam one in chat, because I'm pretty sure that was really obvious and our desk should be ashamed of themselves. But let's find out which version of BDS is going to be. They've got the momentum coming in the lower bracket.
Given the way that BDS have played, only picking up or not picking up on that might be the only thing they'll be embarrassed about, because it just seems like an inevitability sometimes when you take on this team. But I'll reiterate it again, Endpoint did beat them. Archie is the player that is creating a career for himself off beating BDS. And of all the accolades that we can potentially give to a player, that is probably the best one out there for a European to get a hold of. Seiko, though, unable to quite control that. Here's Metza. We have a different car choice here. And that's been something that we've been seeing quite a bit, actually, this week, is less octanes, maybe not even necessarily heading towards the Dominus. Just different things, still utilizing the same hitbox for most of them. As Archie is shot, and there's the BDS Slayer.
What was this pass from Metsunoris as well? Archie pre-jumped him, and Metsu just sniped him. Perfect height for the absolute banger to the top shelf. That's ridiculous. I mean, Archie jumped as the pass was coming. He did not react to that one. Metsu nailed it, and already Endpoint are trying to prove us all wrong.
And that's the sort of passing and shooting and just general anticipation that they are going to need against BDS. We've seen how quick they are to intercept, and also how just pre-jumping has become so integral to their usual offense. Here's Extra, tried to fake out and go low on Metza, who has proven himself the king of longevity over here in Europe. Always seems to be able to find an extra way to reinvent himself, stay relevant to the scene. An extra shot. Found it off the top of the goal, but really probably shouldn't have made it that far.
Archie was circling the box looking for small boost pads. Metsunoris also out of boost, and neither player able to react to Extra's shot there, even though they thought they had more coverage than they really did. I think they got a bit too comfortable with two players pretty much as far back as you could be, but with both of them being boost arm, they actually needed to be a bit closer to the net than they realized.
Extra does end up being a golf tee of sorts. Not the best touch from Monkey Moon, does still have support around him. Off the ceiling, Archie far too heavy first time around. Metza just delivers the ball away from some sort of counter-attacking danger. I expect to see more of this from BDS. The stealing boost. Monkey Moon stole boost, hit the goalkeeper. He looked for a setup. It's not an instant sprint back. It never is from BDS. They trust that the other two players will be able to deal with whatever pressure comes towards them. So grab everything that you can from the opponent's side of the field. And Relating Wave almost made a massive mistake, but Metza bails him out.
Yeah, too heavy of a first touch for it to be a controlling touch, and a bit too soft to be a back pass, but luckily it didn't end up as the perfect fail there from Relating Wave, just being an infield pass for the opponents. Archie's pre-jump Seiko a ton in advance of this play. And look out, Relating Wave, Seiko is coming in hot for him. Relating Wave able to make good contact on the ball. There's a lot of aerial aggression coming in on the ball and also off the ball by both teams, but BDS, I think the team who are starting off this game with a very, very aggressive stance. They're not interested in giving that midfield to Endpoint. They're not really interested in giving the midfield to anybody, but especially not Endpoint. Relating Wave with a good read, but shot a bit wide.
I've been seeing a lot of pre-jumps from Archie. It's one of those things of, it works a couple of times in the first few games. It actually might have a negative effect later on because you just get so sort of compelled to keep trying it over and over. And it might end up leaving your teammates in a bit of a rough spot, so it will be up to him just to find that right balance. That one's going to sail straight past him and Seiko clears. Seiko, when he looked up, might have been a little bit surprised that it was just one player in front of him. Just kind of rush it a little bit as Relating Wave pops the ball back to the air. Putting one boost, but unchallenged, can take it back to the wall so we can still stay relevant in this play. Metzer up. Beat to the ball, however. Archie's missed it. An extra. Would have looked for a player. Didn't have the support from the rest of the team. 1 minute left here. No goals to separate them. That might be about to change. Archie drops it. And couldn't quite decide if he wanted to infield or to shoot.
A tough read on the back wall there. Archie almost got it. Oh, that's the great read. The Relating Wave nails it. Metzenor there for the follow-up. And Endpoint are battering the backboard. Monkey Moon stuck completely flat tire, flat-footed on the goal line there as he waited for the ball to come towards him. Didn't get the contact on it. It bounced a little bit off the wall as well, straight down. Another Endpoint lead this time with only 49 seconds left.
As Team Liquid will tell them, that lead will not stand still without some sort of fight back. Seiko towards the backboard. Relating Waves missed it. Nobody there to follow up. Archie will clear away. He's got the 100 boost. Does back down off the call from Relating Wave. This is where Endpoint wants to see this game played at the moment. Keeping that pressure on, leaving Archie in the backfield. Just waste as much time as you possibly can. Be as rabid as you can. Preventing the opposing team to enter the other side of the field, but it will be an inevitability. BDS will get one chance at this, at the very least. Monkey Moon looking to try and provide it. Off the ceiling, that's going to be easy for Metzenaris to get to. Extra's touch, nobody around there to play it towards. Archie will take control of the ball, looks to guide it to the floor, crushes through the challenge. Couldn't find Seiko's car, however, and they might have a shot at this.
And they're still going to be able to keep this one up. Multiple 50-50s going in the favor of BDS here. Archie does have control of the situation, though. Drops it over the top for the last man for BDS. Confirms the win for Endpoint. What a win it was. They started off with a great burst of speed, take the lead, lost it, and then it was the late winner from Metzenaris off Relating Waves back wall read, where he just caught Monkey Moon a bit out of position there. Rare to see Monkey Moon in a position where he's not able to read a back wall bounce over his own head, but that's exactly what happened. Endpoint really picking them apart there with the passes. BDS prioritizing a ton on physical play, which is somewhat surprising to see, but maybe they've decided to go for that in a matchup where Archie's quite defensive, Relating Wave quite defensive. Let's just start demoing them to cause some chaos in the back.
Yeah. I think I'm really impressed though with Endpoint on just how calm they were with the offense. It never felt... very often when we see teams play against BDS, they get one shot at it, or at least it looks like they think that they've only got a single shot at it because it's just always rushed. You see half field shots. And instead, Endpoint have been a little bit happy just to leave the player lingering, look for the bump, just make life slightly more difficult for BDS and try and force the mistakes. They're going to need more of that. 1 game down, 3 to go. The Monkey Moon that would have liked to have caught Archie out. Relating Wave gets back just in time and finds the perfect shot just to put it out of target. BDS has been typically their MO just to ease into these sort of games. Usually hit their power spike by game 3. From there on out, it'll be up to what Endpoint can at least get the download on. Here's Extra moving forwards. Relating Wave clears long, only as far as Seiko in the midfield, but Archie does have Metzer to work with. Slows it down. Monkey Moon clears long.
It looks like BDS are trying to spread out a little bit more laterally, try and deny clear balls from Endpoint. Always covering that far side of the pitch. The Endpoint's passing has been effective to help them clear the ball out of defense. BDS really do look at their best, in my opinion, when they start to just deny those clears as early as possible. It's a good little break check there by Extra to stay away from any potential danger. Monkey Moon only able to get the double tap to go sideways. BDS really pushing themselves to the limit here to try and beat Endpoint. You can see that they're using a ton of their boost in every single play. They're, beating Endpoint to a lot of the ball, but they're using all their boost to do it. So that does cause any attack to fizzle pretty quickly if it doesn't result in a goal or a big chance on target.
See as well from a lot of the positioning from BDS when they are rotating back, there's a very quick call to get onto that backboard because Endpoint have been going for it over and over again. They found success there in game 1. BDS trying to do a solid job of just removing the option, but this is also money in the bank later on in the series for Endpoint. The infield pass becomes a lot more effective if you've got a team worried about their backboards. Playing wave, Archie's still downfield. Like the idea. Again, it's Endpoint just showing that they don't really sit still and just be scared of BDS. They are happy to let the defenders do their work. That's going to be a bit high. Archie,
save.
Enough contact, pops the ball away, and relating wave on the counter. BDS have got players back, but it's also not the most convincing of touches.
Phenomenal recoveries there from Archie. He was completely out of boost briefly, but he managed to get back into the position just quick enough to save the follow-up shot, which would have been open for Seiko had it not been for Archie's quick recovery. That's what the Endpoint are doing really well right now. They're just sticking with BDS. Anytime BDS try and get the ball past them, they've got one man left. Anytime BDS try and take someone out of the play, there's someone else there to help them. They're really playing great as a team, playing for each other. It's still BDS putting on a ton of pressure, and they've managed to do so without making any big mistakes in this game either. Daunting proposition. BDS up the pressure. Monkey Moon gets, I think, a bit of a fortunate dunk, really, but you've got to also point out it is a mistake that leads to it, so it is rewarded. Relating Wave didn't clear that ball in a safe angle, hits it right into Monkey Moon, who has predicted correctly where the bad clear is going to go.
Yeah, Monkey Moon just fully aware that it had been fumbled a little bit. And I was about to sort of praise Endpoint for not getting involved in a shootout with BDS, but hey, BDS are equally as good at that war of attrition. And they will be the team to capitalize on the mistake. Monkey Moon, very delayed ceiling reset. It is now extra on the way back. Blocked by Metza, who's got boost to keep this play going. But Monkey Moon's got something far more important, and that's just called being quicker than you. Oh, that's a good position. That's not goal number 2. Off the bump, no chance anyone's going to get back.
Yeah, you can't really blame Relating Wave for going here. He had no boost. If he sits back in net, he will just be a sitting duck for Monkey Moon to come and bump. So he threw himself at the 50-50, tried to get it past Extra, but it's gone in Extra's favor and straight into the net off the wall. But yeah, and once again, Endpoint just trying to answer to the BDS pressure. I think really Relating Wave did the right thing, but sometimes when you do the right thing, it doesn't matter when BDS quality is as good as it is. But hold on, is Monkey Moon going to get back for this one? He is. And Archie denied the opening goal for Endpoint.
Oh, pinch shot as well. Archie scrambles to get back. We'll just about get there. Able to control the ball as well. They've got enough time to continue working for high quality plays, but that time is going to keep ticking away. And they need a goal soon. Let's give themselves a realistic chance to send this over to overtime. Extra blocked again. This has been solid work from Endpoint. They're always trying to just pin BDS back in their own side of the field, but BDS will always get a way out. Lofted pass. Is it going to go in? Oh my goodness. Archie just stopped a potential goal of the tournament.
That was going to be an unreal goal, but Archie not interested. The comeback still on for Endpoint. They're going to need to do something special. I like to watch BDS did earlier. It's not going to happen, though. They've gotten a bit too close to each other in that last play. Obviously trying to be as aggressive as they can with time running out, but they didn't communicate exactly whose ball that was quickly enough. BDS up by 3.
For Endpoint, this just looks like one of those games where you're up against BDS, you lose a goal, and you just have to open up your play a little bit more. BDS so good at converting 1 goals to 2 goals. That's the attempted pre-jump. Unfortunately, passed not quite high enough. Or realistically off the floor at all. Will Seiko make it number 4? Just gonna walk the ball in, and that's 4-0. Endpoint have found the gauntlet thrown on the floor in front of them. BDS unfazed by losing game 1, unfazed by losing the previous series.
You know, 4-0 is, I think, it's definitely a bit much. Yeah, it's a bit much here. This doesn't tell the full story of the game at all. You know, if you just look at the scores here, you think, okay, close game 1, Endpoint win. BDS 4-0 game 2, they've got them figured out. But that's not really what happened here. What happened is, 1 bad clear from Relating Wave resulted in a dunk goal for Monkey Moon, which probably wasn't planned. I think Monkey Moon probably jumped to try and rebound the ball, not to dunk on Relating Wave. So that was just one bad touch from Relating Wave leading to the first goal. And then you had Relating Wave having to commit to a low boost 50-50 that also went against them. So two very narrow misplays. And at the end, 3-0, I mean, can't really... I think
that's the all-in. You've got a minute left and you've got to get something.
I think it was maybe even like 20 seconds. 20 seconds left and the third man commits, the second man didn't know. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It doesn't really matter. I think, really 2-0 was the real score here.
It's one of those games, Johnny, where you would have been more angry at Endpoint if that ended in 1-0 because it means that they were waiting for too long. Endpoint, at the very least, 2-0, if they just stay there at that point, then you've got no shot whatsoever. But Endpoint do a solid job of, we're behind, we've got to go for this. And they don't usually take too many liberties because the problem is, BDS are just, they punish everything. One slight misposition against a team that has to be more aggressive is everything they want. And Endpoint about to be put to the same test. A goal down, only 4 seconds in.
Oh man, Monkeyman's been in the gym. He just shrugged off a little bump on the way to the ball here. And then Muscles Relating Wave over the line. 1-0 BDS already. Again, Endpoint have made the correct follow-up play after losing a kickoff on this one.
Dear.
That one is not to write home about. They made the right follow-up on the first one, but this is absolutely shambolic. Where are you going, Archie? The net's on your left and the ball's in your net. I know the boost at the mid-right looks tasty, but that's not the play.
Well, that's deflating if you're an Endpoint fan out there. Oh, it might get worse. Oh, dear.
It's embarrassing.
Okay, well,
how have they conceded 3 times in 11 seconds? What on earth are they doing on the kickoffs? Archie, where are you going? The goal's behind you. He's made the same mistake again. He's turning up the line. The ball's behind him. That is absolutely embarrassing, Shogun. Archie needs to take a good hard look at himself in the mirror and ask, why am I turning up field on the same kickoff? What is going on here? Does he need a coach to tell him? I don't know what's going on. Actually,
you said earlier on, you asked what he's doing. I'm really hoping that was rhetorical. I ain't got... Oh, dear. Right, well, 4-0, 22 seconds in. This game might already be over. I mean, BDS should not be throwing a 4-0.
Forfeit. Can they? No, they're not allowed to forfeit.
At this point, all right, here's what I've got. If we want some Endpoint copium, I'm throwing this out there right now because I know Cole and Stumpy, they're probably listening. Give us some Endpoint copium. How are they going to do this? Here you go. Here's something to help you out.
Like this. Okay.
One goal down, 3 to go, and I want them to send me reasons as to why Endpoint are going to make this comeback stick.
And that was actually a really good pass by Metsonoris, to be fair. He was up early for that one, and he knew to put it into the wall instead of towards the goal where Monkey Moon was coming to block him. A really good pass. Long, long way back, though. And they are losing possession on the majority of these kickoffs. There's just a big gap between all the Endpoint players after all these kickoffs. They're close cheating and they're sending their third player up the line. So there's a big gap in the back corner every single time. And it doesn't seem like they've noticed this. They've done the same kickoff every single time this game, even though it hasn't worked except once. So it looks like their kickoff repertoire is really quite non-existent. And if they can't fix that, if they can't come up with something now, they're definitely going to need to identify that problem during a timeout later on.
I mean, you can create a whole kickoff during the timeout. For 2 minutes, you can sort something out in that time.
There's some.
Oh, wait a minute!
Multiple.
Okay.
Making plays, Jogan. This is actually a game all of a sudden. Metsonoris delayed flip, double taps it into the middle almost. Stuck around. He didn't just rotate out blindly. Stuck around waiting for the pass, making the goal a bit bigger, Metsonoris. And gets it within 2.
We are looking towards DFH Istanbul to potentially occur over here. As Archie back over to the wall. Does keep control of it, and you are correct. It's down to 2. This would be... There's something that we don't stop talking about. If BDS do go on to lose this, you can build up all of the credit you want. You can win all of the regionals you want. You shouldn't be dropping a 4-goal lead. Archie's got the brace, and it's 1 goal between them.
I actually don't understand what I'm seeing here. BDS are committing so hard on every play when there's no need. Their 2 players, Seiko and Monkey Moon, are both pressing up there, hoping that Extra gets a good challenge. Somebody's got to be expecting the bad challenge of somebody.
Oh my goodness.
What is this? 1-goal game after a 4-0 is not what we were expecting. Good job, Monkey Man, getting back after the kickoff went against him to actually cover the goal. Archie, take notes.
Right, first touch. NA in general. Stop looking at it. Oh, it's happened! 4 goals gone in a minute.
I do not believe it. Monkeyman was starved, helpless, extra unable to get back to cover him. What? Are we on track for the highest scoring game of the season here? Keep up. We're actually on track for a 10-all game at this rate. This is ridiculous.
We were talking about Scorigami very recently. This is very much going towards uncharted territory. Here's Extra trying to get another one. Monkey Moon not able to find the follow-up. I need to speak to our admins real quick. This game is live, right? Like, this one counts.
Yeah, this is a warm-up game. Have we been casting a warm-up game this entire time? I wouldn't be surprised, given the scoreline.
Is PFH even in the map pool? Okay, well, Extra tries to get forward to try and add the 9th. Can't get over what I've seen here. 4 goals in less than a minute, gone in about a minute.
You know what's going to happen next is we're going to end up breaking the record for overtime. Yeah,
this is a 5-minute overtime.
It's going to stay 4-all for the next 20 minutes. It's the only thing that makes sense now with competitive Rocket League. But this is, in fact, the lower final if you've just tuned in. The winner of this placement for the tournament later on today. Oh, Monkeyman's not interested in OT just yet. Snipes the top shelf. Looks like there were a little bit of boost issues there for Metsonoris and Archie getting bullied in the net. So great play off the ball there from BDS Extra, taking Archie out of the game.
So there's 9. I don't believe in that. A 1-goal lead just seems really pointless at this point. We had a 4-goal minute just a second ago. And you'll see Archie get the ball over to Relaying Wave, looks for the wall double tap, and oh my goodness, almost lost the lead again. Seiko recovers just in time. But for Endpoint, they now need just to settle this a little bit. They can't afford to concede multiple goals again. Archie's going to prevent it, at least for now. He does recover the boost as well. Actually makes him a target man downfield. The pass, though, not good enough. Extra will just take control of the ball, win the challenge, and settle the game a little bit for BDS.
It's worth mentioning, by the way, in all this chaos, Endpoint, I believe, have done the exact same kickoff every single time. Every kickoff this game, as far as I can see. Identical strategy, which is crazy to me, given the success or lack thereof that they had with their kickoffs at the start of this game. If they don't have another one to go to, then I think their homework for the major is pretty obvious, in my opinion. And a lot of teams, I think, fall into that category.
1 minute left. Is that going to be a 2-goal lead? The shot's up high. Extra finds the target. And that's a 2-goal lead reestablished.
A great turn by Extra. Notice how Monkeyman passes the ball into the center, off the corner wall instead of the backboard, gets it into the middle more quickly, and Extra always waiting at the far post. It's something BDS have done excellently this whole weekend. All 3 players as third man, approaching from the far post side, giving them more options with angles to shoot on follow-up shots.
See, the only way this makes sense now is if Endpoint get the next goal and then score a kickoff goal. Even using the same kickoff strat.
Yeah, the same one again.
If we're talking 60 chess, that's when they pull out the new kickoff. Relaying Wave. Going to try and create something from this. Seiko pretty happy with that positioning, though. Shot is back infield. Monkey Moon far too fast.
That's a good read by Metza. Spotted the pass and identified the threat nice and early. What's less effective has been the hold on to the comeback. Endpoint really impressed so much by scoring 4 straight after going down 4-0 in a matter of seconds. Since then, the game really calmed down, and BDS for the team to put it together in the final third with some more physical play combined with boost starving for the first goal, and then a full team offensive drive for the second goal. And that's a good summary of how BDS have attacked for most of today. They didn't really have to do it too much in this game. They were just scoring immediately off kickoffs. But for the open field plays, it's all about quickly hitting that backboard, hitting the corner wall in offense, and following up before the other team can react. That's what they've done very well. And the first goal, well, actually, I'll say first goal. I'm assuming that the first 8 didn't count. The 5th goal for BDS was a great physical play off the ball again by Extra. They've mixed those in really well after, I think, maybe overdoing it in game 1. Now they've only done it on occasion to surprise Endpoint, but Yeah, what else is there to talk about really with that game other than the kickoff strats? That's all I'm looking at now.
I have two things. I have two things for this one. Firstly, we have a actual sad face from our statistician. Apparently, we were a goal off from an RLCS Scorigami. I'm going to assume that would have been a 7-4. I'm going to assume 7-4.
Yeah.
There's no way 6-5 hasn't happened. Second thing, if you're taking this from a BDS fan's point of view and you want to look at this from a really positive point of view, you were really dominant for about 4 minutes there. It was just, a 1 minute slight hiccup that didn't even really hurt your game.
Yeah, they were. They've looked great for the most part here. And I do still think the comeback looks good for BDS. Or rather, I should say the revenge looks good. They're the team who were sent to the lower bracket by Endpoint yesterday. Today looks like a different BDS overall. Endpoint have maintained a very impressive level of play once they can get into midfield play, and that's where they are right now.
Are you surprised at all that we didn't see a timeout called from this one? Given the way the last game kind of played through.
I think the comeback would have shut down any thoughts of a timeout. I think they probably know what went wrong in that play in that last game. Although that being said, if anyone wondering, did they?
He's gone.
No. Oh, Seiko nails this play onto Relaying Wave. Relaying Wave's been playing a lot of ones recently, but no amount of ones practice is going to stop that play that Seiko put onto him. Perfect. Air dribble bump from close range.
That's just the best possible setup you can go for. First touch really was just checkmate. And BDS continuing from where they left off. Relaying Wave. Oh, the reset was a good idea. Just ended up having an argument with the floor. And this extra does finally clear. 1 minute down. We've only seen 1 goal scored. Maybe we'll get another minute down. And there's our second. All right, we're 6 more away from being on target.
It's still an incredible goal per minute record here. Of a team pinch from Relaying Wave and Archie. Actually sets up Archie perfectly for the sidewall touch. Relaying Wave just diving in there to try and get rid of the danger. And it turned into shot from distance. If BDS wants to just hard counter any kickoff from Endpoint, they need to look at where Archie is going to go. Archie goes for the boost every time, it seems, when he's farthest away from the ball, or equal farthest away from the ball. You can just hit the ball either back corner or front corner on the side that Archie's not going to be on, and you've got possession. It's as simple as that, because he's going for boost closest to him every single time. And it does seem to be Archie preferred as that player. Some teams like to mix it up who's going to go for boost, and it's harder to read. Not for Endpoint, they're actually just using the same player. Every single one.
Here is Archie. Ends up getting dunked by Monkey Moon, who's stuck with the play. Instead of stick around just a little bit here. Extra avoids getting hit. Just delayed contact with the ball so we can get past Relaying Wave. The wall. Seiko is across field, but instead is loitering in the midfield. Extra takes an early shot. It's kind of read to me there that Extra realized he didn't have anyone in the same side of the field as him from his team, so let's not commit too much to this one. That shot's going to be high, but Metz is in such an awkward spot. Archie helps out magnificently by following Monkey Moon's aerial.
Yeah, he's trying to get a fake onto Seiko there. Not going to work out. Seiko making sure to play the ball from goal side. Safe challenge and a strong one. EDS looking like the more threatening team. They're stopping these Endpoint counterattacks before the halfway line the majority of the time. Now flip reset comes through from Monkey Moon. The block sets up Extra with the top corner shot, but the post denies him. Endpoint survive again.
Relaying Wave now off. He looks for an instant shot. Didn't want to wait for the backboard to come into use. Tried to catch BDS off guard, and they're sticking around with this. Archie half rotates, keeps the ball up in the air, and Monkey Moon equal to the challenge from Metza. All play will have completely drained whatever was left of that boost amount, so it's up to Relaying Wave. He might go the whole way, but bumped halfway through the air. Clearly upset the course of the aerial, and that shot is back to Metza. Endpoint are doing a solid job of just being sticky in that other side of the field, refusing to go away. Half rotations, stealing some boosts. I think they understand at this point that if we get into open play, it's more difficult against BDS, so keep them trapped back here.
I like the idea there from Relaying Wave. These days, those sidewall rebounds are becoming a lot more popular. Still a very difficult read to get, even when you're starting on the ground, as seen there by Relaying Wave. Archie perfectly timed flick goes over the top of the former Endpoint Seiko. BDS having to do a bit more defending here as Metzenor jumps awkwardly here. Don't think he expected as much power on that clear as came towards him. Archie and field now to Metz. This is a great transition from Endpoint. But Monkey Moon with an effortless read off his own back wall. That's not easy to do, but he makes it look easy.
Those of you joining us for the first time this weekend, it is BDS looking to complete the three-peat. They've won both the previous regionals, looking to try and take all the momentum going into the London Major. As for Endpoint, this has been the biggest step up of their entire split. Finally looks like they're clicking. They were forced to find a replacement after Seiko left to join BDS. And it has started to finally come together for them at the perfect time in this season. Seiko drops the ball down. Now going to be able to continue following this. Monkey Moon just wards off Relating Wave, who make the first challenge, still 1-1. And after the wackiness that we got in the last game, this was significantly more disciplined. All just has to hit the floor and we all go to overtime. And Seiko can't find a way past the blue goal, and that is going to be overtime confirmed.
This a more calm BDS at the moment. We're just trying to avoid overextending against Endpoint, who are threatening counterattacks. They're leaving players lingering upfield on occasion. BDS really don't want to overcommit. They're sitting a lot deeper than they were earlier on when they felt like they had the pressure on Endpoint and a goal was coming. Now they've agreed, like, okay, fair enough. We're going to need to play a bit more patiently, really wait for a good opportunity to get a goal. But Endpoint, likewise, they're always and are still very calm in these situations. Rarely rush into positions that they can't retreat and recover from. That's been the case with Seiko on the roster, remains the case with Archie on the roster. They're just playing a calm third man, and you know, that's just not, it's not just Relating Wave and Archie, you know, Metzenor as well. When he has to cover back, he's not diving in either. They're all taking turns. Both teams just trying to, I think, outweight each other here. So it might be a while for a goal if they play like this, but what an important goal it will be to put the series on either match point for BDS or a dead tie with Endpoint coming back.
What mode was this said to be? B stood for boring from BDS when it's at these 1-1s.
I think that's a harsh outlook.
It definitely was. But they have definitely found their mode, and they are desperate to try and give themselves the win, and they have done so. Extra off the infield pass. 94 seconds to do it. Metza just left one loose thread, and it was good enough.
One mistake from Endpoint is all it took. Relating Wave and Metza both jumped. That means Relating Wave can't follow up on Metza's touch. Metza's touch wasn't a great one either. That's all BDS needed. Quick fire infield pass, and Seiko there to finish it off. Great stuff from Team BDS. They're in triple match point as they seek revenge. Endpoint will, now that they are on triple match point, triple elimination point for them, they're going to call a timeout. Try and figure out what is going wrong here. What can they improve on? First of all, of course, get blood to the joints. Nice little stand and stretch to the Endpoint favorite. I think if you're watching at home, make sure that you take notes here. Make sure you get on your feet as well whenever Endpoint do.
I'm waiting for the day that Endpoint have like 4 of those mini trampolines that you can get, and everyone just stands on one of those whilst they go through the timeout. But for now, I think, yeah, for Endpoint, they've got to find something new here because they've had different types of games up against BDS. We've had the shootout. We've had this game, which was a lot more defensively disciplined. And both went BDS's way. And when you're at this situation, new ideas are required.
Look at this Seiko also. He's taking one thing from Endpoint is standing during timeouts. The rest of the team not as interested in joining him. They're just going to sit back. Monkey Moon taking the opportunity to put a leg up on his chair. You know, changing the posture, another way that you can just make yourself more comfortable after sitting down for long hours, I'm sure.
What has been your favorite timeout routine? Was it a bit of a keepy ups that we saw yesterday?
I did like the IRL techers, the IRL mechanics from Oski, I think it was, with the keepy ups. That was very impressive. Good. Would love to see more of that. I thought you were going to suggest space hoppers earlier on when you were talking about Endpoint. That would be a great one to pan back towards.
I think one day Stumpy's going to get a hold of one of those. So he has asked for some of them for like previous broadcasts.
Only once?
Only once. It was the first time we ever had a runner for a broadcast. And he asked if he could get that and some sushi. He only got the sushi. The Space Hopper did not come his way. But maybe Grand Finals is coming the way of BDS with Moist Esports waiting in that Grand Finals. And Moist Esports that, again, they did struggle. They were part of that terrific 8-0 records that BDS do currently have in Grand Final games. They will look for their revenge, or they could just take on Endpoint and have a clean slate entirely. But for Europe right now, you're looking at games like this. You're looking at the teams that are peaking. You get the feeling that the right teams are peaking at the right time in the season to make a run towards London and towards Worlds.
Definitely, this is certainly the top 5 for EU at the moment. I know that some teams are a bit disappointed that their claim to that last landing spot ended early with Endpoint doing so well in this third regional, but there's no denying Endpoint overall have been one of the top 5 teams. Whether they're going to be the 5th seed or the 4th seed remains to be decided, depending on their outcome here. If they make it into the grand final, they will tie with Karmine Corp for points, and if they can win this event, they'll take 4th seed guaranteed. So they've still got something to play for here outside of the event itself. The seeding for London is going to be so important with the double elimination format.
Yeah, double elimination, one of the most brutal formats that we can possibly have. I'm so happy, though, that if we are going to run another London event, we use the same format as we had last time. Just seems right. As Archie crushes straight into that first challenge, managed to stick around. Very easy to land back on the ball, especially back in that corner. Archie will get the ball again. With Lane Wave cross field if he wants to try and get it over to him. Instead, looks for the solo play. First touch, incredibly slow. Managed to at least recover it, however. Not the easiest play to do. The play has opened up very slightly. Good touch. Took it over the top of Seiko, and he can't recover it to keep the offense going.
And Seiko didn't expect the ball to be going that high, but at least he got a piece onto it, so that stopped the counter-attack from Endpoint, or at least delayed it a little bit. But BDS, they're overall showing a lot of patience here once again. I think they've decided that Endpoint are not going to overextend. There's no point trying to batter them, but oh, what a pass. Messinaris snipes Relating Wave in the center. That was just perfectly hit. He didn't have boost to play with this one, but side flips to hit the ball directly towards Relating Wave, who sniped that bottom corner as well. Perfect consecutive touches from Endpoint.
That's not how the infield pass has evolved over the past couple of years. It used to just be over here, put it in the perfect spot for the perfect shot. Now when you play against any of these teams, it's just, all right, here's the smallest gap of space I can find you. If you can hit this shot, please do. It is no longer a gimme, and Metz was able to find that one spot for the player that was turning up at the perfect possible time. A shot wide. Relating Wave chooses not to try and take it, but it did land very nicely for Monkey Moon. That backboard, Archie tries to get there. He has done so. Very important to help his team out, get away from this position, but Metz is so mispositioned. He's got himself all twisted up. And that's 1-1.
Messinaris off the goal line a bit. I think he was one eye on Seiko, who was threatening a demo as well. Just ended up sideways to the play. Just having to guess where Extra is going to hit it. 1-1 for BDS already. Those are mistakes you can't afford to make against the great BDS. This is looking like a quick comeback. Oh, what play that was almost, but Monkey Moon.
I mean, that's what that's supposed to look like from that kickoff. That's clearly what they're after, because Archie, again, took the boost, and they got the setup for him with that 100 boost. But if you're going to go for that setup every time, we've seen them concede goals from it, you at least need to score when Archie gets the chance.
Oh, absolutely. I think that kickoff has its place in the rotation. You know, it's all about what Endpoint really want. Do they want the ball in the middle of the pitch, or do they want it in the back corner? Because they got one player in the back corner, one player in the middle of the pitch. So you can't do that with both. You can't cheat into different positions with both of your players and get the ball both ways. You've got to pick one. Oh, that's
very nice.
Relating Wave picks out his spot excellently. He sniped bottom left for the first goal, bottom right for the second one. The positioning of his power on that shot is so deceptive on the setup. On the right side, crosses over to the left of the ball. Completely catches Seiko off guard.
Yeah, when you're stuck against as a defender, you have to just respect that Relating Wave can, if he wants to, put this top left bins. And you just have to cover that angle. So as soon as Relating Wave chooses just to mix it up a little bit, put it in the bottom corner, might be a bad spot here. Seiko, though, does a reasonable good job just to remove the danger, at least for now. Infield, that's where they want it, but Monkey Moon, he's been caught by that once this game. No more of it. Trying to find the bump on Metza. Metza, though, far too wily of a veteran to get caught by that one.
That's some great defense from Metza Norris. That was a tricky position. It's hard to know what exactly is coming at him. Is it going to be a shot? Is it going to be a run-ahead bump like it was? Or is it going to be some kind of passing play from close range? But he did well to discover the most dangerous option. And often, you just got to get a touch on the ball as quickly as he can. And a safe manner. Seiko, tight angle double. He's got it. Of course he does.
Ridiculous.
BDS tie the game once again. And it's a nightmare scenario for Endpoint. Their former player Seiko styling on him. What an angle with the double that was.
And I want to point out the same thing as I did for Relating Wave shot. Seiko left the options open. You're sat there as a defender. You have to respect that. He's in a position, he can just shoot. First time, take it, put you in a position where you have to save. And it's at the last moment he rotates that car into a position where he's now going to go for the backboard. Just near impossible to make the right decision because he can change the answer to the question at the last moment. We do go to 2 each in a match that Endpoint have to win. Extra begging anybody to come and challenge him. Drops down for Seiko. What a save by Archie, and Metza will get rid of the lines.
It's critical. Absolutely critical stop there for Archie. BDS have all the momentum right now. Have to think another goal would have sealed the deal. They've survived for now. That demo's going to help a lot. Extra having to bail out of the attack. Monkey Moon unable to dive in, knowing he was technically the last man in the play, but Archie's flipped forward out of position. It's Seiko off the backboard again. Another tight angle double. This one hits the bar. And it was a more difficult shot than the first, but he almost had it.
I was fully in belief that he managed it. And if you are going to lose to something, you don't really want it to be 2 Seiko wonder plays off that backboard. Archie now with an opportunity goes for, I think it was a pass, or at least supposed to be. It's a little bit aimless, however, as Metza keeps the pressure on. Archie sticking around. Is that too many players, though? Is it keeping Relating Wave held back? Was at least in position to get the stop there. Archie continuing just to be rabid across the field. He's got a second touch. Unleashes Endpoint's offense, at least temporarily. Oh, bump onto Extra. That shot was on target. Might have caused some trouble for BDS. We have this plus 2 more games in hand if they want to try and take this series. Gotta say, though, Endpoint, off the timeout, significantly improved.
Certainly, they've just tried to iron out those defensive mistakes, and it's all about not double committing against BDS. It's all about making sure that if you clear the ball, you really do clear the ball, because BDS are always looking for those early interceptions. Trying to keep the ball active in offense for as long as they can. Another awkward position for Metza Norris. This time he is able to reverse into the play, though. Good recovery after realizing he was not able to advance in a normal fashion. Midfield boost steal there for BDS. Gives Monkey Moon a little bit of space. Snipes Extra, but not really going anywhere yet for BDS. Monkey Moon had to just leave the attack.
Oh, there's a chance.
Oh, it's the goal as well. Relating Wave back to the bottom left. And out of nowhere, they have got a game win. Relating Wave 1-2 with Archie. Archie actually just leaving the ball here to go and try and pressure Extra, who got a worst possible touch. He thought it was going to be a 50-50, but Archie just drove right past him.
How smart was that from Archie? Just to completely know the state of the game in order to just dive forward for the goalkeeper. And Endpoint did enter that overtime 1-4 in their overtime games. They've typically had to get their work done during the regulation time. They improved to 2-4. And more importantly than that, they keep themselves in the tournament. 2 games left to go. And that timeout just seemed to breathe some life back into Endpoint. They had ideas again. Whilst it's looked previously like they look like every team that takes on BDS, sort of wide-eyed and bushy-tailed in the first few games, and then you realize, I'm getting punished for this, I'm getting punished for this. Okay, I'm going to go to like basic Rocket League, and that's obviously not going to work.
Yeah, the simple stuff usually struggles against BDS, but they've done well there. Endpoint just shooting low every time. Relating Wave shooting low every time. Don't pre-jump against this guy. Bottom left, bottom right, bottom left in the hat trick in the bag for Relating Wave. Still a long way back in a matchup that overall they have looked pretty uncomfortable in today. And oh no, it's happening again, Shogun. This time it's not Archie in the back corner, but Metsonoris left in just as awkward a position as Seiko 1v1s him. Archie demoing the wrong guy there. That wasn't the threat. Seiko, the guy you want to be taking out.
I'm going to offer the most backhanded ray of hope to Endpoint in the world, which is at least they've been here before in this series. It's not exactly new territory for them, so plenty of time to try and right that wrong. Just maybe don't concede another 3, as this gets alarmingly close to it. Extra did have teammates around, but the first touch completely nullified whatever he wanted to play with for. Metza for the backboard. This is what Endpoint were using earlier on in this series. Could have done a better shot initially, but they're sticking around for this. Relating Wave moves in, and Seiko, not having any of that nonsense, just finds the save, slows down the game.
Oh, it looked like Oski in the timeout yesterday. This Team Liquid KP-ups in the timeout between games, but that was Endpoint keeping the ball up in BDS box and almost getting a goal off of it. Another Relating Wave shot to a bottom corner. He's actually missed this one as well, actually. I don't think Relating Wave expected to get a clean shot on that one. Probably anticipating a 50, but Archie's managed to get one through not long after. Endpoint, yeah, another equalizer. Extra just misreads the bounce completely on that one.
It's a bit of an interesting metagame starting to occur between both these teams because they look like they are keenly aware on both sides that the infield pass is happening and they are going to pre-jump, do whatever they can to go earliest off the post. And Relating Wave, for the second time, almost found his chance. Gets the ball to Metza, who off the angle was always going to really struggle to try and find the shot. But both these teams in the midfield happy just to jump for it and see who's first. We're going to go for the infield, and if you're quicker to it, then you're quicker to it. It has been open for both teams.
Yeah, if nothing else, I think Endpoint have done a great job making BDS feel uncomfortable here. The BDS overall has still looked like the better team in this series, but they're kind of getting dragged into Endpoint's playstyle. Endpoint like to have teams come at them and then counterattack at random angles. BDS are having to force them, well, they're having to go for that exact game plan because how else are you going to play against Endpoint here when they have such a deep defensive line? They are just a very solid team now with Archie in the roster, even more so. Oh my goodness,
is that going
off of 50? Monkey Moon coming in sideways for the challenge and nearly shows us why coming in sideways for the challenge can be extremely risky as he almost 50s into his odd net.
What's that, the third shot that we've seen off of 50 that almost went in? Oh my goodness, lost the crossbar. It's getting as close as it possibly can without actually turning into a goal. Nobody putting pressure on the ball for now. Seiko continues his play onwards, gets it past one. Archie with Metza downfield, however, and just too far away from Metza. Can't find a way to try and set up a double tap. His extras pass. It's all off target, and I think you are right. Yes, despite looking incredibly good, it's a little off rhythm.
Oh,
that's another shot, and Endpoint, they've got to start finishing some of these.
Yeah, they're very close, aren't they? These passes have been excellent, and I love that they're trying to move the ball around the field as much as they are. BDS do like to follow each other quite closely on challenges, so one pass can often take two players out of the game. Like you mentioned, the shots haven't been connected well, at least not as well as the passes have. Maybe it's a combination of the two. If the pass is something the player has to stretch out to get, then it does make the shot more difficult. Overall, what we can say is that the combinations that Endpoint are throwing...
Oh, it's happened again!
Oh, that's got in! Wait a second! Well, they didn't get the goals from conventional passing positions, but again, they're able to create something out of nothing in the back corner. It didn't look like much was happening here, but Relating Wave manages to snipe the ball over the top of Extra, who was pushed up for an early interception.
And despite what we saw there, Endpoint have not quite won it yet, but I'm sure if the next minute and a half goes the way that they have been playing so far, they could very well be sending this over to Champions Field.
Is that a leak? Have we just
I really hope it is.
we just given it away that the whole show is scripted?
Oh, I mean, we already knew. We've been telling that to people forever, okay?
I thought they'd know when we put in the 4-all in a minute. I thought there's no way anybody's going to believe this in Game 3.
Listen, I'm really appreciative to everyone else on the desk whenever we make predictions for intentionally taking the wrong answers when we already know. And there's a minute left here. Endpoint might very well be that team that has found the right answers. That timeout working wonders. Clips might have figured it out all over again. 40 more seconds away. Booming clear once again, just always finding that gap. It's very rare that you'll find a team that's willing to try and take on BDS for pace, let alone actually win that battle very slightly. Still with Metza downfield. Chooses to pop that one up high, relating away very low boost, so chooses just to slow down the play, but they have left Archie out to dry. Had to go aggressive with the third man positioning. And seconds, Monkey Moon, Seiko with extra in midfield, instead try to catch Archie out. It gave Archie quite an easy ball to control, which he didn't really take up. Monkey Moon has to keep the ball alive. Can Extra get there in time? Metza try to find the ball and put it onto the floor, and it finally has. And we are going to Champions Field.
Well, obviously, I mean, you saw the leak of the strip mid-game, Sugar, but definitely an exciting prospect nonetheless. Endpoint have managed to come back in the series, and they've managed to force a BDS timeout, something not many teams have been able to do over the years. This bizarre. I think BDS have kind of fallen apart in a way. I got to credit Endpoint for making this series as awkward as they have. They're creating goals out of nothing, and BDS high defensive line where they're pushing really far up is being kept in check by the Endpoint long shots, the Endpoint hard clears, and BDS attempts to try not fall into that trap by sitting a bit further back. Actually didn't really work out all that well either. That's what they tried last game. Now they've pushed up and they've lost to Game 6 as well. So I'm interested to see what they come up with for the last game.
And this is something new to BDS as well. When they were playing in full, when they were playing last major as well, last split, they wouldn't use the overtimes typically. They were usually pretty happy just to play game to game to game and figure it out during those 60 seconds between. But since the new coach came in, there's clearly been a bit of a discussion had about utilizing this more often. You could see Seiko as well during that was continuing to stand. So you can't really get rid of all of the Endpoint from Seiko. 60 seconds away, though, from the players rejoining the field, going over to Champions Field as well. A reminder as well, waiting in that grand finals, Moist Esports, who have to be beaten twice. One to send them back down to the lower bracket, and another one to eliminate them from the tournament. So they'll be waiting for the winner of whoever comes out on top of the following 5 minutes. Johnny, I want a short prediction from you. Who have you got here?
This is tough. This is really tough. I'm going to say BDS because timeouts have been so effective for so many teams, and BDS have started to use those. So I'm going to say BDS. I think that they've got the tools, they've got the capability to come back from a bit of I'd say just not a slump, but, a bit of an off game or two in the middle of this series. And Endpoint have really, they've thrown them a curveball, but they've only barely won these 2 games, even with that. So I think still BDS, but Moist will win in the final. I think they'd rather play Endpoint if they just want to secure the win. So they're probably hoping for Endpoint to come through, a team they've already beaten today. And that's probably, the fan perspective. I wonder if you ask the players, who would they choose? Because Rise, I know, really would love to take down BDS at least once this split.
For Endpoint, it is the biggest brag currently going in Europe. Oh, look, this team won 2 regionals in a row. Well, we beat them twice in a row to eliminate them. None of the rest of you could do that. But is their chance? Relating wave delayed and really got the gears turning on that BDS defense. Had to make the right decisions.
Yeah, I think he must have missed the reset there. Surely, with such an unpredictable aerial, he would have flipped into the ball there instantly if he landed a reset at that pace. I think he must have just narrowly missed it. He looked good though. He definitely wasn't far off after the stealing double.
Endpoint are starting off very well here as they're relying on the mechanics. A bit far too delayed, and that is not the space that you can give up to an extra who is always going to hit that shot.
Relating Wave covered in a bit too much of the wall there. I think he may have lost his bearings and not realized that he was completely on the right-hand side of the goal, and he didn't have any coverage of the other corner. So why else would he leave that all the way open? The only other reason would be because he's expecting Extra to try and run ahead of the ball and bump him. He might have been trying to put himself in a position that's difficult to run ahead and demo, but you've got to cover the top corner. You can't leave the top corner open just to keep your car in a safe location.
What I love about everything you said there, Johnny, is that this is all thoughts that you as a defender have to go through. Oh my goodness. All right, well, whatever Relating Wave was scared of last time came very much true this time around.
Yeah, that's why I'm mentioning, you've got to worry about the bump. Monkey Moon aerialing up above crossbar height for that one. And already leading by 2. BDS have just stuck to their guns here. Playing consistent Rocket League, playing solid Rocket League, and letting their positioning do the talking. This time they haven't been caught out of position too far forward. That's something they had problems with in game number 6.
Endpoint about to get caught by the age-old law of playing in European Rocket League, which is you come in, you play some of the best Rocket League we've seen from you, you prove to everybody that you belong at this level, you send it to Game 7, and BDS win. It just has been the way of things for as long as I can remember now, ever since we moved to this open format. Have Endpoint got something that they can do to really upset the state of this game? Relating Wave tried to dive on him. Monkey Moon had full vision of him. That turns aggressively, and it's something that they're going to have to do. We've already seen Endpoint happy to go full aggression once they put themselves this sort of position. And Boink to put it to 2-1.
He's in the zone. Perfect pass from Archie, and Metsunora shows that you don't need to dodge to hit the ball fast. Launches it into the net from point-blank range. And this is a game all of a sudden. Endpoint still got some work to do. That's a much better position than down 2-0 and scoreless in a series where BDS have just called a timeout for Game 7. Now the momentum swings back in Endpoint's favor.
It's an Endpoint that still needs to stay somewhat aggressive here. Can't afford any mistakes. The moment they do, BDS will counter, they will score. A demo in the backfield. And they'll be happy to see Relating Wave did control the ball very well. It's time to get Metza back into position. He'll now be required. That's the ball wide. Couldn't find Archie, however. Extra not able to find any way further in that play as Archie dove in and actually put his team back on the defensive foot. Oh, Relating Wave struggled. That's back in field, and first one to it is Archie.
It was the misread from Relating Wave, but it wasn't a misread BDS were expecting him to make, so they actually backed off with their supporting players. Center ball came through to no one. That's fortunate for Endpoint. A mistake like that would often go punished by a BDS who are playing more aggressively. But just like they showed us in the most recent games, they're just going to try and play this one out a little bit more cautiously. Not trying to over-aggress with their second man in any of these positions, but clean opportunities like this, I think they are going to go for. It's another bump is threatened by Monkey Moon.
Could they leave Relating Wave alone for a little bit? He's just always the target for all of this, and actually might be having an effect on the rest of his play because that was very careless. Almost put that directly into the path of BDS. 1 minute left here. Metza tasked with keeping the play alive for his team. Just playing the ball left to right. Shot is a little bit too wide. That could have been the chance.
That was pretty pedestrian by BDS, turning away from the ball there with all 3 players. Can't be conceding shots from that kind of range. Relating Wave brought his shooting boots from earlier on in the series. That would have guaranteed a top corner shot. Instead, 35 seconds away from a BDS Grand Final. Their game win streak may continue in Grand Finals for the spring split. A long shot from Relating Wave. Testing Seiko, who passes to the blind colors.
Good win as well 15 seconds on the clock. Extra buys some more time for his team. That's up against Monkey Moon. Might be trying to find a teammate, but there's so many blue cards swarming everywhere. Looking for the backboard. There was a miss from Monkey Moon. Shot! Saved by Seiko. Finds the clear. And BDS versus Moist Esports will be your Super 16 Grand Finals.
Oh, great push at the end there from Endpoint. That was a great, honestly, about as good of a try as they could have asked for. The shot needed to be better, though, and they were also a bit unlucky that Archie didn't fall on top of Seiko, denying the save. But BDS, overall this series, I think they were the better team. The play from Endpoint to come back was very impressive, and it's a great sign for them that they can come back from these positions. I've got a lot of hope for them at the London Major, but that's the end of their online season. Only BDS and Moist remain the top two teams throughout the split for EU. I think it's fitting that they're the team to finish off the online season in the grand final.
Yeah, and I don't think Endpoint will wake up tomorrow too disappointed by how they performed here. They took a BDS team who mechanically looked better, and they changed how the series was being played. They turned this into a scrap. Maybe one of those games is a bit too scrappy, but still, job done for BDS. They've taken down a very game-looking Endpoint, and they can now look forward to trying to beat Moist Esports twice in that grand finals. That's going to be quite the interesting one, so we're not going to hold for too long. We want to get to it as quickly as we possibly can, and we can do that after this break.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
But if I'm
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Super 16 Championship Sunday. We are getting that much closer to crowning a champion and a final champion for the regionals of this entire year. I'm Leaf, Greg, and Shogun and Johnny Boy here to break down our last match and set you guys up, get you prepared, get you in the mood for those grand finals. Let's talk about that last one, though. We saw BDS taking a run down through this lower bracket, Shogun, and Endpoint was their recent victim.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 1-on-1 between them throughout this entire tournament, but this was the important one to send you through to that grand finals. And what a start it was from Endpoint. They were finding beautiful passes all series long, but it just looked for a little while like they were getting caught. Don't look at this game. Something else is happening. What's happening on your other monitor? We have played a game on DFA. All right, there we are. Much better. We're back to the series that was actually happening at the time. And for a while, it looked like BDS were unstoppable. But one timeout from Endpoint suddenly changed everything. We went to Champions Field, and it was a close game, but unfortunately, Relating Wave constantly hounded for those demos, just couldn't quite deal with it.
Yeah, it's kind of expected though, isn't it? With how they defend, you're going to have to demo Endpoint at some point. You can't just let them sit around their net like this, waiting for you to overcommit so they can counterattack. The demos are a great threat that BDS added to their game. I think they, find a good balance with it by the end, where they were doing it when it made sense instead of trying to force the issue. But Endpoint really finding ways in weird positions to create goal-scoring opportunities that surprise BDS, constantly lobbing long shots over the top of them.
One thing that remains consistent is timeouts work. We keep seeing timeouts make teams bounce back. So both teams after the timeout started winning. So for every coach out there, definitely get used to timeouts for future seasons, because when you start making it to these later stages, it's a tool in your arsenal.
Fantastic additions to the RLCS. Let's take a look at that bracket, though, because as I mentioned, those grand finals are creeping up here in just a few moments. Moist and Team BDS now sitting in the grand finals, with BDS having to turn this around and win the 2 best-of-7s. This time, it was last time they met in a grand finals. BDS on the other side of this one, Greg, and BDS had a record of not letting people win any games at all.
Yeah, 4-0 and 4-0 in Regional 1 and 2, but this time they have to come from a different angle. They have to win twice in that final, beating Moist in the first series to take away that first life of Moist, and then beating them in the second series, which is a very tricky challenge, and we've seen across the board with double elimination, not many teams able to do it, but the teams who do tend to be those dominant teams of the region, stuff like Falcons and MENA doing it over on their side. We've seen it from the APAC region. It's those superstar teams that get knocked down surprisingly early and then come to that lower bracket are capable of it.
Well, let's start talking about it now. Let's break it down. Moist Esports versus Team BDS. Classic matchup here in the European region. They're doing it again in the grand finals. BDS looking for 2 best-of-7s. Johnny, do you think BDS has what it takes now to go 16-0?
I do. Yes, I think they've got what it takes. I think they can do it. I think one of the really interesting stats, or really interesting, almost impossible things to think about, is if BDS can somehow double sweep Moist here, then they're in with an opportunity to beat Falcons' record. Falcons have a 17-game winning streak, I think, in grand finals. It might be 18 actually, because I think they won the last game in the winter split as well, grand finals for their region. So BDS are still on track to beat that if they can keep winning games in grand finals. It's a long way to go, but that's a crazy record that they're gunning for.
Well, let's see what chat thinks. Do you guys think it's possible? Fan vote in now, hashtag BDS or hashtag MST. Do we think we're going to end quick here with Moist on a win, or is BDS going to bracket reset and give us another best-of-7 afterwards? More Rocket League? Is that what you want? Let us know. Analysts, let's get your thoughts. Okay, Johnny, you said you think it's possible. Are you going to back that up?
Oh, are you asking me, is this going to be a sweep or is it going to be a win for BDS?
Well, I mean, you could just say it's a win for BDS.
Yeah, it's different. A win for BDS, yes. Sweep, I don't think I can say that. I don't think I can say that the Moist are getting swept today, but I do think BDS have what it takes to win this. I think their chance of winning twice is pretty good because they usually win pretty fast in grand finals, so it's not going to be as long of a day for them. Also starting off the day with a sweep, so really they're not into game 7 against Endpoint is pretty draining, but overall, if they can get this first series done and dusted quickly, I think they've got it in the tank. But I'm going BDS for this first one for sure.
All right, Shogun, where do you stand on the matter?
I'm going to plant my flag immediately and let the whole world know exactly what this is going to be. This is going to be, I reckon, BDS win this. It's going to be 4-1. I'm going to take here, but I'm already going to commit to flipping to Moist once this series is done.
Okay.
Right? I think Moist take it on the reset.
Good. I like to see it. Now we're going to make you commit to that later.
I was going to say, you're so confident. You get to watch a series and make a decision off of that information check, and you've already committed early. Look, I think it would be fair to go for BDS based off of what I would normally predict in this scenario. But I think just based off of Moist and BDS's history and the way Moist played so far in the tournament, the way BDS just had to play a really long series against Endpoint, of all the times I think Moist are going to beat them, I think it has to be this first series. So I think Moist are going to do it now. I don't normally go Moist, but on this occasion, I think BDS are going to be tired and Moist take it.
Nah, I'm sorry, Greg, and I can't stand with you on this one. I got to go with Johnny and Shogun on this. I think BDS take it. I just want to see a three-peat. I would love
I want to see it.
4-0-4-0. I agree with Johnny. I don't know if I can stand behind 4-0-4-0. Moist again, coming into this still looking solid, but
let's go chat.
I don't think they can take it here. Okay. Hey, at least you got someone on your side here. But we do have the match ready. Cole and Stumpy ready to cast your grand finals. Let's head over to the skybox now as Moist stands as the final defender against BDS. If BDS want that three-peat, they'll have to win 2 best-of-7s. Well, it won't be easy. Momentum is on their side. Now let's find out how Moist handles the pressure this time around in the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Lee. And the three-peat, the trifecta, the grand slam, whatever you call it, Team BDS can achieve a feat once thought impossible in Europe and North America. Stumpy, only Moist can stop these fantastic Frenchmen winning 3 regional tournaments in a row. Can they do it?
Statistically, no. It's going to be so hard for them to just break through that BDS machine, but they have precedent of beating BDS historically. In grand finals, it looks hard. Thus far, they have gone 0-8 in games against them in these grand finals. That doesn't mean the history is going to keep repeating itself as we come through into the final regional of this entire incredible 21-22 season.
What an amazing season it's been. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. It does not stop here, but as far as online events go, this is the final pit stop of all. And what a pit stop it's proving to be. Surely Moist Esports, they've got 2 chances to win this one and prevent Team BDS achieving the perfection for which they've been searching since they burst onto the scene. About a year ago now, plus it's been such a long time since they've been right at the top of Europe, but they're going to have to do some defending straight away. Rise gets an early goal for Moist.
Kicking it off from that left wall and absolutely toe punting it in, making contact with Extra. You can pinch it towards that far post and just trying to continue with the one of the highest goals per game we've seen out of any team in Europe across the entire season so far. Moist looking at typically over 2 goals per game. So that's half them done in 40 seconds.
Oh, Joyo, we've already a flip reset to the backboard. Monkey Moon gets up as fast as he can, but Vatira is there, tries to just prod it into the bottom corner. Seiko saw it, and then that's what I love about Rise. That player is so capable of changing the approach and the pace of an attack. Gonna make it tricky for Team BDS, and to me, he is the metronome for Moist Esports.
Yeah, it's the subversion of expectations that I feel Moist do incredibly well, and Rise being at the helm of that push. Great attempt from Extra there, and realises that he can't quite go for the shot perfectly, being on low boost, and so tries to go for the 50, but instead it's going to be falling over towards Moist to challenge on the orange side instead. And if we look back at the history of these 2 teams competing at the highest level that Europe has ever seen in the RLCS, BDS have got an unreal record. Out of the last 7 times that they have played, including going back to that Queso roster, it is BDS on top in 6 of those series.
Monkey Moon, though, using that 0.0 analog stick there. Look at that, just to force the angle around the outside. I think any other player tries to boom that one, maybe into the top right corner, but he has the game intelligence, maybe more game intelligence than anybody, just to place it where the goalkeeper can't get it. And that's how BDS get their equalizer.
Seiko passing as well. We saw him just make so many, gentle, deft little touches down towards his teammates just to get it past one of the defenders, and he's doing that one more time as well. Assists have absolutely shot up as well since Seiko joined their team, going from around 1.7 assists per game to 2.2, an increase of half an assist per game when Seiko joined, putting them at the top of the table in Europe. He is such a team player. He is not selfish. He will happily be at the helm. He will be the spear, but he is more than happy being the handle as well.
Seiko's up for this one. Going to try and tackle Joyo in the air. Gets it. That one is maybe steaming towards the goal. Vatira read the ceiling bounce. Of course he did. And that pass from Monkey Moon is going to go pretty much nowhere. So Joyo has a chance to clear his lines and try and get Moist going to return their lead, which was lost a minute ago. Rise is here. I'll get the second touch there. But these mechanics starting to warm up for Moist. And they are a team that you feel have to be really feeling it to play well. Their game style is so mechanics-based.
Yeah, for sure, but that doesn't mean that they haven't got the intelligence to just play a little bit closer if they need to and not necessarily rely on those mechanics if they aren't quite working. And I also back them to pretty much always have those mechanics working. Like, they're rarely in the shop. They're rarely waiting for them to get turned back on. They're just ready. They're waiting to strike like a cobra.
And they pass so quickly as well. These 1-2s so effective at getting past defenses. Team BDS looking a little bit flat right now as Moist come forward one at a time. Seiko's on the backboard, just trying to help out his team as much as possible, but he wasn't too involved until eventually the ball did roll towards him. Rise goes to the backboard. Good period of play here for Moist. They've got the midfield presence, they've got more boost, and BDS is struggling to clear their lines.
With a minute and 40 left, it's still even 1-1 from a couple of early goals in this game. And again, we've seen BDS fight through, going to 7 earlier on. May well hamper their stamina. They're not going to want to let it affect them in this first early series. They will need to win 2 here, bear in mind, for them to go through. And somehow, despite being bumped, Rise is able to come out and get the save.
And now here he is on the other side. Goes for the instant shot. Extra shows his reflexes, and now Seiko can dribble it away with a little flick. It was such a speedy little finish right there. I thought the infield pass was going to be coming in. Moist said no. Now Vatira's chance to 1v1 against Seiko. The 2 brilliant young Frenchmen up against each other until Extra, the old guard now, comes in from the side and makes sure that Seiko has no dangerous moments to deal with. 55 seconds left. This one on a knife edge.
It's what you're going to need to see from these teams to separate them. It is in the minutiae. It's in the details of what can they do just to edge out that 1%. Because they are so close ranked, because they are currently number 1 and number 2 locked in going into the London Major, BDS and then Moist respectively as 1 and 2. They're playing for that money. They're playing for that pride to be at the top of Europe. Moist are pushing for their first win as an organization. Still very young are the players. Still very young is that org. And what a badge of honor it would be.
And they have won these regionals before, but they're going to have to do some defending here. Vatira from the side Then clears it away as well. Brilliant solo defending from him. Joyo touches down. Does he know he goes higher to Rise? I think that was maybe the wrong decision, but Rise makes something from it brilliantly. Scary moments for Team BDS as we head towards an overtime in game number 1. Those who love long series are going to be hoping this one goes all the way and the ball does touch the floor at 0 seconds. BDS won't be hoping the same thing as they're on the attack as it begins to end. But we do head to overtime in game 1, Stumpy. We can't ask for much more than that.
I could anticipate 14 overtimes in this series, to be completely honest. It would make sense with these teams separated by that knife edge you said earlier. BDS going for an attack here early, though. No bump coming out. I think Seiko wanted to hunt for them, but Rise, the annoying Monkey Moon as he tried to move in center to be that man in the middle to attack that final touch. Vatira quite weak towards the sidewall, but Extra, as he keeps it close, it just means he's not able to get that shot away. Joyo getting a couple of double 50s, and the rebranded Vatira up to strike.
BDS confident in their defense against Moist, though, but Moist have got the mechanics to really make them sweat every time they come forward. Will they overcommit? That's the question. BDS so good at punishing teams that are anything other than perfect in their decision-making. And Monkey Moon's so fast as well, up in the air. There's that 0.0 dead zone again. Makes it so he can beat anyone when they think they've got the Rise on him. And here is Rise. Lovely little fake from him again. Rise, honestly, he's the player that I've got my eye on. He looks like he's confusing BDS, unlike the others.
The thing is that I always see from Rise is he's always the player I feel that goes for the fakes. He'll go up for a shot, realize it's not ideal, and then will back away from it. He's always the man that shies away from that challenge so incredibly intelligently, and it works so frequently. Vatira up to shoot, isn't quite able to, with Monkey Moon faking out, taking that ball low instead the 50 does not work. Joyo has to go up in the midfield with 30 boosts. He takes it straight to the ceiling. Seiko's there to read him. Does not get the clear away, though. Falls down to Monkey Moon. More and more demos. This time, BDS trying to take it against the demo leader in Europe.
Game number 1 starting to become a little bit stretched as players get removed from the pitch. Have to find any just amounts of boost lying around. Anything you can get can be so useful. Monkey Moon here's got about 35 left. As he goes to the sky, but Seiko does have a little bit of grass to eat into. It falls to Extra. He can go up to the sky. Joyo is already up there. Monkey Moon thinks about going for that one, but Vatira just booms it away. He can sense Monkey Moon approaching, and he did not want him to have that ball.
Yeah, just moving away from it as he sees the ball's a little bit too far away for him to get to it before the defender can clear it away nicely. Vatira intercepting Seiko with the pre-jump of Joyo. Chance to shoot, but Extra is able to be there. Vatira bumping Rise out of the way of that ball as well. Monkey Moon taking to the sky. Goes for the flip reset. It's open. Joyo is faked, but Joyo lands on that post and can save it away.
How on earth did Joyo manage to get away with that one? It looked like he messed it up and Monkey Moon had found a way through, but still somehow we are in this overtime. Another half a game has gone as Extra just getting the backboard. He's following up. He can get this read. Can he know? Vatira beats him to the race. Now it's Rise's turn. So much time and space on the ball for these players. There's going to be some mechanical goals in this one. I can feel it. Joyo there. Gets the touch. Seiko away. So speedy from both teams. Seiko gets to the back wall. Anyone following up? Only Vatira. Another perfect clearance. And the clearance from both these teams has been so impressive.
Yeah, it's the linking up as well in the clearances, where in defense you could easily boom it away as far as you like. But chances are, on both sides, you've got somebody pre-jumping already. If you send it sideways to a teammate and you send it low and hard, they can then absolutely boom it to the other side. And makes it much more unpredictable. And you may well waste the boost of a defender who tried that pre-jump.
I love it. Another lovely demo there from Rise to get past Seiko, and then Monkey Moon is up. He's missed it. Vatira into the side corner gets Moist their first game.
8 minutes and 20 seconds for a winner to emerge, and Vatira is the man to do so. Just striking across that net to get the goal. And that's Moist. This is Seiko with the first one in this grand final. For any people who are only joining us for this grand final, firstly, what a weird way to watch an esport. And secondly, Moist needs 3 more games. BDS will need to win 2 series in total to take it away from Moist, as they will need to be knocking them down to the lower grand finals.
Stats lovers will love to hear that is the first game in a grand final that Team BDS have lost, at least in this split, and I think for another couple of grand finals before then as well. They are on something of like a 12-game streak in grand finals. That's now gone. Moist Esports have taken away that from them, and suddenly they'll be looking at Team BDS thinking, yeah, this team are really good. Yeah, they're on for 3 in a row, but they are the team that has to get the bracket reset. Team BDS are coming from the low, as Moist are our favourites here because they only have to win 1. And even in the context of this series, Moist have discovered that Team BDS can bleed.
So it's actually quite a weird one with BDS's stats for grand finals.
Tell me.
They are 12-0 in their last 3 grand finals they appeared in, which is Winter 2, Spring 1, and then the second Spring Regional. And they've just lost that, so that's that streak over. And they were also on a 13-game win streak in grand finals, which is those 3 wins, and then also versus NRG back in the Fall Major. So they managed to get both of those records ended just now with Moist clamping down and moving us onto Aquadome.
That's why they threw it in Los Angeles, Team BDS. They didn't really fancy getting a perfect sweep in the grand finals against T2. Anyway, here's Monkey Moon. Yeah, exactly, who would? Monkey Moon loses about 50-50, but it does fall to Extra. Rise is there turning. He was so effective in that first game. The star player, as far as Moist are concerned, in my opinion. But it's BDS that are coming forward now. Extra gets a couple of touches, wants to just force that ball home, but Vatira doesn't let him. And then look at the composure that Moist have. They never waste a touch. As soon as they get the ball, they're thinking, what can we actually do with it? On that instance, it was air dribbling it away. The decision-making is always great.
30 seconds gone. It seems like a bit of pressure wanting to build. Where BDS, when they go down, it doesn't matter at all. Their game plan changes, they adapt, and they just, the ability for them to switch up and read so perfectly how they need to go on with the series is something we see so incredibly rarely in Rocket League because of how unbelievably hard it is. To have ultimately about 15 different game plans you can go for, and using them at the perfect time is near impossible. Great chance for Seiko, but cleared away. 3/4 in the goal was that ball, but Vatira with a good clear off.
The pressure continues though, and Joyo can just release that valve a little bit. He finds Rise, who helps it on its way, and now Moist can actually breathe a sigh of relief for now after that brilliant save, as you say, Stumpy, deep within the goal line. Seiko's speed looked to have broken the deadlock here, but Moist are a tough nut to crack. They always are, and down the other end, they can create so much, even from weird angles, even when you don't expect them to. They get that perfect pass, or that all-important touch. Hero's going for a decent dunk here, but Extra is strong, and Seiko's even stronger. Seiko's dribbling out of defense has been a really key piece of defending for Team BDS. It just relieves so much pressure.
Yes, just the ability to change either, you know, as we said earlier, send it to one of your teammates to then clear it away, so it's a little bit harder to predict, or the ability to just keep it close, wait for that 50, and then your teammates can get back, or move up and then get in the way of that 50. But with Rise in the sky, he goes up for the double. Extra is not able to make contact, and Rise opening on Aquadome.
Extra never looked comfortable here. The angle that he had was not a nice one. He was turning in, he was turning out, he was trying to time his jump. Rise just completely ignored him, scored the bread and butter double, and gave Moist the lead in game 2.
Brilliant movement from Rise as well, where Extra, he was identified as sitting awkwardly, where he couldn't quite just find his footing as well as he would like to. That's a very scary ball to dribble across your goal line, Monkey Moon, but it does get cleared away. The trail was blue, though, so there was a touch that came out from Joyo.
Extra's red and met by Joyo. Again, getting involved. Here's Vatira. The sky he goes. He does have a pass in the center in Joyo, but Seiko is up so quickly and manages to turn defensive play into a flip reset assist almost to Extra. Just so much creativity flowing through his veins right now, Seiko, but his team are losing. Halfway into game number 2, and a couple of games down here for Team BDS is a big deal. They have to get that bracket reset, so getting their first one on the board as early as possible could be absolutely key. They're still peppering shots in. They've had plenty of shots. But more great defending from Moist. Vatira's going to go for the musty. Seiko should get the save. The counterattacks are so fast from them.
A little bit of resourcefulness there from Vatira coming out, wanting to keep that ball close, but also wants to fling it at the net. And the perfect opportunity, and that is exactly what a musty would be used for. Joyo has a flip, and so is able to get that shot pretty devastatingly on target, but cleared away by Seiko in the end. Rise challenge on that right-hand side too. Extra passing the ball to him, and the bump isn't quite enough to keep the threat away. Joyo just goes high again, but with no boost, he has to retreat back out. BDS with not too much pressure on them now until Vatira throwing their body at the ball as often as they can is the MO, and sometimes it's gonna backfire.
We'll have to wait and see. Was this just a mechanical mistake, or was there some reason that this ball was missed? I think Joyo was just too far up, tried to make up for it, or maybe even put Seiko off and couldn't do it. Seiko makes the decision just to go for the instant shot stop. In that situation, you see players trying to take a touch unnecessarily. It's a good decision-making from him. Brings BDS back into things.
It was the defense just trying to bombard that ball, continuing the play that they had. That's how they had the pressure at the end of the day, but it just did not quite work out that time.
That was a lovely effort there from Joyo after conceding that goal. Seiko is met by Joyo again, who's still getting himself involved. Here around the side. Rise is opposite him, just about making out and find the ball too, and he threaded the needle so well, but it didn't quite work out.
Good chance for a double there from Joyo. Actually gets that flip reset as well, but won't be able to use it. Rise with 1-2. Can flick, not with the triple tap. Does not want to be getting in the montage today. BDS hold him off yet again.
Monkey Moon with a massive clear, really important part of this game right now. Both teams having chances. Who will be the first to sink one? Rise has got Vatira behind him. He's just going himself again. Another flip reset. They are everywhere, completely pervasive in this lobby right now. Vatira's turn. He goes to the ceiling. It's one after another for Moist. This is so interesting and entertaining to watch. BDS having to keep their concentration levels up to 300 every time Moist come forward.
Fabricating opportunities out of seemingly nothing. Vatira has to get the ball away from Extra, and just does so. Absolutely sends it into the post and can pinch it high. Rise taking his time again, slowing down that pace of play. Utterly vital for Moist here. It allows both Vatira and Joyo to get some boost. Still low though, in the back corner can't be picked up by Vatira, so he has to retreat. Rise to Shuba, Monkey Moon saying, get down, that ball is mine.
Monkey Moon just gets up so quickly. How was that not a goal? How are we approaching a second overtime in a row unless Moist can change that? Extra intercepts the pass, and now it's mainly BDS that have a chance if they want it. Looks like they're content to go to overtime. This one is just like surely going the distance.
Moist are currently 7-0 in overtimes this regional so far. They are unbeatable, and they're hoping that streak continues because it would put them on 2 and with yet more of a chance to get their first regional win under the banner of the blue.
Moist have gone from always winning in Game 7 to always winning in overtime, it seems, and both of those are pretty good accolades to have when you're going into one of these high-pressure situations. They can deal with that pressure. We know that. They've done it time and time again. The only thing they haven't done is win a regional under the Moist branding. How they would love to do it right here, right now, and avoid a bracket reset. They go 2 up, they'll manage it, and they've done so.
That was a lot quicker than 3 minutes 20. Vatira goes high as he like, as quick as he can, and Monkey Moon, he thought he could outspeed him. Typically, he can. Seiko was further up, and I like that Vatira is using the golden explosion that Seiko has popularized. That yeehaw cowboy, this time shooting into his back.
There's going to be a lot of yeehawing going on throughout this one. Team BDS 2-0 down in the series so far. I mean, these are two teams, Stumpy, that have already faced the Game 7 today. Poor old Endpoint, they took both of these teams to Game 7, getting 2 games in a row, but not quite able to get the 3rd game in a row in those Game 7s. So there's going to be some, not necessarily exhaustion coming out, but they'll start to get tired. It's a lot of Rocket League. It's at the end of the season. You know, they have to just try and keep their concentration laser focused. And so far in those key moments, it's Moist that are winning out.
Yeah, Moist are doing such a good job of just keeping them a little bit penned back, and BDS aren't used to that. I do anticipate the BDS, if they take a timeout, which bear in mind, they haven't. We're about to go into game number 3 without a timeout happening. That would mean that they would be able to basically have that insurance game, figure out what they need to do, and then try and push for that reverse sweep if they had to do it. BDS just don't take timeouts. That's just not their prerogative. They think that they can deal with it without having to have that extra minute to talk. It's something that I find quite spectacular, quite interesting. I do not think it's an ego thing whatsoever. BDS are maybe the least ego team in the entirety of the RLCS. But look, I thought Seiko could score that, and I thought my point would be made, but never mind.
Relative to their ability, of course, their lack of ego is quite inspiring, Team BDS, because they're so good. I bet Seiko thinks this. Oh, that's a shame. That would have been awesome if he had it when I was saying that. Anyway,
he wasn't
stay 0-0. Yeah, true. Team BDS have started this 3rd game very well. The thing is, with their mentality the way it is now, you know, they've got the fully French comms now. Seiko's part of it. They feel invincible. Not taking the timeout is not necessarily a bad decision because they can adjust so quickly.
I thought Seiko lost the opportunity here to get that shot because Rise misses on the backboard. But with Extra dropping it low instead of shooting, that allows Seiko to move in. And that's something that I really respect about this team. On BDS, the dropping the ball down to your second man. The keeper had no idea what to do. Was the shot coming in? Which corner was it going to be? Doesn't matter. It was a pass in the end.
Seiko's going to intercept that one and get a second touch for himself as well. Another dribble out of defense. Huge, huge, huge plays for BDS so far in this series from Seiko, but the Vatira can flip reset towards Rise. Rise wants to get a finish. Monkey Moon gets in the way, and now it's Seiko's turn again. He tries to fake out Joyo, who just stays as tall and strong as he can, gets something on it, and that's exactly what Moist needed. Now they can maybe counter. Joyo is in a race against Seiko, but Seiko wins that particular race.
Rise is also wanting to get the bump on Seiko. Wasn't quite able to, and Joyo coming out of nowhere jumps Seiko in the end. He's not going to quite get away without a couple of birthday bumps.
Moist have got good boost management right now. All of them pretty full, so they can come forward with this attack full-blooded. move their second and third man nice and high upwards, which can be a little bit of a risk when Seiko has got his dribbling boots on as he has right now. Vatira again. So many times BDS have come forward and you're thinking they've got to score, but the lone Moist defender has done so well.
Facing down a 2v1 as any player against any of the other two players on this pitch is terrifying. And yet Vatira, I think the second or third time that he has done it with absolute immaculate positioning.
Oh, that's immaculate too, though. Seiko with a massive finish, and it's 2-0 BDS.
Returning the cowboy finger guns to the back of Vatira. Seiko shooting near post and catching him completely off guard, stagnant in the middle of his own net.
Yeah, poor Vatira, he was staying still there thinking, please hit the ball at me, Seiko. Okay, no, you haven't. You can just have that one. That's 2-0, yeah. We move on. We go again, stay moist. Rise is going to do just that. Look at him. He's in the sky again. Monkey Moon is already up in the air.
Just waiting, just feathering that boost, and levitating, saying, you will not be going through this part of the pitch.
Wingardium Leviosa is what he just said right there as he went up. Vatira, he puts it one into the middle. Rise is there, and he pre-jumps this time. Extra didn't pre-jump, he just raced the ball as quickly as he could. Seiko's got some boost now, but he can't dribble away. Vatira has maybe realized that Seiko is dribbling past Moist time and time again, and he's going to close in as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah, it's a clever idea. Seiko, we identified earlier, was taking it to the ground, was trying to go for those dribbles out of defense instead. Rise, opportunity there. Vatira catching it incredibly softly, actually helped out by the defender.
What a read, what a dunk, what a goal. Extra was beaten by Rise. Seiko got a touch on it, but Vatira just knew exactly what Seiko was trying. And so impressive not to be put off by Monkey Moon as well, who was right behind him during that play.
I think both of them basically pushed that ball into the goal. It didn't have many other places to go. Apart from that orange net, Rise goes up nice and quickly as well. Monkey Moon is able to outspeed him this time, but Joyo into the corner. Pass opportunity. Shot opportunity. Opportunity secured.
That is so quick and so speedy. Look at this perfect touch right here. Joyo gets one and then fakes the second one. I think BDS expected that he'd get it. I am slightly annoyed that they scored at 2:21 to make it 2-all. So not quite twos, but, we'll let them off.
The defense on BDS is overwhelmed by the speed of Moist in the last 20 seconds or so, getting in the way as often as they possibly can, as often as they inhumanly can, as it were.
Monkey Moon good speed again though. Vatira's been beaten. Can he get back in time? He can. And push that ball to the side. So BDS stand up after conceding a couple of quick fire goals and losing their lead, which is pretty healthy for a little while when they have the 2-goal lead. Seiko's touch there just goes really high. Is anybody going to try and win it cleanly? They do. It's Vatira. Monkey Moon is there then. Rise gets taken out by Seiko. I think both players went for each other, and poor old Rise was the player who lost out.
Monkey Moon slowing that play down again, and Vatira does not want it. Not for a second. Gets hit out of the way of that ball. And it falls again to Rise. Just moving around that midfield, picking up pads. Just so potently moving perfectly as much as he can, disrupting BDS on as many plays as he is able to. But Monkey Moon shooting Joyo up for that pre-jump again. Joyo to save off the crossbar bounce.
Save off the crossbar bounce, but what a read. There was so many shots coming in right there. I don't know how Moist managed to save that one. I don't know if there was a little bit of luck, the fact that the ball fell right down from the crossbar onto him, but you get luck when you put yourself in the better position. It's a combination of skill and luck. And now Seiko, no luck for him. Extra's the player that it falls to. He's just met by Rise. So BDS wanting to build up some resources, get some boost before going again for another attack. 1-0 up. So 1 minute left. I don't know why I said 1-0 up in this third game.
That movement from Vatira, going high originally, thinking Seiko was going to punt it high to then follow it for the shot, and then it goes low, and so he jumps onto the ceiling, then straight back down, uses boost, and it's been kept in the blue half since that moment. Time has been wasted, about 20 seconds, purely because Vatira misread and then read it perfectly. Just the way that anybody moves around this pitch is utterly awe-inspiring. It's so nimble and it's so intelligent.
Rise is met by Extra. That was good awareness there from Extra, because Rise was going to have something of a clean shot there with 20 seconds left. Moist are coming forward. They could put so much damage onto BDS and just one more goal. It's going to land on Seiko, but Seiko somehow danced between two Moist players. Now here's Monkey Moon. He's got Extra behind him. Can he force an angle? Doesn't matter, because Rise takes out Extra. Seiko now is beaten. Monkey Moon finds Extra. Now can Seiko get a redirect at 0 seconds? He can to the back wall. Is anyone following it up? No, they're not. Vatira does get it down. Another overtime.
Number 3 so far. The overtimes have gone to Moist both times. That puts them at 7-0 in the tournament so far. BDS, they've won 3 and they've lost 6. You have to look at the stats and think this is Moist to lose.
Also be the first time in EU this split we have seen both teams get a game in a grand final. Such has been the dominance of BDS up to this point, 4-0 in both of the two finals that we've had so far. So amazing from them, and also amazing and impressive for Moist to not be scared of that at all. But they will be scared of this. Seiko looking for a double tap. Here comes Monkey Moon, I think it was. But his shot was met. Better start for BDS to this overtime. Still no goals scored, and the further time goes on, the more they'll be thinking they lost the first two.
Great slow down play from Vatira. We praise Rise for it, but everybody can. Seiko bumped away from that back wall. It rushes Monkey Moon and Extra back. A little bit of miscommunication, but immediately the cohesion returns.
Monkey Moon is going to win this race and just goes for the shot. And BDS have been doing that. They've been chucking in the occasional quick shot as well as going for these passes to make sure that Moist can't get the read on them. But Moist were able to deal with it. Vatira wants to get the read on it, but can't quite do it. These players so capable of getting that, generating power on the ball by getting the angles perfect. You can never assume the ball will be coming to you slowly if you're in goal. Monkey Moon watches that one goes to Rise, who gets a lovely first touch past his opponent. Seiko is going to be up next. Seiko's up was well and truly worthy of getting the block. The pre-jump, like reading, predictions, and timing from all of them has been great.
Monkey Moon there for the double, but Rise able to intercept it. Extra is able to return back with only 16 boost, though he has to keep it low and does so really well, actually. Monkey Moon, fastest player and only player to that ball, immediately finds Seiko. Back to Monkey Moon, to the sky. Monkey Moon to sink it. Extra is there, challenges against all three Moist defenders, and they stay safe.
What a save that was for Vatira as well. He had so much to watch, so many angles and orange players coming at him. Seiko now tees up Extra. Just goes to the backboard to try and get a second touch. It's the second one, then the backboard. Rise can't quite get him. Does in the end via Monkey Moon. Another shot comes in. Joyo's backwards. Vatira is the player that it falls for. There'll be boost starvation going on for Moist. Extra to the backboard. Monkey Moon shot is saved by Joyo. And now Moist can counter-attack Rise. Past one, Extra from the side. Tries to tee up Seiko and does manage it. Vatira's going to get there just about again. Monkey Moon now onto the back wall and Joyo can clear. It's not clean from Moist anymore. They're so stretched. Still they survive. All they want is one chance to bet themselves 3-0 up.
Extra trying to clear that ball back into the blue half after Rise managed to get it away. Joyo is up for the double and Seiko has to be that saviour. Vatira with 0 boost keeps it in that blue, in the blue possession, but in the orange half. Flies high with Extra winning that ball and Seiko going low. Joyo is caught in a deadly BDS sandwich.
Extra can just flick it up. I think he had a flip reset there, but he couldn't quite use it. Turned it into a wave dash. Monkey Moon high. Rise already up. Rise almost beats Monkey Moon. Clearly does beat Extra clearly. Seiko, you've just spawned, mate, but it's all on you. What can you do? You can get in the way of Rise.
Vatira secures that flip reset, but the ball just flung a little bit too far away from him. Every BDS player charging into their own back left corner. You could chuck a blanket over them and they wouldn't care.
Monkey Moon just leaves that one for Vatira. BDS looking to slow things down, just to take a breather. Actually, no, the complete opposite of double committed. That's rare for them so far in this game. Monkey Moon's up and sends it long. It seems to have slowed down just for a second, something.
Yeah, just taking their breath mid-marathon. We're now at 3.5 minutes in the overtime. Rise with a chance to shoot, and Joyo to return that fire back against that orange line. BDS, their defense looking very strong, but I do feel like there are a couple of cracks starting to form. When a bump comes in, BDS looks somewhat rattled.
BDS have certainly lost their advantage that they had earlier. They had all the boost and all the chances. Moist did so well not to die, and then the unexpected floor pinch from Vatira does put them 3 up.
The overtime overlords do it again. Vatira on the right sends it low and Extra didn't realize that was the play. But it's rained down the pitch and a timeout confirmed for BDS as we find ourselves on Championship Super 16 point.
BDS, who don't take timeouts, have taken a timeout. They want to talk this one through. They would not expect to be 3-0 down against Moist Esports. But let's just talk about Moist Esports. You know, this is a team that are so desperate to get that first regional victory for Moist. A massive org, so many thousands watching and rooting for them, still yet to taste the beautiful taste of victory in one of these regional events. They have such a good chance right here. All they have to do, though, is hold their nerve.
Thing is, I wouldn't describe them as a massive org. I describe them as like they have a massive fan base. That's their thing, right? Like they've not got the esports prestige of a G2, of an NRG, of an ultimately a BDS, a Dignitas. but they've got some of the most dedicated fans I have ever seen in my life. They have got, I know for a fact that viewing party is going on. I know for a fact they must be going absolutely wild right now. My favorite thing to do on the day after RLCS is watch back that stream during series that I know were brilliant and that I know that Moist, Critical and the guys are going to be reacting to. I can't wait to see what they end up chatting about, but it's Moist. Looking cool, looking calm and collected. Noah, just like, look, guys, you're really good. You're absolutely sick. Rise, he nips off to the loo, gets himself some water, has a break. They need to continue doing exactly what they have been. BDS just don't have the answer in these overtimes.
It is overtimes the crux of the matter right now for Team BDS. They just cannot get that all-important goal. They're so even, though. They're doing so well, Team BDS. They're not being blown away. This is one of those ones that the history books, you know, maybe Moist get this game and history will say it was a 4-0, but this hasn't been a 4-0 series. BDS could have won each and every one of these games. They just haven't quite been able to get themselves over the line. But there are teams, Stumpy, that have made a name for finding a way of getting themselves over the line, is warning number one. Warning number two, they get better historically as series go on.
Yeah, they're a well-oiled machine and they just need to whir up that engine. But that robotic exterior, maybe it is rusting against the tidal wave of Moist. We just don't know, and this game may well decide exactly the fate of this third regional. It would be crazy if BDS were 8-0 in these EU Grand Finals in spring and then they themselves get 4-0'd. That would be weird. I don't know why that would happen, but fair enough, respective Moist can do it.
I just want a grand final that's not a 4-0. For once, please, EU, give us that. Team BDS, get yourselves a game, get yourselves something, some belief against Moist Esports. Moist, you can win it in the end, that's fine. I don't want a complete blowout right here, but we'll see. I bet Moist do want just that as Vatira comes in and gets themselves going. We're on Utopia, Stumpy. Moist one game away from winning their first regional in these beautiful blue colors.
I can tell you that there are 15,000 people right now that are watching that are saying, no, you know what? We would actually quite like to have a Moist boring 4-0. It's not boring to them, and Vatira wants to continue spicing things up on Utopia.
Monkey Moon's gone to the fence and able to just about get a touch. It's extra after Monkey Moon had missed it. Joyo gets a flip reset. I don't think he'll be able to get a touch here again. He was on target for it, but a little bit too slow. But it's Moist that have started this fourth game the better. All the discussions made by Team BDS maybe not working just now. As Rise continues the attack, Joyo thinks about going in, doesn't quite do it. Seiko dribbles away, goes for the edgeable bump straight down the middle rather than the sides, and it's met again in defense by Moist.
By Vatira specifically as well, edgeable bumps, they are just pain. They are horrible to try and defend against. You have to find an amazing, perfect little window that you can exist in, and Vatira managed to do it, and he saw sunlight.
Monkey Moon manages to get a block in. Vatira is going to want to do something right here, but he's demoed. Great play there from Monkey Moon. Extra couple of touches, no boost to play with though. And Seiko, yeah, I mean, all sorts of freedom has been cleared there by these demos. Can Seiko do anything with it? He can. Vatira again. How does he get these reads on Seiko?
I have no idea. They are reading from that same book. It must be in French because I've not seen anybody else reading that. It's ridiculous. Rise on that left wing is able to pinch it towards that center alongside one of the defenders. Joyo, will he shoot this? Will he try and go for a bit more defense? Instead, it pinches nicely for Seiko, but goes high to Vatira. Does not have too much boost remaining. He can work magic with little.
Seiko's going to let this one fall and catch on it. Joyo still, though, getting the block. The 1v1 game from Moist has been just flawless from them. Joyo's going to put this one to the corner. Bang! And it's going to be a lead for Moist.
Joyo yet again continuing the trend of that Moist dominance. Sees that Monkey Moon is demoed. He just has to rip one towards that net, and the skull emerges as potentially the death of BDS looms.
Joyo's player banner has a number 4 in it, and they are so close to their fourth game and their first event, but suddenly Extra flips it on his head and it's 1-1.
It's going to be an overtime no matter what we build up during regulation. A mistouch from Joyo sees Extra's aggression paying off, bringing it back off the kickoff immediately, straight back to level pegging.
It would be so easy for Team BDS to give up here, you know. They've already got their first seed. They are, of course, already going to the major. That's what they'll have their eyes on. But this is a team that just demands perfection. You can never say, oh, yeah, 2 first places and a second places, that's good enough for us, because it won't be. It will keep them up at night. And that is what Moist are trying to make happening. Is Joyo, the former freestyler, he goes up. He's met so early again by Seiko, I think it was. Monkey Moon bumps Rise out the way, but Joyo can be the recipient of the next ball. Seiko's touch and this clearance are a little bit loose, but he makes something good from it. Now he goes again, gets bumped away. Can Monkey Moon put it away?
Oh!
Yes, he can. What speed from Monkey?
Oh, that is nasty. Seiko diving down the middle. Monkey Moon on that right wing just has to tap it past being in the blind spot of Joyo and is able to. With the Christmas goal explosion, that truly was a present for BDS fans.
They'll be feeling festive right now for the first time in a while, Team BDS, if they can hold this lead. This is the team that believes that they can come back in a best of 7 to get the reverse sweep. They were close in the upper bracket against Endpoint as well. It seemed that was starting to happen until they met Endpoint on Neo Tokyo. Anyway, here's Rise up against Seiko. Got no boost at all, so all he can do is just try to make Seiko ask a few questions of himself. And it's Joyo that the 50-50 falls to. Monkey Moon now down the side. Good play from him. Rise is going to get that boost, then Monkey Moon is going to have to be taken out the attack. And Rise beats Extra as well. Vatira is next. That one sneaking in, not quite. Monkey Moon actually missed it. Seiko, I think, got the read and realized that he was, and that was an all-important touch from him.
Yeah, the double defense actually working wonders there. And the double commit didn't have any issues. Not all double commits are born equal. We know that much. Great 50 coming out. In the end, though, unable to be scored. It was Extra having a shot. And then Monkey Moon giving it a go. But the defense, yet again, from Moist is sublime. And Joyo actually lets it fall really badly. Extra, though, shooting it high.
Again, they've got a way of one over Tira. It goes for the musty after getting the flip reset. Extra just booms it into the corner. That's good enough for BDS right now. Keep Moist at arm's length. Get yourself that foothold. Here's Seiko. His touch is only as far as Vatira. He wants to get a flip reset. It's a little bit overly clever, in my opinion, from Moist right now. They're trying to do too much fancy stuff in defense. They just need to boom that ball clear and try and get something going in attack.
I don't know if they even can. I don't know if they've got it in their locker to just hit it hard. Sometimes they will just go for that double flip reset. It's all they know. BDS come into this final minute, leading 2-1 though, and may well have our first non-overtime game of this series so far.
Monkey Moon's pumped out the way by Extra, who dodges through him for good measure. So desperate to just get a piece of his car on the ball, but Rise is all alone. He fakes the musty. Joyo is the player that it falls to. Gets one touch, and the second one, he goes for the shot. Can he force this one in? He's done this before. Not quite on that occasion. BDS stand firm again.
Monkey Moon up to receive that pass. Instead, Rise can intercept the shot. Extra pushed up quite far, but that pressure is actually perfect in the end. Joyo takes it high, but he could have just kept that low and slow to draw an attacking player in. A shot from Extra saved away by Rise. The final 20. BDS counting down the seconds to their first victory and breaking the 4-0 curse for either team. Extra another shot.
One more chance here for Vatira. Does he have the boost to do something with it? He takes a couple of touches. Seiko gets a hit to the side. BDS so close to getting involved. Moist will have so many more chances, but, you know, every time you lose a game, you start to question things a little bit more. He's still up, though. Seiko wants to kill this ball more than anything, and he's going to manage it. The drop shot skills are on point. Team BDS get themselves a game.
Our first grand final in spring in Europe, where both teams have got themselves a game.
Wait, man, just take a second to just enjoy that. We've got a game where both teams have got games. Hey!
What a mad region that we are. It's just unbelievable. And the BDS timeout ended up doing them good, where they were able to step away from their computers, sit down in a circle with their coach Mew, and just figure out what it is that they needed to change.
Yeah, and it worked perfectly, but it was Moist that took the lead with that beautiful finish there from Joyo, and then I think that goal from Extra, equalizing straight away. That was the point where Team BDS heads might just start to drop. Conceding straight away would have completely rewritten that. Suddenly they're back to believing that they're the best again.
Yeah, for sure. And Moist, they don't need to fend that off. They need to make sure that they don't give BDS that foothold. They were already stumbling down the mountain, but they've got one handhold secured. They need to kick those fingers, get them down, get that win. And, you know, they're still going through a second. We know the seeds already for London. The only difference is $10,000 in prize money for the winner here, just on top of that second place.
And it's the fact that you're going into a major knowing that you've just won the most recent regional. You know, all of these recent forms, these recent trends, these beliefs in yourself that you can build on regionals like this, online against your own region, they all matter when you're in front of a crowd, when there are 10,000 baying EU fans cheering at you, chanting your name, and you have to step up and play among that. Both of these teams are going to experience that. For now, you know, they're just at their boot camps, just on their computers, but this is just a build-up as the season will continue to get even hotter. BDS starting to get a little bit hot themselves. Extra wants to get the dunk in. Quite able to do it. Vatira's touch, though, is loose and aimless, and Seiko is on it so fast.
taking full advantage of that loose touch from Vatira. He doesn't land properly. He doesn't quite get his footing. The touch, he shouldn't have gone for it realistically. Let Joyo continue with that into the corner where there is no danger. But Seiko, he smelled blood in the water.
It was Team BDS that played the most recent series before this one, so Moist should be coming into it a little bit fresher after having a break when Team BDS played Endpoint. But it's them that are starting to show maybe signs of fatigue right now. A couple of loose touches, some rotations not quite going right, and maybe trying to be, as I mentioned in the last game, overly clever in defense. And Team BDS are so intelligent. They will realize that 100%. They'll know when they have to really push things, when they have to just wait and know the chances will come. Vatira, another awkward touch. Monkey Moon wants to readjust the car in the sky to get a touch on it. Seiko, a very old-fashioned double tap. Is this Season 5? It doesn't matter. It's 2-0 BDS.
It was Monkey Moon playing Ultimate Disruptor in net, forces Joyo to go up, then backflips into him to give him a terrible time of trying to save that in an already awkward position. Vatira wasn't able to get there, and Seiko, the most free play looking double touch you will ever get.
Yeah, exactly. Like, whenever I get a double tap in free play, they look a little bit like that. My car's springing off all over the place. Looks a little bit better when Seiko does it, of course, and now he's chasing Rise. Monkey Moon dribbles forward. Just the cleanest 50-50 in the world. I think he got a flip reset into it as well and a wave dash to get himself some power. Brilliant play from Monkey Moon. Team BDS, their tails are so up, but one Moist goal can change that, and there is that Moist goal. It's Joyo.
Down the other end, Sam clears his way on Wasteland, and it makes way for Joyo. Getting that touch low, it bounces beneath Monkey Moon. He's able to get that leading goal just halved. Only one deficit for Moist now.
This is where things get really, really interesting. Moist will believe they can get back into this game. BDS are believing they can get back into this series. Any tiredness will suddenly wash away from these players as it's replaced by belief. And Monkey Moon believes he can get to this ball. Rise is racing back. Vatira is there as well. He goes for the pass in the center. Seiko gets a few touches, bundles it, but not quite home. Rise, brilliant play on the goal line. Moist survive.
Flexing the biggest show of strength you can, standing on that goal line, staying clear, bringing it to a halt. Unable for BDS to score there, but Joyo down the other side is able to get a boost steal. Vatira with that midfield and the boost advantage heavily in favor of Moist.
Joyo, a lovely touch there to the backboard. Monkey Moon clears it, but look at the speed from Seiko again. It's like he's sped up even faster than he was at the start of this series, and a huge bump comes in. I think it was Monkey Moon who is, certainly you identified it earlier, Stumpy, playing Disruptor, and it's doing so much good that when the ball falls to him, there's nobody around him.
Extra was bumped here, but look at him just hold his position. He just breaks, slows down, then goes quick again, gets it over the top of Rise, and Vatira is suddenly shook. He does not know how that pass has come in. Monkey Moon shadowing so close means that opportunity falls straight to his feet. The goal lead for BDS opened up to 2 again, and Moist, they sweat.
Moist, though, can get a goal out of absolutely nothing. All they need is about 30 boost, a ball and a dream, and they can break your hearts in a split second. But not when Extra takes out Joyo. Now Vatira is waiting. All he can do is wait to see what Seiko can do. A few seconds pass again. Only 2 goals needed, though. That's not too many at this time, but they want to score soon. The closer we get to 0 seconds with that 2-goal deficit, Moist will have to start to rush. They'll become stretched, and Team BDS, they prey on that all day long, but they can't do it. The 50-50 challenge game won by Vatira.
Pray as much as you like, because Moist had just been picking 4-leaf clovers out in the meadow before they came into this lobby. That luck flying perfectly in the way. The 50 falling wonderfully into the orange net. Again, a 1-goal lead.
You may call it luck, but I feel like if Solary were watching this, a team known for their challenge game, they'd be saying, it's not luck, that's skill. To win a 50-50 that cleanly, to challenge and force the ball home. We knew exactly what we were doing, says Vatira. Now he comes again, wants to go to the top corner and get the double, but Seiko, he's up. Monkey Moon, can he get here ahead of Joyo? I think he can. That one's to loft its way wide. Seiko's there, and Seiko restores the 2-goal BDS lead.
Whatever Moist can do, BDS seem to be able to do it better, retaliating time and time again, landing a mortar down range and devastating the side of Moist. 2 goals again separating them, just a smidge under 2 minutes remaining.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to be hearing that yeehaw sound in my dreams tonight. We've been seeing it so much between Vatira and Seiko. And there's Extra with a much more sophisticated goal explosion, 5-2 BDS.
I think you'll hear it in your dreams, and I think Moist are going to be hearing it in their nightmares, because Seiko running Araya Extra that time, crystallizing the net and blasting it back out. 3-goal lead this time, 5-2. Moist, they're starting to let that bail.
the power of the tactical timeout. It is amazing how often you see a team just completely turn around. I mean, after BDS had their tactical timeout, Moist scored the next goal. It was a really nice one, but BDS, what they had been discussing clearly in the medium term was absolutely what was needed to be changed. And now they are looking like the BDS that, as a reminder to everybody, was on a 12 or 13 game win streak in Grand Finals, hadn't lost a game in the 2 Grand Finals of this split that they played before today. These are your premium players, and at 6-2 up, they're looking like it.
It comes down to BDS really starting to feel themselves again, where these pre-jumps are just magnificent from Seiko. They are everything that they need to be. And also, the defense is starting to just be a little bit more lackluster. It's being a bit messier. It's being somewhat lethargic, where they just flop into each other, and the double commits are really starting to punish Moist.
I think I said earlier on that was perhaps my one critique of Moist, that because they rely so much on the pop-off game, on these big mechanics, that when they start to slow down, it can be difficult for them to grind it, but they've always got those mechanics in their back pocket.
Using that 100 boost to perfection, Vatira fakes it high, goes low, and pops it over the top of Seiko, who is being harassed in the backside by Rise. 3 goals separating them. Once again, it's still a chasm to cross.
And now the onus is on Moist, though. 3 goals in a minute is possible, and what a way to win your first regional as Moist Esports this would be, to come back here on Wasteland. They'll be believing that they can. BDS have to make sure they don't let slip at all. 1 goal given away now could completely undo all their hard work. That one's to the backboard. Joyo's coming in. He can't quite get it on target. And Monkey Moon, he dodges it away. Maybe a little bit of a rushed jump there. I think he could have got a bit more power on that ball instead of dodging it. It did seem to work out, at least for now. They've got some pressure, BDS, and they have swallowed off another 30 seconds. That may well be that for this game, unless something incredible happens.
Just a touch of wasting time. Another 10 seconds ticking down, tantalizingly keeping that ball away from everybody on Moist. That is Wasteland falling the way of BDS, and it takes the series to 3 games for Moist, 2 for BDS, and the biggest goal difference we have seen so far, at least 4 separating them, 10 in total. And man, BDS, when they get going, that train is near unstoppable.
We had a couple of 7-2s yesterday in the same series, but I wonder how many 7-3s we've had in recent times. Another unique and strange scoreline here in this one. I'm assuming there's no more goals. Oh, okay, D-Rector just said, come on, Moist, score a goal. So I've got a feeling 7-4 has never been had in maybe in EU. Let's see. Come on, Moist, can you do it?
Nah.
No, not at all.
8-3 though?
8-3, anything for that?
Is that a term that Gregan told me earlier? Scoregami? Is apparently a term.
It's such a clever word, isn't it?
Yeah,
very good.
Never heard of it. But it's good though. 8-3. I wonder if that is. We'll see. BDS though, winning their second. Gigantic for them. That momentum pulling through from the timeout. Vatira leaving the lobby. Going to be getting a car change going on as he stares down that Monkey Moon Stocktane.
Surely, to me, this would be the time where you take a tactical timeout. You know, there's no point waiting until game 7. Take it now, because Team BDS have got all the momentum. They're all playing well. Monkey Moon is playing his absolute best. He looks faster than anybody else on the pitch. Extra is solid as anything. All of his passes are finding their teammates. And Seiko, he's actually been, to me at least, really good throughout this entire series. He has been Team BDS's most consistent performer in this matchup. So they're all whirring right now. So surely for Moist, you want to stop that on its head.
Yeah, ideally, just trying to shut them down, exactly how Seiko is doing to Moist at the moment. His pre-jumps they're reminiscent of what Atomic was doing back for G2 at the Grand Finals when Moist were under the Queso banner. Atomic, in that final game, was launching himself a full 2.5 decades before the ball was even touched. It was unbelievable how that man became clairvoyant in such a short period of time. Moist, maybe they just need to be a bit more unpredictable. Do what they have been doing, you know, just be that weird team. Don't play to a play style. Be crazy, get loose, get wacky, be a little bit goofy, and do what Moist do best.
Yeah, maybe going overly solo as well a little bit. That means that BDS's pre-jumps are always working, because all Moist are going to do, they're going to go for an edge, we're going to go for a flip reset, going to go something that takes them directly to the goal. Change the angle of approach, go for passes instead, and maybe that'll open up Team BDS. But they do have a chance, BDS here with Seiko going for a big 50-50, but Rise puts it to the side.
30 seconds gone, and the pressure yet again continuing for BDS. That hangover from game number 6. It was, or 5 rather. Just continuing with Extra in the air. The speed now coming from Monkey Moon and infecting his teammates.
Yeah, and a demo as well. It was actually Vatira getting the demo on Monkey Moon. I thought it was the other way around. And then Rise takes out Extra as well. So Moist have got themselves some pitch to play with. Vatira goes for the flip, the pre-flip. Monkey Moon's on the goal line. Rise is coming in. Seiko so speedy again. Joyo's touch is only as far as Extra. Seiko's already up. A huge pre-jump. It's actually a fake. Extra with a couple of touches. Monkey Moon then shoots, but it's weak, and it's saved out wide by Vatira.
That pre-jump fake could absolutely work as well in favor of BDS. If Seiko goes up for a couple of things, going for those redirects, and then doesn't actually touch the ball and leaves it for the man on the bottom, that is the Moist play through and through, and that ball nearly piercing through the Moist defense.
Rise is just going to leave this one to Monkey Moon. Vatira takes out Seiko, just saying, no, you are not having our boost. But Extra is the player that it falls to. Tries to fake out Vatira, but because Seiko was demoed earlier, he can't really do too much. And that approach from BDS comes to absolutely nothing, but another one is coming. It seems that every time the ball is cleared by Moist, BDS just launch their next attack. The ball is always falling towards them.
Good to see Moist is having the initiative to move up into the midfield a touch sooner, making sure they are shutting down Seiko as soon as he can. But with Monkey Moon getting some touches that I thought were going to be pretty influential in the game, Rise charges him, and that's exactly actually what they needed to be doing. No space afforded to Monkey Moon and the 50. Perfect.
Now, I mean, that is a perfect 50-50 from Rise, but that is fairly unforgivable there from Monkey Moon. You cannot drive in front of your own goal and just get challenged and see the ball roll agonizingly into the net. That cannot happen in this sort of situation, and a mistake like that from Monkey Moon of all people might just be enough to wake Moist Esports up and turn them back into the team they were in those first 3 games.
Getting the lead can be so inspiring and can really change the forecast of what a series is looking like. As the reverse sweep very much on for BDS. It would be the first one that we have seen in a grand finals in Europe as a best of 7 throughout this entire season. APAC North did take the first one throughout this entire season, but BDS wanting to hunt number 2.
Seiko's going to clear long. BDS needs something, but Moist are doing so well just to keep BDS pen back. That goal has indeed completely changed things. Suddenly it's BDS that can't clear their lines. Vatira is beaten though. Rise's clearance only goes as far as Seiko, who gets a lovely first touch and does some more stuff, and suddenly he finds himself with the ball trying to push it in. Monkey Moon, with the finish of the century, equalizes for BDS.
With the outside of the foot, Monkey Moon curls it tantalizingly across that goal. Let's Rise and Vatira see it. And let those presents rain down in that blue half. Bob's Ramen looks on and says, "Cool, fair play, mate. That was a corker."
He's letting his presence roll down on this pitch as well as Monkey Moon. He is just, apart from that one mistake, looking pretty much everywhere. Hopefully now he's got that out of his system. Because I think we all want Game 7. I'm happy to admit that right now. Monkey Moon to the side. Vatira, though, great play from him. He knew exactly what Monkey Moon was trying. His touch is only as far as Monkey Moon again. So those two trading possession once or twice, and then Joyo just popped the ball like a brick wall in the air. Extra was waiting for it, though. Good play from Extra. Knew what Moist was doing. That predictability, maybe Moist undoing again.
Anywhere else is that ball going? Extra sees it stop in the midfield, sees it almost get the ice power up on it from Rumble. Isn't quite able to get that ball into a great position, though, until Joyo body slams it bottom right.
Suddenly, Moist find themselves 1 minute and 39 seconds away from winning that all-important regional. It was actually an attempt at a bump that Seiko managed to avoid, but it made Joyo's job so easy. Moist are on the cusp of breaking BDS's unbeatableness and have also putting themselves where they want to be. Joyo with the backflip. Oh, it's so close. Rise. He's going to leave it for Tira. And it does go in. And Moist have got some daylight.
Seeing that spark from Joyo has ignited Moist. Oil on top is a flame. And 3 goals for the good. World-class action coming out from Moist. We said it was going to be 1 minute 30 left on the clock. It still is. And they've got another goal for them.
Team BDS, if you want to avoid that blot on your record, you've got 90 seconds to get yourself 2 goals. And Joyo, he's chucking himself on the way of that Seiko shot. Monkey Moon is up, Extra's below him. Seiko is so close as well. This is where Team BDS, they can overcommit, and Moist can punish them for that. They have to force things. Extra's on the backboard. It's a good clearance, but Vatira's going to be there next. That's a massive win mode from Extra. Can he follow it up again? Oh, Rise! That is so good in this situation with this much pressure when you had no boost to get a fake and completely just make BDS turn tail.
Under 1 minute remaining, separating Moist from this championship. Seiko tries to shoot top right. just where Monkey Moon pierced earlier on. Joyo getting one flip reset, but Monkey Moon with this pressure lures Vatira in, lures Rise in, but Joyo staying grounded, staying calm, and keeping Moist. And that clock ticking down.
Rise is going to get a touch here and just try and keep himself behind this ball. Extra's touch is just painfully behind Seiko, wasting a few more precious seconds. Monkey Moon, does he shoot here? I think he can, but he's put it to the side. Team BDS, that is not what they needed. Moist desperately holding on. Extra a couple of touches. Seiko's arriving. More brilliant defending there from Joyo and Vatira. Monkey Moon's shot is met by Vatira again. And I think that this is Moist's moment. BDS surely unable to get 2 more goals in the next 7 seconds. They wanted perfection. They came so close until they came up against Joyo, Rise, and Vatira. And at the 3rd time of asking, despite that goal going in for Team BDS, Moist Esports get their first RLCS win.
Moist are magnificent, and they will be your victors here today. It didn't go to 7. It was knocked out on Neo Tokyo, and there are so many fans for Rocket League Esports that must be so elated that Moist have able to do it over the top of the #1 European seed. It is something that we saw coming today, something that, you know, was fabled. Maybe BDS, they could get that 4-0. Maybe Moist were going to be able to shut them down. Endpoint were in the conversation. We went wild in this final regional, and yet Moist, final time of asking, they managed to get it.
We went wild, but look at them. They're chill as anything. They don't mind. They're just chilling, man. They're like, yeah, we just won. It just never fails to inspire me how these young players...
Job's not done.
And that is the mentality that and that is the mentality that these elite players have. That's always the way, isn't it? You're right. The job isn't done. They have to go and win in London. Nothing else is good enough for them. That's why they're champions. That is why they're amazing. That is why they grind so many hours learning this game, mastering this game, looking back at VODs, you know, just seeing what went wrong the last time they lost and fixing it and having the ability to change things in game. I said that they should have taken the tactical timeout. I was wrong. They knew they could just win it straight up. Moist Esports deserving champions of the Super 16.
And that is the final regional event, the Super 16, wrapping it up for Europe and the entirety of these regionals. It's been amazing, and Moist, the fact they could do it right at the end and to shut down that BDS machine is utterly inspiring. The job isn't done for Moist, and the job isn't done for us here today either. We're going to be chucking it back over to the desk where they will be congratulating the winners.
Congratulate the winners, but first we have to congratulate Gregan on, you know, doing the hardest job out of anybody here on this broadcast, and it's predicting the winner.
No. It's not just me. There was 65% of the enormous chat that we've got. You know, the majority of us were smart enough to realize it was going to be Moist, but I am amongst the less intelligent of the Rocket League community here on the desk. So it can be quite tough being here and being the only one who's smart enough to realize Moist were going to win it.
Well, they won it, Johnny boy. It was a good battle. You know, we were saying, okay, maybe they have the momentum to get through, but ultimately it proved to be just a little bit too long of a journey.
Yeah, or well, you know, I don't know if it was fatigue though. I wouldn't put it down to fatigue for BDS. I think Moist just peaked ridiculously hard, and for them, they've done this so often. I don't know if we should even call it a peak anymore. They're back to that winter major lower bracket run form, the kind of form that had them winning 2 regionals in the last split. I mean, they were just really feeling it today, and it's wonderful to see because this split for Moist hasn't been as impressive as a winter split, but they've finished this one off in the perfect way and gotten that crucial win, the critical win over BDS. Or, you know, I said earlier, I think Moist fans probably want Endpoint to make it through to play them in the final, but they'll be happier that it was BDS that they beat in the final because now they know their team's back on top.
Shogun, do you feel like this is going to be a matchup that's continuing to fight for the top, or do you feel like, you know, the region is still diverse enough that we'll see a lot of other teams poking at grand finals in the future? Oh, yeah.
You muted the wrong one. There we go.
He was telling a lot of secrets, and we didn't want to.
Shogun, I can't believe you said Seiko's the problem. That's rude.
Mate, I mean, they lost, didn't they? So I guess there must be. I think it's what I was saying there was just like unreasonable to expect.
Stream, they didn't hear you say that they need to bench Monkey Moon as well. That's crazy that just never goes out to broadcast.
I mean, there we are.
You got away with that one.
You're back in. There you are. Go for it. It's unreasonable to expect the team to always be able to stay up there. The most important thing right now for Moist is the fact that they know that they have got that peak. And I've talked about this a lot of time. I would take a peaking team that can do that over a team that is always consistently top 6, because you want to be winning majors. And when you go to a major, you need to be able to do something like that. If you can't, congratulations, you're going to get a good position, but you can't be a major champion. Moist give themselves that opportunity.
For BDS, Greg, and do you feel like, this is, I mean, obviously it's healthy for them that teams continue to fight. Do you think in their mind that this is a good thing that teams are continuing to be able to take them down?
Well, I mean, there's been the consistent theme across this season. Because the teams at the top are getting better so quickly, the rest of the region is having to adapt and overcome that throughout the split. We saw the same thing happen with G2. They came out booming at the beginning of the spring split. The rest of the region stepped up to that level. I think the same thing happened in this regional. We did see BDS play as well as we saw them in the previous ones, but other teams were able to take them to game 7s and even take series off of them, which is something we weren't seeing earlier on in this split. So all in all, a top team setting a new benchmark brings the rest of the region up, and that's why Europe is looking stronger at this regional.
I love to see, again, this region is a region that I love to see everything, all these teams competing at the top, but I love to see, this consistent story of two teams being able to duke it out at the top all the time. For Moist though, Shogun, what are we expecting from this team when it comes to development? Do we think this is going to be the same play style that will stick with for a while? Is it going to continue working?
You sure want to give it to me? I can hit any button right here, and we don't know what will happen. I might be muted all over again. Somebody make sure I'm aware of that. I think I love what I see from Moist. Listen, it's not something that any coach out there is going to turn around and just try and teach their team. They have seen special individual ability on 3 different players, thrown them together and decided, will this work? The answer is yes. For most teams, it will not, but it is a beautiful mix, a beautiful blend of what they're all capable of doing, but also able to allow the other players to take part. We get a lot of teams right now that have got those star players, but for a team like Moist, they're happy just looking at you. Oh, you're the one popping up. All right, cool. I'll chill a little bit. I'll make sure I've got our backs covered. You go and do whatever you need to go and do to get us this win. So I like it. As I mentioned earlier, you need something like this if you want to go ahead and win the big tournaments, and we'll see if they can pull it off.
Oh, talked about their victory. Now we have Rise on the line from Moist to Esports. Rise, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Feels good. We're back.
It's got to feel good, because the last time you faced off BDS in the grand finals, it went a little different. What was the change this time around that allowed you guys to get the victory?
I honestly don't really remember last time. I don't think it.
Oh, fair.
Really, So now this time we just played our game. We were like, okay, we're better than these guys. We know we're better than these guys. We've shown it throughout the whole tournament, like this whole weekend. So we're just gonna go in, play our game, play how we want to, make them adapt to us. Because if we play their play style, we're going to lose. If we play the way they want to play, we're going to lose. So we just knew we need to play our game, ball chase, make them come to us, and then just dominate.
I love that. And speaking of playing your game, you're one of those players who's getting really well known for being ice cold and performing well under pressure in those really big moments. Is there anything you can think back to, either in your career as a pro player or before that, that's led you to be that ice cold player under pressure?
I was a footballer for quite a while, and I was captain of my football team. So I was sort of in charge of 11 people at once. So honestly, this feels a lot less stressful than that, as mad as it sounds. I don't get nervous going into any series, but I feel nervous watching like my friends play series, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I just don't get nervous in games ever.
And since you guys were over at LA, and I'm sure you watched the last time we went over to London, how are you looking forward to sort of having that crowd maybe on your side this time around and chanting for you? You looking forward to that?
I'm really looking forward to an English crowd, especially when I know a lot of people that are going, like a lot of my friends are going. It should be insane. I actually didn't watch season 5. I didn't know what RLCS was at that point.
Were you even born?
Crazy.
The first RLCS series I ever watched was Season 6 Grand Finals, Cloud9 Dig. That's the first series I ever watched.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, Sugar mentioned LA there. That was a bit of a solo mission for you guys with the rest of EU not showing up at all. Are you expecting a better supporting cast from the other EU teams going to the LAN this time?
BDS are a great team. Like, we can say we're better. Like, I do believe we are better than them, but they are a very good team. And on their day, I think they can beat anyone, as they've shown. So I think us and BDS are EU's main hopes, and the other teams can do well as well. But I think for tournament winning potential, I think it's us and BDS.
I mean, across the pond, then, what teams do you think are going to be the biggest threats against your supporting teams here in the European region?
I actually think FaZe are probably the best team NA are sending. As like dumb as that sounds, obviously G2 won 2 regionals, right? I actually think FaZe are the best team in NA right now.
Ooh.
I guess, speaking outside of NA, you're in Europe, which allows you to access the Middle Eastern teams as you've got that just about good enough ping to play against them. Do you scrim against them often, and what's it like playing against them, and what do you think they're going to do at London? I'm
not going to lie. We try and scrim Falcons, but they always cancel. They cancel every scrim.
Called out.
Yeah. I'm not sure. We don't really scrim them. We scrim Ultimate sometimes, which is a Middle Eastern team as well. But we mainly scrim EU, and normally if like there's a spot free, we'll get a Middle Eastern team, a bubble team.
Hey, well, this is the point where we're going to let you go and celebrate your win, but we got to give you the stage. You guys just won, so whatever you want to say out to the world, it's all yours.
Shout out to Moist Esports. Their viewing party is incredible. It is honestly insane. I love watching it back. Every night I watch back the series we've just played, so shout out to them. Shout out to my parents, my whole family. I know they're watching right now. I'm almost probably crying. Shout out to everyone that's casted. I know it's not hard after seeing it in LA. It is very hard to cast. I think it's underappreciated. Shout out to all you on the desk and everyone who supported us. Honestly, it's insane. See you in London.
Unlucky Joyo and Vatira.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, so far that's my favorite shout out. I like that one. Hey, Rise, congratulations. You guys just took this last and final regional for the season, and very, very much good luck going forward at the major.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you.
There's a Rise from Moist. Again, as I said, I'm very truthful. His is my favorite shout out he's ever done, mostly because we were involved. So thank you, Rise. But
favorite interview as well. Favorite
very
player.
easily buy our love on this one, can't you?
Yeah. We are easily swayed, that's for sure. But let's move on here. Let's take a look at the bracket just to get you guys all capped up here. We're getting to the end of the show, but a little house cleaning to go. Big bracket, lots of teams. We know the European region definitely has that depth, and we see so many great matchups happen time and again here, Johnny Boy. But of course, ultimately, Moist and BDS find themselves in that grands again.
Yeah, Moist and BDS, I agree with Rise. They're definitely the clear top 2 teams coming out of EU. But, you know, props to Liquid as well. They're just playing for London. That's where their season ends, with no hope of Worlds unless some crazy scenario involving 5 EU teams finishing top 5, which, let's be honest, is not happening. So really, this is it for them. But they finished top 4 twice in a row. So they're the clear 3rd best team coming out of EU. And I'm really excited to see what they can do. What will likely for them be the last event of the entire season.
And just to get you guys situated for that London major coming up, make sure you guys got your tickets to that, by the way. Let's take a look at the points, Greg, and see where we're situated. We got our teams going in: BDS, Moist, Liquid, K-Corp, and Endpoint.
Yeah, and it's nice to finally look at this and know that it's not going to change, because it's been quite hectic over this regional to see where the teams are going to finish. But as you can see, we've got our top 5 teams for London with those points there. And the teams 6 through 16, unfortunately, this is going to be the end of the journey for them, except for a few of them. There's Dignitas and then potentially Semper or Evil Geniuses making it to Worlds. Most likely Dignitas, almost definitely, right? They're clinched.
Yeah, almost likely Semper as well, but that would be wild card. So yeah, wild card for both of them by the looks of things.
Yeah, so we'll see those guys. Yeah, let's have a look at the world's leaderboard here. So you can see the top 3 there all get to gain more points at the London Major, where Dignitas, the only team that can overtake them now is Carmine Corp, and that would have to go through a massive win. Can they even do that? Wait, no,
you can get 800 points, so it is just not possible.
Just out of reach.
It's just out of reach. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can see Semper and Evil Genius is very close behind, and they're relying on the European results at the London Major to push those spots out for wildcard, with 5 spots being likely, 6 spots being also fairly likely, but a chance that it doesn't happen, and then 7 would have to rely on a massive EU overperformance at London. So that's the end of the European region for this split.
Shogun, aren't you glad that we have them around so they can answer all the number questions?
Mate, every single time we ever do a pre-show, I literally turn and just go, all right, which one of them I got? All right, you're doing numbers. All right, not my problem. So,
Delegate.
It's fantastic.
Well, as Gregan said, we've come to the end of the regionals for this season. The only thing left forward now is the London Major, and then, of course, Worlds in Fort Worth. So let's get some final thoughts. This is the last death segment here before we head over to some lands. So let's go down the lines. Make sure it's a good one. This is the epic moment right now, Johnny.
You know, this is really where it all begins, because between now and the London Major, that is the window to come up with all of the best and silliest and funniest chants of all time and one up season 5. That's the mission. I'm trusting the Rocket League community to pull it off. There are twice as many people in the venue this time, and they know what they're walking into. So really looking forward to seeing the timeline and seeing the chants people are coming up with.
Shogi.
I mean, I feel like I've got a very special bond with the Cup Box in general for, these big RLCS major events. I can't believe we get a chance to do it for a second time. I cannot wait for us to get a chance to do it for a second time. So let's just get to it. As quickly as we can, the better it will be.
It's fast forward time, Gregan.
I'd just like to make a quick shout out to Rise. I've seen pro players at these events, and it doesn't look hard, but having seen them at events, it really is hard to play on stage and perform at the level that they do. So a massive shout out to all the pro players, in particular Rise. So well done. Congratulations, Moist.
And a massive shout out to you, the fans, for joining us along this journey. It's been an incredibly long season. We're not done yet. As we said, we still have London and the World's event to come, the lands to come. So thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you're hitting the follow buttons. Do not miss those events. They're going to be absolutely incredible and energetic. And make sure you got your tickets for them. Get on to Twitter as well. Make sure you're following all the socials there. Huge shout out to production, Sonics, everybody for being involved in this. All the casters, all you lovely folks here. Thank you for putting up with me this whole time. I just ramble on sometimes, and I'm doing that now because I don't want to let you guys go, but I have to. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you in London.
Championship is where the greats become legendary.